speak up and to interrupt. And there are compliance issues, and then there are, when you get to really Fortune 500 enterprise, there are data residency issues that you have to address. And lastly, there's commercial issues, and not every use case will have the same business value. And then on the one hand, you also have the token price, the unit cost there. So how do you balance that? All these issues are not research issues, but these are the problems that we have to solve every day to get to the last mile and get to the business value.
Yeah, and great to be here. I'm Scott from Deepgram, and yeah, my take on this is that research, most people's focus is just, I need the best accuracy. I'll have the most parameters, I'll spend the most on compute, and I just have to get the best accuracy. But for enterprises and products that are building, you need really good accuracy. You need the best accuracy, but you need low latency. You need high throughput. You need it to be reliable. You need it to be able to scale up and down throughout the day. You need it to be efficient so that it can turn into a real business. And then you need to have that system adapt and get better over time. And yeah, this isn't really what a research team thinks about. This is what like a product team thinks about. And then you just have to have a tight integration with that product team and the research team and the infrastructure that it's being built on in order to provide that product.
And perhaps it might also be helpful for the audience here to hear what we were discussing backstage, that there seems to be this disconnect between true enterprise adoption of AI agents, when you listen to any of the earnings call or any of the press commentary, versus on the AI native startups like you guys are, where it sounds like the agent revolution is here, it's happening now. When you listen to the public software company guys, they're like, no, it's not here, it hallucinates, it doesn't work, it's still a long way from production. Just curious to hear, where is the disconnect here?
Yeah, I think I think it's really about a use case. And for custom engagement, AI, it's a perfect use case for agents. And it's solving real problems, and it's really tied to business outcomes that you can measure on every call or every interactions. There are deflection rate and the things that you can automate, and or having agents helping humans that take repetitive work out of humans. So there are measurable outcomes that can be delivered. And also, I believe that if you think about at the first principle, what's actually changing is that we have an LLM that's a transformer that mapping sequences as input tokens into the output. So that paradigm works very well for the chat use case on the consumer side, because that can solve a lot of problems.
Sure.
And then that can also work very well for coding in enterprise. And to some degree, and of course, there are a lot of last mile work that we didn't do for custom engagement. But it may not work very well into all the other enterprise use cases where all these tokens can be not the same paradigm at the consumer side. It's a lot more heterogeneous. You have a lot of contacts and from different systems that you need to bridge. And then the output, the human output is doing many different actions. For the model to output that, it's also a lot more heterogeneous. So, in my view, it would just take longer, as we discussed in the backstage. Just like steam engine, it takes multi-decades to really deploy to the end consumers. And I think that will also happen here.
Yeah, I think some helpful ways to think about it are what's possible, what can be shown to be possible. This is more toward that research spectrum, right? And it'll get people excited, and you say, wow, this is something that wasn't possible before, now it is possible. But there's another question that should be asked, can I trust it? Can I scale it? And that's more of a product question and a rollout question, and establishing a trusting relationship with the infrastructure providers and the AI software builders. So when you're thinking like, hey, I want to use Cresta to help out in my call center, can I trust that the product is going to do the job that I want it to do? And that's what they do. That's the last mile, right? And then when you're thinking, yeah, but is it always going to be available? Is it always going to be reliable? Will you have low latency? Will it constantly get better over time? Then this is like what we do at Deepgram. We make sure that is working. And so when you see something new, like today, that's just coming out and it's just possible, well, it takes a little bit of time to turn it into something that you can trust. And so just kind of keep that in mind.
Ping, perhaps relevant for you. So as we think about Cresta, I think with your AI agent assist product, at any one point, there are close to 20 plus LLMs that are running for any agent assist. They're operating at the same time. They have to operate with low latency. And on top of that, they have to work with a human or work without a human.
Yeah.
How do you think about all of that? And when you're selling it to, say, Verizon or CVS to incorporate your solution there, what are the biggest obstacles to getting that product deployed today?
Yeah, first of all, so it's 20 plus models across all the different product suite that we have. Okay. So we have different products, after-call coaching, real-time agent assist, and as well as autonomous AI agents. So collectively, it orchestrates over 20 plus models, but not for every product it orchestrates 20 plus models. And I think just as Scott said, it's really about the last mile and how do you make sure that it's trustworthy, and we build a lot of test cases, guardrails to make sure that the models the agents is performed as expected. And every time there's an update, there's not going to be regression. All these cases that matters in the real production use cases. And then last thing I would say is that a lot of these models, it's not necessarily we optimize for on one dimension. There are multi-dimension. You have to optimize for the right use cases. For example, the type ahead suggestion versus a real-time voice AI agent. The model, the quality and latency and the cost, there's a trade-off that we need to find a balance of. Versus, if it's just a model that in research is optimized for one benchmark. Yeah. For in production, you have to optimize for, like a multi-objective optimization.
And Scott, congratulations on the round. Scott just finished fundraising his new round. Regarding that, so now you had SAP, ServiceNow, Citi, all coming into the round as well as financial and strategic investors. What does that tell you about the importance of voice, specifically in AI and on the enterprise side?
It's really interesting. This is something that I have figured out over the last 6 months of fundraising, and I think it's fairly unique to this point in time right now. But I think a lot of the strategic investors and companies that are more AI forward are just sort of having to deal with rolling out products in a short period of time in this intelligence era. They're actually ahead of the financial investors in a lot of ways because they're trying to build with it, like today and yesterday, and they're seeing what works, what doesn't work. They're not necessarily just buying the narratives. Like they try everything, and then they see how that compares across all the offerings. And then they come in with high conviction and say, like, whenever you're raising, we want to be in, or can we lead the round, or whatever it is, right? But this is because they know that the product is working really well in comparison. So yeah, it's been really interesting to raise this round. We raised a $130 million round and announced it a couple weeks ago, and with AVP that led it, and then a whole bunch of people like Tiger and Alkion and BlackRock and other folks. And yeah, I'm really excited about how quickly everybody is sort of starting to appreciate the voice market now. I think a year ago, maybe it's certainly 2 years ago, the voice market wasn't mainstream, and now it is. I think the world went from pessimistic to optimistic. It seems like overnight. It took about 9 months for that to happen, but nevertheless, happy to be in this position now. Yeah.
No, and certainly an incredible roster of investors across for both of you guys.
Yeah.
Now, Ping, you yourself were co-founder of Google Contact Center AI. Scott, or rather Dr. Scott, deep matter physicist or an AI expert. I'm just curious here, when you think about, you have the hyperscalers in the room with their offerings, and then you have really talented founders and startups like yourself that are AI native. What do you think are the edge that you have that versus competing with the behemoths in the room? And then how do you think about where you excel and what would keep you ahead in this race?
Yes, I think it's really about focus, right? So, and also it's about, you have the model layer, you also have the application layer. For different application use cases, the thickness of that application layer to deliver end business value is very different. For contact centers, for customer experience, that layer, what I learned, is very, very thick. And then in order to deliver the end customer business value and across the entire contact center and customer experience, it's just like a lot of things need to be done that's not model, that's really model agnostic. So if you have a startup, in a startup environment, you can really execute very, very fast, and then also your entire company is focused on solving that problem. So the customer feedback loop is way faster, and it's much easier to incentivize, to organize incentives so that everyone is aligning on solving business problem of the customer. So I think that will be our long-term edge, and just being very, very focused, and then because itself, the problem space on the application layer is just so massive, so that will give us the edge, and that we've been seeing in the market as well as continuing going forward.
Yeah, focus matters, like Ping was mentioning. Agility matters, but the way I like to think about it is, it's not Deepgram versus Google, or Deepgram versus Microsoft or AWS. It's Deepgram versus that one product manager, and the roadmap that they had to negotiate with all of their people that they have to try to execute on over the next year, and they don't have the agility to do it, the focus to do it, they don't have the same kind of motivation to do it either. And so that's actually a much more fair fight. It's actually in favor of the startups then, as long as you keep your focus and keep chasing after that, then you're going to win. This is especially true when you're in a new revolution. So we're sort of ending the information revolution now. We're entering the intelligence revolution, and startups are better at it than the hyperscalers. And the smart hyperscalers are partnering with the startups now, and you're going to see that a lot over the next year.
And have the conversations with enterprises changed in the last 6 to 12 months, say, where what started off as like the board pushing down, adopt AI, roll out AI, to now the conversation turning towards agents? Are there real budgets opening up on the agentic side?
Yeah, we're seeing a lot of that. And then that's almost a demand that comes to the market all at once. And from the board level, and from, and then they look at their peers, they see the results, and especially for the area that we're focusing on, it's a really good use case, and it's also very visible because it's customer facing. So we're seeing a lot of demand that suddenly get to the market all at the same time.
Got it.
Yeah, when we're planning for Deepgram, so for a long time, Deepgram's a little over $1 billion valuation now. When we first got investment in the company, it was around $1 million valuation, and so we've 1,000x the value of Deepgram in like 10 years, and I'm like, cool, good. But we did that on mostly human power and solely human power, right? But the next 1,000x, like Deepgram getting to $1 trillion company, it's not going to be pure humans. It actually, when we're planning out for the company over the next 5 years or next 10 years for the company, the spend on compute that is for agents, So I'm not talking about doing inference or training. I'm talking about just agent workload will be 10 to 100 times more than the human headcount, which is like totally different than how you think about companies today, where typically it's headcount dominated. So yeah, we think about it a lot.
Yeah.
Over the last 2 years, we've deployed a lot of agent workflows and intelligence workflows in Deepgram. We're the largest audio API in the world, and we're only about 150 people. But that's because we've already seen success with agentic workflows. Yeah.
Yeah, I think another thing I probably can add is that, just as Scott said, agents allow you to decouple the output versus headcounts. So I've seen a lot of customers, they really embracing the abundance mindset. Is like they want to do a lot more interaction with their customers, but currently they cannot do because they are constrained by the headcounts they have in the call centers. And now AI agents can give them now the abundant supply of human-like intelligent interactions, and then they really want to leverage that to bring closer the long-term relationship with their customer they traditionally cannot do.
Yeah, I think $1 trillion companies today typically have like 50,000, maybe 100,000, maybe 150,000 employees. You know? trillion-dollar companies in a few years will have like 1,000 employees or 5,000 or 10,000. You know, it'll be an order of magnitude less.
And we're already seeing that from the investment side, where the average revenue per employee on AI native startups like yourself is significantly higher than what it used to be.
Yep. And then there will be a lot of these companies, and then that will grow the markets, you know, drastically. Right now we talk about $3-4 trillion companies as really large. In a few years, it'll be like 20 trillion, you know, $30 trillion companies will be brought on by the intelligence revolution.
Perhaps the best way to wrap this up is, if you look forward 4 years ahead, Ping, what do you think the contact center of 2029 looks like? And then Scott, for you, what does voice and the importance of voice look like in the application of AI in the enterprise side?
Yeah, I think for contact center 2029, first, I think there will be a lot more AI agent calling into the contact center.
Oh, wow.
So,
the other way around.
So we're already seeing that. Human-like conversation, you know, type of AI agent that's calling to contact centers, no longer actually human on the other side of line. And because contact center really is like a human API to an enterprise, we're going to see probably denial of attack, service attack onto contact centers with flood of AI agents. So that will bring, it's necessary for contact center to be also become agentic. There will be a lot more AI agents running in the contact center, and the contact center as a whole will become agentic. It will process information in the aggregate form and then informing business on what's actually going on in real time about custom feedbacks. So that's what we're thinking about.
Yeah, and for voice, I think voice actually was suppressed over the last like 20 to 30 years because the internet happened, and text was really the only thing that could be processed really easily and cheaply. But that's no longer true. And as you know, Ping mentioned, voice is the original human API. That's how we originally communicated with each other. Writing came way later, and then you know, even technologically, phone calls happened. You know, but then the internet sort of suppressed that a little bit because of emails and that type of thing. But it wasn't because of any first principles reason. It was because the technology wasn't there yet. Well, now the technology is here, and so anywhere there's a text box, anywhere there's a button, anywhere there's any type of product, you're going to have an option for a voice interface to it. And you'll just start to treat it more like you're interfacing with a human rather than interfacing with a machine. And you know, there's 8 billion people in the world. Each one of us talks on average about an hour and a half a day. So you're talking about, you know, 10, 12 billion hours a day at least, you know, that needs to be processed. We're not even close to even 1% of that, you know, at this point. So it's going to be a drastic change.
Well, certainly we are living in some very exciting times. I think already 2026 is off to a crazy start, and I can't wait for what you guys have ahead of you. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you.
Thank you.
AI is rapidly integrating into more and more areas of our lives. Here to unpack what this will look like in conversation with Maria Curie from Axios is the founder and CEO of Instabase, Anat Bardwaj, the co-founder and CEO of Luma AI, Amit Jain, and the co-founder and CEO of Celonis, Bastian Nomenacher. Please give them a warm welcome.
Hey, hello, hello. Thank you so much for being here. I'm very excited for this panel that we have today. We're going to be talking about how to go from just experimenting with AI to actually live and be immersed in it. And I'm hoping that we can start out with just a quick example of how each of your companies are actually making people more productive and how they're actually using AI. Why don't we start with you, Bastian?
Yeah, thank you for having us here today. So at Celonis, we're the global market leader for process intelligence. So we really feed the data into enterprise AI so it can really be productive. And Like one fascinating example was a customer of mine who have like production sites across the globe, and they were really struggling to get spare parts if a machine breaks down, which is a big issue because they produce cardboard and effectively they cannot make their commitments to the customers and others. So what we helped them is across 700 sites, we brought all the data into one consolidated system, which allowed them to really build in an AI agent solution where in real time, if a breakdown is there, scanning across all the different sites, finding where there is potential spare parts, doing also the matching, and it worked fascinating well. I'll just give you one example. They had a breakdown of a machine, external supply was 14 weeks, but they found out that this was in the Netherlands, that in Spain they have this spare part. They put it in a taxi, the taxi drove for 10 hours, and then the production was restored.
Wow, from 14 weeks down to much less
than
time.
a day.
Yeah. Amit, what about you?
First of all, thanks for having me. Co-founder and CEO of Luma. At Luma, we're working on multimodal models, and for us, actually, the 2024 was the year when everyone you were starting to see early models, and people were like, okay, this could be very interesting if they come to force. 2025. We spent, from research perspective and productionization perspective, building out some of the most beautiful things, right? These models are able to produce absolutely realistic cinematic outputs. And 2026 will be the year when we build agents on top of them so they can do end-to-end work. But if you look at commercial deployment of these, right, it just became a very different story in 2025. But most everyone went from experimentation to actually trying them out, trying to figure out how they can actually use it. And now we are at a point where some of our customers, so I'll give you an example of a large a petrochemical company without naming it. They're a global company. They need to they need to advertise everywhere. They need to make the same ad, the same story, in 100 places. It used to take them anywhere from 6 to 8 months, so sort of what you're saying, for doing a production. With Luma, now they're able to do that in 40 hours. 6 to 8 months to 40 hours, right? It's not really about speed or cost, to be honest, but think about the difference that it does for a brand or for a production when you can iterate in 40 hours. Right? 40 hours is not even a week. Well, work week in Europe is 40 hours, I guess. In the US, that's half a week. But in half a week, you can iterate what previously took half a year, and the coordination and everything like that. So I think commercial deployment is now absolutely absurd pace, and I think 2026 is going to be just absolutely rancorous, and I'm very excited for it.
Yeah, so Luma's a video and image generator, and in the advertising space, it's one area where you've been able to help businesses be more productive. And Anand, over to you. What's an example of how your technology and your company is making people more productive?
So I'll give you an example of what traditionally we have done in productivity space. So one is Instabase has traditionally been a company that allowed large enterprises to automate their operational work. Like if you're a bank, how do you automate onboarding or lending or client due diligence and things like that? And we have been doing that for a long period of time. Recently, we got very interested in how AI makes each human day-to-day productive, but not just like you can go to AI and ask questions, but how AI can be part of the group itself that makes the decision. Your leadership group, your EPD group, your strategy group, and then it can do everything so that as a group, AI becomes a part of the group and makes decisions for the company. We haven't announced that product yet. We are still at very early stages, but the results that we have seen is incredible, like from legal to finance to accounting to almost every teams.
What's an example of a decision that it can make for this group?
Like, let's say, legal team. You got some contract or some deal. There are different kind of people. There is procurement involved. There is the head of sales involved. There is legal involved. And by the time the email comes, there is a group. AI has done all the work. AI has done the review. AI has done everything. And by the time the morning you come back, you're like, yeah, all looks good. Just send it. So basically, what would have taken at least several weeks of back and forth and 20 different meetings now is reduced to 2 hours.
This seems like the kind of product that is really transforming our experience with AI from one that is largely about chatbots to one where it's more immersive and it's making decisions for us throughout the day. We're really living with the technology. Bastian, do you have an example of how your company is moving toward a real immersive experience versus, just a day-to-day interaction with a chatbot?
Yeah, and I think in the enterprise space, companies really look for a way how to go from a simple chatbot to a really comprehensive solution that can really deliver tangible ROI and help them either save cost, drive more revenue. And the way to really do that is you need to feed the entire right context into that. And give you an example of a customer, what they've been doing. So it's a semiconductor manufacturer, and they want to really automate like the entire low volume sales order, so the sales force can be focused on the high end. So having a chatbot would be nice for the sales team, but it really delivered it. But what you need to do is you need to capture the entire flow and orchestrate it. So what our technology does, it senses when such an order comes in, so you can really across the different channels. Then it puts all the information together, gives it in this case to an OpenAI LLM model, so that it can do the reasoning, can come up with a quote, the customer communication, and Celonis basically does the orchestration, create the opportunity in Salesforce, the CPQ system, like sends it out to the customer and tries this continuous learning loop. And this is totally different. This is full scale, high value instead of a simple chatbot. And I think this is what we really need to break this paradox of productivity.
Amit, you talked about the advertising space, but what is another example where Luma is really helping people be more productive in the creator space, in the creative economy? Yeah.
Right. So at Luma, we build multimodal models, models that are able to understand the world, models that are able to generate the world. This is the next opportunity after the really rancorous adoption we have seen for text. So coding models have made it so that programming and especially producing apps and systems that can do a lot of digital orchestration in our work is now almost why would you buy it? Let's just make the thing that is purpose built for you. If we start to think about multimodal world, there things are actually much less developed. We need to build intelligent systems. So advertising is one thing that we are talking about, right? But actually, advertising is storytelling. There's almost no company on the planet that doesn't need to advertise, right? Even if you are state-sponsored and you have every avenue and channel, you still want to tell the world that you exist. You still want it to be a place where people want to come and work, right? So storytelling is the underlying current of it. Storytelling is also entertainment. So we work with some of the largest studios today in media entertainment, where where you're talking about movies, television show, we're talking about short form, whatever have you. So video, if you think about it, is the most prolific medium of information in the world. People would prefer to watch a video about a slide deck rather than read the slide deck. People would prefer to watch a video about anything compared to reading a textbook about it. So we work a lot with entertainment, we work a lot in advertising, and we work a lot starting to now in education and those kind of areas, right? Because these areas is where there's a huge amount of productivity to be gained, because currently all of video production is physical process. Yeah, you need to get the people in the room, you need to get the room, you need to get make sure the environment is correct for the shoot, all these kind of things, cameras, it's just an enormously expensive and physical process. When you make it something that you can do on a laptop, that is a very, very big difference. It is the same level of difference when books used to be these things that were huge things that need to be manufactured, right? And then there were printing presses, all this kind of stuff. And suddenly, with the advent of the internet, anyone with a computer could write and share that information, right? That's the level of transformation that is happening. And the productivity gain that comes from it is absolutely absurd.
Yeah. Anand, can you talk a little bit about Agentic AI and how that needs to be developed in order to truly feel like we're living in the technology?
Yeah, so I think before I get into Agentic AI, let's start with what is the beginning, what is the entry point? And I believe that the conversation is the entry point of almost everything before you do. You have a group of people who chat about doing something. So I think the things that we're building, where conversation is the entry point. Then you bring collaboration, because then multiple people collaborate and do the conversation. And that basically lead to multiple different things, which could be some kind of content, could be some kind of agentic action, could be some kind of automation, or whatever that could be. And I think the fundamental question that we are trying to basically answer here is, how do you allow these content, agentic action, collaboration, all of those things to be a natural extension of human conversation? Because that's how the world works. So I'll give you one real example is, let's say there is a group of people and we are talking about some campaign of investing some money in marketing to get some deal done or whatever. Now AI understands, it has taken all the meeting, it has looked at all the things that you do, and every when we sleep, that AI agent is working and is looking at all the emails, looking at what happened. So in the morning when we come, it has already scheduled all the meetings, it has already looked at all the emails. Because when you wake up in the morning, right, like I don't know how many of you have seen, which is you get like 1,000 notifications where maybe only 10 that you care about because you're focused on those 10 and the rest 990 is like a noise. So it's like Times Square, like things are just going around and you basically find it hard to focus. And I think with AI, it is really possible to achieve where somebody can bring peace to your life, where it will take care of all those 900 things, and you just have to say, like, looks good, and for those 10 things that you focus, it can simply amplify the impact, because by the time you wake up, it's like already all the drudgery work that needed to be done is done, and like, hey, here is now how we need to move forward. We have been piloting this with a number of different groups in about 20 companies that we have given access to, and the results have been extraordinary. So hopefully, in about 2 to 3 months when we publicly talk about it, I think it would have, I believe that people will love it.
25 companies so far. Bastian, when we talk about companies moving from just experimenting with AI to truly relying on it, what's the first hard decision that these companies are going to have to make? And I imagine that workforce and potential layoffs are a part of that.
Yeah, so I think we are really seeing, like, we're just like 2 weeks back at the WEF, and what you see there is this, like, productivity paradox. And you can ask, like, MIT saying 95% of the enterprise AI deployments are not yielding the return it's needed. McKinsey says only 11% of the projects. So I think we have this fatigue of pilots. And so the first and most important thing is you need to have the right baseline. Like, obviously, the strategic setup in the organization, the executive sponsorship, the change management. You cannot do a simple pilot, but you have a comprehensive solution, and this is really where Celonis also comes in and really helps the customers. And it's amazing. Our technology was not set out to enable AI, but we've seen over the last 24 months that they really, to solve this paradox, companies, CEOs come and take all of this data and put it then in the LLM models, and then you can really drive that yield. That's the technical basis, and then you have to go all in with a really company-wide initiative, because you will not get that by simple pilots, and you actually run even the risk of fatigue in your organization. And then the follow-up, as I said, is basically, yeah, the benefits, and they can be on the bottom line, top line, on the green line aspects. So it's not only about personnel, it's really comprehensively running the business in a much better fashion. And I think it's exciting, seeing that what can be driven. We've only in the last year yielded more than $3 billion in realized value for our customers. This is what really excites me, because we can make such an impact, particularly for companies and customers in this environment who need better cash flow, better operative performance, and really help them through these tough times.
Yeah, I mean, first hard decision, and then how are you thinking about how a technology like Luma could potentially displace workers in, you know, the media industry and entertainment industry and advertising, all these different parts of the economy?
I think this is probably the most profound change that is going to happen, not just in creative business, but in business in general, like how people run companies, how you produce what you produce, how you operate is going to change, whether you like it or not, whether, if you don't like it and you, sort of like guard against it, there's going to be competitors that do the same thing you do at 1/10 the budget, at, like, substantially better efficiencies. We're already seeing that, right? Like, many Chinese companies and then some of the new startups in the US doing very large things, attacking massive markets with, like, 20 people teams, 30 people teams, 40 people teams, right? Even Luma actually is a 150-person company now, but it's a foundation lab that builds models, that does, like, that makes the product and is actually able to deploy it in Fortune 500 companies, in Fortune 50 companies, right? 150 people is not something that people thought would be able to be done. If you look at creative industry specifically, if you're a creative, I have actually one message for you, which is get out of the companies that are resisting this change. And then the reason is not because, like, somehow our technology is so superior that, like, it's going to change your world. No, you have to follow the money. Production of a 1-minute footage today, on high end is about $100,000 a minute. On low end or mid-market, mid-tier is about $10,000 to, like, $15,000 a minute. Yeah. With generative models, especially great generative models and multimodal agents, that goes down to about $10 to $100 a minute. Think about that. $10 to $100 a minute is not 15% efficiency gain, 20% efficiency gain, where like, oh, we will adopt it slowly. That is actually change in means of production. So if you are at a studio, if you're at a production house, if you're in an ad agency, that is like adopt and see approach, they're like, oh, we'll like, see how it actually works out, and then we'll think about it, you're going to be out of a job. Not because AI is going to replace you, but because complacent leaders in your company are going to let you go out of a job. So go find a company that is thinking about it in a much forward-looking way. Now, if you're thinking about yourself, right, like, as a creative, the need for creatives is explosive. Our biggest problem right now, when we deploy in large studios, when we deploy in advertising agencies in huge brands like Coke, is that we don't have enough creatives. We don't have enough people who know how to use generative AI to actually deliver massive global campaigns, right? So the need for people is actually vast, but they're just stuck in wrong places. If you're an executive, or if you're someone like, working on in these companies, you need to really think about how does business look like when means of production change. When that has happened in the past, huge number of companies have gone out of business, right? Industrial revolution was one, internet was the second one, and now AI is going to be the third one, right? That is in the recent memory. So yeah, that's kind of like the mental model to think about.
And Anat, when it comes to reskilling, upskilling, what is the role of the government versus the employer versus the employee? Where does the responsibility lie to really meet the moment that we're in?
So I look at it from the two different lenses. I think that AI will significantly increase the productivity of the country, of the entire civilization, in a very, very meaningful way. So like, for example, I started coding 6 months ago, and what a team of 1,000 could have done, now I can do like literally in 2 weeks. And the reason is the time, like, in fact, like nowadays, I don't even delegate, because if I take 3 hours to explain something, what needs to be done, I can get that done in 3 hours, right? And you can fire like thousands of agents to do this. So I think the good thing is the productivity of everybody is going to increase. So what government cannot do or can do, in something that is yet to be seen, is the curiosity and people's ability to adopt some of these changes. I think these are not bad in the sense that I think things will just move much, much, much faster. You will do just a lot more. It's just that some people will resist, and those who will resist, those job loss and other things will happen. But I think there's a massive opportunity for everyone to actually learn those, and they can achieve like 1,000 times, 10,000 times more than what they could have done. So I see, like, in fact, a lot of positive side. I think there are not enough humans based on the amount of things you want to do. So in fact, like, AI acts as a multiplier that you can now do a lot more, but that would require, I think, intentional effort that people think that way.
Yeah, okay, well, unfortunately, that is all the time we have. Thank you so much for being here. Appreciate it.
Thank you so much.
Thanks for having us.
Okay.
Thank you so much to our really interesting panel. I just want to remind the audience that live audio translation is available through the Web Summit app. You can click the link in the talk description or follow the instructions on the screen to access it. Are we in an AI bubble? This is the question on many minds of many investors. Our next speakers are here to help shed some light on the problem. Please give a very warm welcome to Blake Montgomery from The Guardian, Brett Gibson, the managing partner of Initialized Capital, and the founder and managing partner of White Star Capital, Eric Martineau-Fortin.
Gentlemen, thank you for joining me today. I want to ask first the question that was in the panel description. Are we in an AI bubble? Are AI startups overhyped or actually correctly valued?
Awesome. Well, thank you. It's great to be here. I think that this question gives me a little bit of cognitive dissonance and like causes me to kind of challenge the premise of it slightly, because I do think that there's definitely a thing going on with valuations, and I think that it's kind of hard to justify a lot of what you're seeing, and I think that investors are like very credulous of insane growth rates right now, especially for like a bunch of specific AI categories. But at the same time, like as a technologist, I feel like AI is going to be so transformative that the question of whether or not we'll capture enough value from the technology broadly is like pretty obvious to me. It seems like yes, except that where that value gets captured and which companies and like how you like make sense of that, which I think is actually, you know, as an early stage investor, it's a little bit easier for me to think through than perhaps you, where you're sitting in.
Yeah, no, I think Brett is right, and thank you, Blake, for the question. From our standpoint, we think it's unambiguous that we are in a AI bubble, and it's starting to leak. I think there's we come from the investment world as a firm. We're investor for 20 years in capital market and non-listed companies as well. And there's a say from John Templeton that is the most expensive forward is at this time is different. And I think you look at the valuation of the Magnificent Seven at the moment that are probably 35% of the S&P. These have a clear effect on what we're investing in, should it be very early stage or more early growth stage, because we end up paying very, very high multiple. And one thing I was sharing with you previously is that you look at deals like the one announced yesterday, where you have a SpaceX buying XAI from 1 trillion to 250 billion. Those are non-listed companies. They're pricing the deal the way they want. No one will be criticizing if it's the right valuation or not, because no one in capital markets is going to look at the numbers. So all of this has ripple effect on private market. And when it comes to early stage, I think the real question is how do you approach this new environment? How do you make sure you price the deal the right way and that you pass when you feel that it's just inappropriate in terms of valuation? But clearly, there's a lot of abnormality into this market right now.
Can you tell us about a deal that you passed on because you think this is overvalued, this is a victim of the hype cycle?
Well, I can tell you one that we passed on and one that we're currently doing now that is a crazy valuation and there's a rationale behind it. I mean, a company with 1 million of ARR that just raised in New York 15 million on 180 pre-money. Very exciting entrepreneur, something super cool in what they're building, but we just can't get comfortable on that. And at that valuation, that means we will make a return on a $2 billion exit. I have nothing that lead me to think that could be of interest or could have a fair chance of achieving that result. The counterpart of this is that we are in France at the moment looking at a deal that is led by Yann Lecomte. This is a company called AMI Lab, which is Advanced Machine Intelligence Lab. Yann was the head of the Meta Lab. He's with the Facebook group. Got into disagreement with Zuckerberg because he didn't thought that LLM was the way forward. It was more AGI. And there's some rumors that leak, but he's raising a small Series C of 500 million euro on 3 billion pre-money to prepare a larger one. Because it's AGI and that's something a bit differentiated, we're going to make a move in this one, and we're going to write a check on this one. But you know, there's a rationale behind it. But it's a tough market to price at the moment.
Yeah, and we've had, I guess it's like early stage is sort of similar experience where you're, you know, we invest mostly in seed rounds in San Francisco, so like I think that like a lot of the markets like in the 20-ish million post, and then we do a lot of stuff out of the YC batches, which is like double. Sometimes it gets like double that. There's like a bit of a premium, and then you'll see things that are like 5x, so like at 100 for kind of no real reason, and that's where we like take pause, especially, and we've seen companies where you're like, it's very clear that this technology is going to exist and be widespread, and so you kind of understand why other investors are pricing it the way that they are. But it often seems like it's also squarely on the roadmap of like all of the frontier labs, right? I think you know, stuff like computer use is like a good example. There's a bunch of companies that are like very exciting, like kind of at the cutting edge relative to the frontier labs, but they're not necessarily. But you're like, surely OpenAI and Anthropic are building this, and so being overpriced and being in a very kind of red ocean, highly competitive field seem specifically poorly paired, because there's no, I mean, not that we play for downside protection, but there's no, like, the pref stack is like not your friend in those cases. But then I think at the same time, like, all valuation is like effectively an expected value calculation. And so if we do come across a company where we're like, you know, it's very hard to build this, especially if it's like very technically hard. It requires some deep technical unlock, but you know, like, you start to see more places where you're kind of like, the stars could align in like more, you know, hundreds of billion-dollar companies. So I guess it's like, there be dragons, right? Like, and I hide, like as I spoke a second ago, like, are now there's more credulity about these very, very enormous companies, and so you're able to justify other things, but you end up having to take it mostly on a case-by-case basis.
Do you ever tell someone, I think your startup is overhyped?
No. No, I mean, I try not. I think that I think there's a way to say that, right? It's kind of just like, I don't understand, like, I think that I don't fault entrepreneurs for leaning into hype. I think that that's something that, like, as someone who's previously an entrepreneur myself, I think that that is actually something a skilled entrepreneur will do with good reason. And so I don't really fault them for that. It's more just like, there's a lot of people doing what you're doing, and you're asking me to pay a lot for it, and it's just not legible to me who is going to win this category. It could be you, but like, as much as we like pride ourselves on finding conviction very, very early, sometimes if there's so much noise in the market, it's not necessarily the entrepreneur's fault, and I entirely like believe in, like, I don't fault them for believing that they're going to be the ones that transcend such a dynamic.
And are regional ecosystems in terms of talent, cloud access, regulatory clarity, are those influencing where you place your bets?
I think that's a really good question. It is certainly for us. So our firm, Whitestar, is probably investing 50% in North America, 35% in Europe, and the rest between MENA and Southeast Asia. Now in AI, what you're seeing as a very important aspect of it is a sovereignty of data. And I think if you look at a firm like ours, I happen to be Canadian and a British national. We have 20 nationality in our firms. We have some exposure to the US market, but we're very happy to have exposure to the European one, because there's a number of plays at the moment where you see that the companies will be funded locally, will be protected locally, and that creates some sort of barrier of entries for other competitors to come in. And that then create a moat that is quite specific for these companies. So looking at that, we have a play in the US, we have one in Canada, we're looking for one in Europe. I think in this region here, in the Middle East, there will have to be something emerging out of it. I think it's a bit more difficult to recruit the talent that we're having in China and in the US at the moment here. But things are changing. There's a lot of the diaspora that went to study in the US and abroad that is coming back. And I think events like the Web Summit, what you're seeing in other countries in the region, are also bringing that talent. And I think if the funding from the large investors, from the QIA to the one in the UAE to the one in Saudi Arabia and another region, is funding a local champion around those sectors, it could clearly create some champions locally. So I think that's important to invest with geographical diversification from our standpoint.
Brett, you say you make mostly investments in San Francisco. What's the case for that's still the white-hot center of AI?
Yeah, I think that there was a moment where I thought, you know, when I started the firm, it was definitely like San Francisco felt like the center of the world somewhat for technology startups. To me, I mean, I'm biased, but Californian. I had been, my startup was in San Francisco. But then, you know, it seemed like it was going to be a little bit more distributed through the pandemic, and then suddenly in the last few years, like San Francisco's emphatically come back. There's just like a lot more activity, energy level. I just think that there's, you know, I actually think that like AI is kind of fundamentally democratizing in terms of location, because it's, you know, it's one of the limiting factors in starting startups is like understanding what it's like to be a fast-moving startup and like learning. And now anyone who has a fast enough internet connection and access to the models has this way to tap into like that like knowledge zeitgeist. But I also, at the same time, it's really hard to deny there's like a network density to San Francisco that makes for serendipity. And I think that serendipity is behind a lot of good things that happen for startups, just being in and around other smart people. And so I guess that would be the case for SF being a pretty large hub at the moment.
And I think I echo what Brett is saying. I think that the San Francisco and West Coast ecosystem is pretty unique on its own. I think it not only does it lead to a lot of phenomenal companies being created, but the US has a better way to monetize these investments. I think the liquidity of the stock market, like the NASDAQ and the US, is quite spectacular. And when you look at what we have in Europe and elsewhere, although there's some capital market, it's nowhere near what we're seeing in the US. So it's very difficult to monetize investments you're doing outside of the US. And as a result, you need to be very prudent on your entry points on these different markets. We have had some great success. I mean, UiPath is one. We have Datadog, that was a French company, but New York based. We have Revolut that is coming out. So there's some example, but all of these companies add to a US strategy. Now, with the current geopolitical environment, a number of us are having issues as to whether or not this is possible, because clearly a number of the non-US countries will have golden shares to prevent acquisition from large US companies, or maybe to block some ownership that will go into foreign hands. So that's one of the complexity we have that you don't have to deal with, would justify those crazy valuation you're seeing sometime compared to the one we're seeing in other markets. But with prudence, I think it's, and discipline, I think everyone will get out of it. And two interesting stats, I was having our team pulling some numbers. In 2000, for the one who started investing, let's say 1995, 1996, the stock market collapsed at the NASDAQ 80%. 80% collapse. Everyone thought that it would be staying at the right level, will be superb. 48% of the companies disappeared in the internet. 48%. Those are big, big numbers. Now, it's still led to the creation of Google, Amazon, a number of the big champions that we're seeing here. So no doubt there's something that is emerging that will be transformative, but I will not be surprised that we'll have a lot of cleaning in the industry in the next couple of years.
You said before that you think there will be a correction. Do you think it's millennium vibes out there? Do you think it's 2008 vibes? And where is the correction going to come from? I doubt it will come from startups. They're small and unlisted, but...
I think there's two elements. I don't know where it comes from, and you never know when and how. But I can tell you that before 2030, I would suppose something will correct. And I'm not the only one saying this. Michael Burry, that predicted the collapse in 2008-9, has started shorting a number of these stocks. But there's two factors that I find quite worrying. There's, among all those magnificent seven, the circularity of cash that is taking place between them. I'm buying you server time, I'm renting your cloud, you're investing in my GPU. All of this turn around, and it's the same company circulating the same money. And I think the numbers I read is around 320 billion of money that is turning around these companies. There's a moment where that music will stop and people will stop funding this, because those GPU, as an example, I mean, I think they have a depreciation life of 1 to 2 years. So you need to change this constantly, and you need to find the cash for that. So that's something that personally for me worry me a lot. The other thing is that at the moment everyone get excited on AI, but there's the wall of data that they call. I think by 2027, 100% of everything that was written by individuals, every books, every science project would have been put on those LLM models, and that creates a bit of a limitation of how much more you can create. And LLM, as we know, or as some of you know, is not creating stuff per se, cannot use images to think about what the future might be. That's AGI. And AGI, we're probably 5, 6, 7 years before we have a product coming in. So there's a number of money that's invested there that we're still having difficulty to see how it will produce cash. And if you cannot raise more capital and you cannot IPO and find capital in the stock market, then you're going to be in a very tricky situation. And I think those things are the ones that worry me the most when it comes to investing where we invest now.
What about you? Do you think there's going to be a correction?
Yeah, I don't have as strong a view about like when and how, but I do think that it is. some of these companies that need to find liquidity and like what liquidity level they find it at, that's probably what would trickle down through the rest of the system. And I do think it is an interesting point that a lot of the higher valuations are still in private deals, So until you see the full scope of like how the public market reacts, it won't trickle down.
And with those enormous valuations, both public and private, how does that affect what you do, especially so early on in the process? How do you do any due diligence if the biggest, these vast, almost totally improbable projections could come true?
Yeah, I mean, it is a little bit distant. At times, it feels a little bit distant for my day-to-day. I think that there's a band when you're constructing. You have a little bit more tolerance when you're constructing an early stage portfolio in terms of like entry position. And there's a band that I think that makes sense for our firm, and we try to not stray too outside of it unless we have a very strong belief about the type of outcome that can be created. I think that the companies we're investing in today are getting liquidity like well beyond this market cycle, right? And so so trying to play too much into the timing of it when you're doing seed and pre-seed checks doesn't make a lot of sense. And the pricing is going to be is a market factor. And so where you're ultimately judged against your peers, and if everyone's paying to the same pricing regime for pre-seed and seed deals, it can be as important just to be in the right deals as anything else in a power law industry.
And on our end, I mean, we're going just a bit later stage than what Brett is doing. There's a number of features. I mean, liquidation preference, weighted average ratchets. There's a number of things that you need to put into your deal to protect yourself. And what we're seeing now, the AI valuation is not new. If you just go back in 21, 22, we were talking about our previous vintage. We all paid too much in digital L. During COVID, digital L was the cool thing. You were paying 20, 25 time AR multiple, and it corrected to 5 to 6 times. Now, anyone that was in safe notes with no protection had some challenge. If you had weighted average ratchet, if you had liquidation preference, you had an ability to protect yourself, a number of us were able to recorrect some of the mistakes through that. And that's possible in private market to do if it's done the right way. And I think that's the type of feature we have now. And when it goes super well, you don't need to use it. And otherwise, it's just a good partnership with the founders.
And which is why I also think when I talk to founders, especially early stage ones, don't like paying too much attention to the headline number, your round prices.
Absolutely.
And treating that as if it's success in its own right is very, very risky because the pref, like I said earlier, pref stack is not your friend in some of these market dynamics.
Yeah, absolutely.
I think that's a good note to end on. Thank you, everyone, for coming to watch.
Thank you.
Please give a warm welcome to your host, co-host of Web Summit Vancouver, Casey Lau.
Thank you. Fan club over here. All right. It's a pleasure to welcome you to the Startup Qatar Showcase. Startup Qatar was launched during the first edition of Web Summit Qatar in 2024, and it serves as the national gateway for founders, connecting them to funding, world-class incubation, market access, and the full spectrum of support available across Qatar's thriving startup ecosystem. Today, we shine a spotlight on a few of the innovators, builders, and bold thinkers that have emerged from this ecosystem or have relocated to make Qatar their new home. You're going to hear live pitches from startups that are building innovative solutions across logistics, gaming, AI, agri-tech, clean energy, and digital payments. These founders represent the creativity, ambition, and global mindset that define Qatar's next chapter of innovation. And after every pitch, you'll be able to scan a QR code through which you can reach out directly to all the startups showcasing today. All right, so let's begin by introducing our first startup. First, we have Sheikh Khalifa Al-Thani, the CEO of WareOne, and Nakul Gupta, COO of WareOne, a technology-led, asset-light, logistics-as-a-service orchestrator delivering on-demand, tailored supply chain solutions across the value chain. Solutions include flexible warehousing, mid-mile distribution, e-commerce fulfillment, and last-mile services for B2B and B2C clients. Let's welcome them out.
Logistics in the GCC right now is not fit for today's modern businesses. Most logistics companies of today still operate in a traditional manner. However, on the other hand, businesses are developing way faster, demand is fluctuating, a high-speed increase in sales channels, and logistics and speed and flexibility became customer #1 priority. Limited digitalization across warehouse, fleet management, transportation, and fulfillment center lead to less control, less visibility, and hidden inefficiency, plus a poor customer experience. This gap between what the market expects and what the current logistics system is providing is what pushing a 20 to 30% higher cost in the GCC compared to the mature market. And this is the main reason why we created WareOne. My name is Khalifa Al-Thani. I'm joined by my colleague, Nakul Gupta. Let me give you a quick example. Imagine you're a small trading company. You are forced into a long period locked warehouse contract. In addition, a fixed cost transportation system, which means that at a certain point, you'll be way less utilizing your current assets with your contracts. Or you're a modern e-commerce. Order fluctuates every day. Customer expect fast delivery and full visibility. But storage, fulfillment, and delivery are all taken by different partners, which mean when a problem happens, there isn't a single owner, leading to customer satisfaction drop and cost keep rising. Or even as a large enterprise, if you operate on different regions, different channels, and different warehouses, different regions, and different channels, till today, even those large enterprises, planning still manual, and systems don't talk to each other. Different businesses, all with the same underlying issue. A logistic ecosystem that is fragmented, disconnected, and undigitalized. It is difficult to scale as long as the logistic ecosystem still works in silos. That's what we believe to be the GCC biggest logistics challenge. I would like my colleague to go through the solutions.
WareOne is Qatar's first digital on-demand logistics platform, which is built for how modern businesses operate in the GCC. Our solution is simple in concept, but very powerful in execution. Imagine an Airbnb for warehousing, where small businesses can search and discover and book storage spaces on demand. They pay only for what they use without any long-term commitments. Or as an e-commerce company, imagine a platform where you get instant access to tech-enabled fulfillment and last-mile delivery operations, all automated and designed to scale as your business scales up. As an enterprise or a distribution company, imagine a platform where you can book, like an Uber, middle-mile distribution services through route optimization and consolidated load sharing. We are integrating warehousing, fulfillment, and transportation into one system. We are trying to turn the logistics from a fixed, capital-heavy model to a flexible, usage-based service that aligns with the growing business needs. What does our platform do? It allows customers to book, pay, manage, and track the movement of their goods on a real-time basis through a single customer dashboard. In the backend, we digitize every step of warehousing, fulfillment, and distribution, WareOne connects with multiple service providers through their APIs, coordinated by our 24/7 control tower. This ensures real-time visibility, reliability, and seamless execution across the entire network. Our business model is quite simple. We are essentially building logistics as a service platform, and we have multiple and diverse revenue streams, starting from on-demand storage solutions, middle mile, last mile deliveries, tech-enabled fulfillment services, as well as SaaS services for our technology stack, which can be white labeled to other ecosystem players. What makes us scalable is that we don't have to install any new capacity. We are just plugging in existing capacity and capability into our single platform. In our short existence of 11 months, we have already expanded our partner network to almost 25+ partners across warehousing, fulfillment, and delivery partners, also across the region in Qatar, UAE, Kuwait, and Bahrain. We are already serving 40+ customers across different industries like food and beverage, beauty and fashion, health and nutrition, furniture, hospitality, telecom, and many more. WareOne is being built by a global team. We combine deep logistics and operations expertise with a very strong technology team sitting out of India. We are uniquely combining our real operational depth with digital capability to build the backbone of flexible logistics in GCC. We are very grateful to Scale Now and Invest Qatar for this opportunity, and we are very happy to connect with anyone who's interested in plugging into our system and accessing the GCC market. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
All right, thank you, Sheikh Khalifa and Nakul. Next, we have Davide Fabri, co-founder of Growa AI, an agri-tech company delivering data-driven farming solutions through IoT, AI, GNSS, and agronomic expertise to improve productivity, sustainability, and decision-making. And please remember to scan the QR code to get in touch with these incredible startups on stage today. Thank you.
Assalamu alaikum, everyone. Allow me to start from the big picture. Looking at our planet from space, one detail is very obvious. Green is not the default state of our planet. It's the exception. Only 8% of the planet is covered by vegetation. Now, let's zoom into Qatar. Qatar has one of the lowest vegetation rates on Earth. Less than 1% is covered by permanent vegetation. This is the natural landscape of our country. Green, over here, doesn't happen by chance. It happens by design. And most green areas we see, they exist for one reason, because water was controlled and managed. In most countries, rain decides where food grows. Over here, policy does. But all this is not about greenery or vegetation. It's about the fact that in the GCC, 80% of the food is imported. But here is the key insight. The GCC is not facing a food problem. The GCC is facing a resource management issue. Now, this slide is not here in error. He's highlighting the problem, the real problem, the problem that we are solving. Because today, governments are trying to manage the food sector with fragmented data, with delayed reporting, and with a lack of real-time national visibilities. Policies are made using averages, but nature is never average. That's why one cannot manage what one cannot see. And this is where Growa comes in. Growa is not just an agri-tech company. We are a national food intelligence infrastructure. We combine 4 layers: AI for data-driven decision, blockchain for trusted and auditable data, IoT devices for ground truth, and satellite data for national visibility. Now, the image that you see, it's our dashboard. It's a screenshot, live dashboard. It's what we do. We empower governments and institutions to move from raw data to real decision. How do we do it? We collect the data, we analyze it, we give targeted suggestions, and we automate decisions at a national scale. With this kind of visibility, governments can finally answer questions such as, where are our resources used most efficiently? Which crops should we focus on based on the amount of water that they need? Where should our policies intervene? See, this is evidence-based governance applied to food. And in countries like ours, arid countries, every green hectare is a national asset. The question is no longer how much we grow. The question is how intelligently we manage every resource behind it. And the countries that master this transition, they won't just feed themselves. They will export policies and technologies to the rest of the arid world. So now we highlighted the problem, we spoke and found the solution. I would like to introduce you the people behind the solution, behind Growa. So the founders, us, 4 Italians, they relocated to Growa and built a Qatari company. The team, the partners, and our investors. Everyone is contributing in their unique way. And just one more thing before I leave. Today, climate shocks, water stress, geopolitical situations, they made one thing very clear. Time is not on our side, because food security is no longer a problem of supply chain. Food security is a problem of national resilience. So now it is time to act. Thank you very much.
Thank you, David. All right, next I have the pleasure of introducing Sean Park. He's the co-founder and CEO of EnergyX, an AI-driven, zero-energy building optimization platform that provides end-to-end energy optimization and solar integrated infrastructure through its EnergyX Zero and EnergyX systems. Don't forget, if you want to contact any of the startups in the showcase, you can scan the QR code on the screen. Sean, come on out.
Hello, and thank you, everyone. I'm Sean Park, founder and CEO of EnergyX. This is great. I love Qatar, and I love having you guys here, and I love the opportunity to be here. Really grateful. EnergyX is a deep technology company in energy optimization for buildings. Buildings, we revolutionize. Buildings will be different in the future, and we make that happen here in Qatar. We have 2 technologies. These pillars, one called EnergyX Zero, the other called EnergyX Systems, signify what we do. EnergyX Zero is computational energy intelligence, including AI and software, where we provide energy efficiency optimization all the way from architectural design to operations in buildings. EnergyX Systems is the hardware part where we manufacture and engineer the building envelope, the building skins that produce solar energy in different texture and color that are nonlinear in architecture. So we have industry problems that we need to solve exactly right now. First of all, sustainability is costly. And second, sustainability forces you to have an ugly building. You want that to be a pretty, beautiful building. We solve these problems by making sure that sustainability becomes profitable and design resilient. So first technology pillar that we have, EnergyX Zero, we provide energy efficiency optimization all the way from architectural design. This is before construction. And in the design stage, we optimize efficiency all the way from insulation, efficiency of heating, ventilation, air conditioning, to lighting, PV to grid, and this all happens all the way to the operation side after construction. So the entire building from end to end is optimized fully. Now, second pillar is the hardware, where we manufacture and engineer building envelope. Now, building envelope is building skins. Anything you see outside of the building that you can ever imagine, from windows to facade to rooftop, we make them energy intelligent and produce solar energy. Now, most buildings that you can see are probably rectangular because they're very expensive to make it nonlinear or curved or round. Now, we make them completely possible, fraction of cost, by digitalizing it, 3D engineering it, and 3D printing it. And therefore, we're able to produce and manufacture 3D print building facade, rooftop, basically building skins that produce solar energy in different color and texture, and in a variety of forms, nonlinear, at a fraction of cost, that produces solar energy profitability. So this goes all the way from design to construction to operations through the entire life cycle of a building. And we've done about 2,000 buildings overall, worldwide. And some of these buildings include the biggest data center, the second biggest data center, third biggest data center in Korea. Also includes the world's largest BIPV examples. Some of these buildings you can see are very beautiful in round and different form, different textures, different colors. And the world's most significant sustainable building is this building. First of all, we own the building. It's in Korea. But that's not what's important. What's important is this building is the world's first certified plus energy building. Very first to be able to produce more clean energy than it consumes. So everything you see outside of that building, they produce solar energy. It doesn't look like it, but they are. They're solar skins that produce solar energy just off of the sunlight. Inside is our AI, computational energy intelligence, that optimizes it real-time cloud-based as we speak now. So this building has 130% energy self-sufficiency rate, meaning it produces more clean energy, surplus of 30%, meaning we're actually making money off of this building rather than consuming energy on top of what we're producing. So this outcome, sustainability, energy efficiency, and profitable outcomes are repeatable, scalable. We've done that worldwide, and this is profitable worldwide, from Qatar to Saudi Arabia to France to America. We're building deep moats that others cannot compete with. They cannot follow or assemble. These technologies, the advantages we have, are not only something that the others cannot follow, but they cannot assemble this because of certain structural organized parts around it. What we do is we acquire different distributed platforms around the world and scale throughout the world. We monetize our energy performance across the building lifecycle, and therefore, our expansion is basically fueled by fixed cost leverage. Everything is verticalized, and we're leveraging on our margins. Margins are growing every year. And our roadmap to scale comes from Qatar. Yes, we're a Korean-born company, but Korea is not our HQ anymore. 2026 is the year where Qatar becomes our HQ. Global HQ, where we will build the R&D center to robotic factory with a great team that scale from Qatar. Thank you very much.
Thanks, John. That was great. All right, next we have Noor Al-Hassan, founder and CEO of Arabic.AI, an enterprise platform that empowers global brands to enter Arabic markets with culturally localized AI, help regional enterprises scale with Arabic-first automation, and enable governments to deploy secure, ethical AI that complies with local regulations. If you'd like to get in touch with Sean or any of our other presenters today, make sure to scan the QR code on the screens to get more information. Noor, let's come on out.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for having me here at Web Summit, and it's great to be in Doha. My name is Noor Al-Hassan. I'm the founder and CEO of Arabic.AI. I'm going to share today my story is a bit untraditional. I started a translation business called Tarjama. Tarjama became one of the largest translation companies in the MENA region, and then pivoted into technology and AI. And we recently rebranded into Arabic.AI, and I'll tell you a little bit about the company, what we do. So Arabic.AI, when we think of Arabic language, when we think of sovereignty, data security, this is really what we do. We are used to import innovation. It's time for us to actually build it in our own language. So for everybody, Arabic language is spoken by 420 million people. We have over 22 dialects. We already know that Arabic language is a language that's not available on the internet a lot. We basically make 4% only of the language of the internet, while we have 420 million people speaking the language. Most of the data that's been crawled, built into the large language models that we see today is data that's curated by online, not on very high quality, not vetted, and that's not enough. So today, if you want to talk about data sovereignty and control over your data, you really need data that is extremely clean, of very high quality in specific domains. So what we've done in Arabic.AI, we actually went the extra mile. Obviously, because we sit on large data assets in Arabic that we built over 12 years, we fine-tuned a large language model into Arabic language that became #1 on Helm, and I'll show a little bit the results, a part of Stanford leaderboard. And then after that, we did an agentic platform on top to build agents for clients. As everybody knows, all companies are rushing to build AI and push AI into their companies. What we see a lot of AI being built in silos, all tools that are implemented in different departments. What we do is we work with the customer on their data. So we come in and we work on, first, where is your data being stored? In which systems? How do we get the data cleansed? How do we fine-tune a model specifically for you? And by the way, with everything that's happening today, data sovereignty is not just about where is your data being stored, in which data center, which model are you using, which model has access to your data, where is your data leaving your company to? Data is everything, and with everything that's happening today, we need control over our data. What we do is we do sovereign AI for enterprises, from the model all the way up to the application layer. The model itself, the RAG, the embedder on top, the agentic platform. We work with customers on a lot of their data quality, data accuracy. A lot of use cases that you see and you hear, we did a POC with a client, we pushed it, the ROI is not good, it's not working. It's not working because, one, is it integrated in your systems? Does it flow well with your team members? Is it trained on your data in particular? Does it serve a specific need? How do you measure impact versus ROI? So these are things that we work with the customer on. And we start from the data piece all the way to the fine-tuning of the model for the customer. and then building the workflows or agents according to the client needs in their systems. And on top of that, we go all the way to the application where the client interacts in a simple, seamless way. And this can actually guarantee how you can actually have a full ecosystem. And this is really what Arabic.AI is all about. We've actually fundraised to date about $25 million into the business. We launched Arabic.AI only last year. We already have a lot of enterprise customers across the region that we are currently serving. We measure every use case that we work with clients on how much ROI are you getting, how much do we leverage basically productivity, because we're technically specialized a lot on the document layer, where every single department in the company has documents that you need to translate, generate, create. Lots of data sits in image. How do you get it in OCR? What kind of speech do you use as a model? How do we use it in the right dialect? So we focus on that full ecosystem for clients. I'd like to just and this is really our full ecosystem. So if we start from the model to the platform, our agentic platform is a platform that we built and own, and we're proud to say that this is the first agentic platform that speaks Arabic. So it's built for Arabs. Our academy localizes courses like Replit and others to Arabic, because we believe if we want to have Arabs in this region that can actually code, build, we need to have our innovation in our own language. So this is part of what we do. We obviously offer data services for clients that really need data annotation labeling, even for image, robotics, cars, drones, only for Arabic as well. That's something we obviously do. And on the Helm Stanford, because models are basically what everybody brags about, we wanted to show that our model, despite it being a startup, we managed to get great results against all the large models globally that spent billions of dollars. And we actually are leading the leaderboard on Helm Stanford for the benchmarking. And that's a testament to what Arabs can do. Thank you so much for your time.
All right, thank you, Noor. That was great. Next, we have Juan Pablo Ortega, co-founder and CEO of Yuno, a payment orchestration platform enabling businesses of all sizes to accept and disperse payments anywhere in the world. Before we bring Juan Pablo onto the stage, remember to scan the QR code on screen for more information. Juan Pablo, come on out.
Thank you, Casey. Super excited to be here and tell you what we're building in Yuno. So look, in Yuno, we're building the future of payments globally. Let me start and explain a little bit the world of payments and all the problems that companies are having. We live in a world where fragmentation in payments is occurring across the whole payment stack. We have a complex ecosystem, over 1,000 payment methods. More than 60% of the population is expected to use wallets and local payment methods by the year 2030. We live, we're always talking about all of the high performance of many things and AI, all these things, but when you look at payment, low performance is the norm. 20 to 30% of attempted transactions get declined, and this is before we even do fraud checks or we go through just logistics and UX issues. And over $440 billion are lost annually due to false declines. So declines that just happen because something happened in the system and the transaction didn't get approved. I'm 100% sure all of you have had this situation where you tried to pay and it didn't work. And the crazy part is that it's actually hard to evolve. $30 trillion are moving to infrastructure that was built in the 1980s. And $80 billion have shifted to fintechs because banks cannot keep up with all the innovation. For many companies that are growing, that are scaling, payments become a strategic bottleneck. Everyone thinks, payment is a checkout button, and it's an easy part. In reality, payments is revenue, trust, and operations. When payments break, you don't lose a transaction. You lose a customer, you lose momentum, and you lose sleep. At scale, payment failures compound, and they become a big issue. 41% of consumers say that they will abandon a brand forever after a single false decline. And when we talk to some of executives, like for example, the CRO of a global marketplace, a failed payment isn't a checkout issue. It's a revenue and a trust event. Look, we built Yuno because we live the pain. I co-founded Rappi, a super app in Latin America, 11 years ago. Rappi has over 100 million users. We operate in 9 countries, 250 cities, and payments became a bottleneck. Payment became the #1 issue that we're facing in the company as we're trying to grow. And teams build integrations, they build all these things, but they weren't actually building a product. So we built Yuno. Yuno is making global payments effortless. We help companies operate, optimize, scale payments across rails, providers, and markets all over the world. We solve multiple issues and multiple needs. We are basically a single operating system for global payments. We help different parts of the ecosystem. So for merchants, we help them increase conversion, we reduce the complexity, we help them span faster. For PSPs, or payment service providers, we help them have operational control. We help them launch faster and also to have visibility on their performance. And finally, for banks, for acquirers, we modernize the payment stack. We help them change and get more usage out of their current rails. And finally, we help banks across the world innovate faster. We deliver a single operating system with modular blocks, so customers can use different parts of the system. We have the payment orchestration. We have orchestration of KYC, KYB. We orchestrate pay-ins. We orchestrate payouts. We also do POS, points of sale orchestration, so that companies around the world, even in their POS system, can have multiple payment options for their customers. Also, banking as a service. We work with fintechs, with crypto companies, enabling them to have multiple providers in their banking stack. And finally, agentic commerce. We give in this single API, in this experience, agentic-ready technology, so that now that it's more than us just buying and we have agents making purchases in all of our customers, they're going to be ready to accept these payments. Look, Yuno's mission is to make global payments effortless, so builders can build and businesses can scale without friction. Here are some quotes from some of our customers. Customers like InDrive. It's a global mobility company that we help elevate payments. We actually help them increase approval rates 10%. This is 10% of revenue that they're getting additionally thanks to the use of our technology. And we're building toward the next checkout, which doesn't really like a checkout. And what we're seeing is that, I was explaining this a little bit before, obviously we're not there yet, but at some point, no one here is going to purchase anything. Your agents are going to make the purchases. And we're building the next generation technology so that agents can easily make purchases with trust, without having issues, because at the end, any e-commerce, any merchant that is not ready to accept agents are going to start losing volume, because those are going to be the ones making purchases in the future. We're not waiting for the future. We're building it globally. We have over 1,000 connections. You can see the evolution of the company. We started in 2022, and in only 3 years, we have currently offices in over 33 countries. We process transactions in over 190 countries, and we have chosen Qatar to be our strategic hub to manage the Middle East. We're building a team here. We're bringing people from around the world to build the next generation technology in payments. Thank you so much, and thank you for listening to how we're building the future of payments globally.
All right, thank you, Juan Pablo. That was amazing. All right, next, we have our final presenter, Mariam Nusrat. She's the founder and CEO of a company called Brashna, a no-code platform that creates purposeful video games at lightning speed, enabling governments, brands, telcos, and educators to replace passive content with high engagement interactive experiences. Now, if you scan the QR code on the screens, you can get in touch with the startup that you've seen here on stage today. Last thing I want to talk about Mariam is she won the very first Web Summit Qatar pitch competition, so we're very excited to have her back. Mariam, please join me on stage.
All right, everybody. Now, did you know that there's 3.3 billion video game players around the world? But only 0.3% of that number are actually making games. Hi, I'm Mariam Nusrat, and I'm empowering the next 100 million people so they can tell their stories through video games. Now, games are powerful communication tools. The impact that they leave on our brains far transcends the virtual boundaries in which we play them, and yet, we do not see games being mainstreamed for purposes beyond entertainment. The reason for that is time, money, and skills. It's always money. It takes thousands of dollars, several months, and a very highly skilled team to make games. Now, that was the history. We have now empowered people to create games with no code, at low cost, and at lightning speed. The word Brashna actually means lightning in the Pashto language, which is my mother tongue. So we're revolutionizing how video games are created. With no-code, AI, simple drag-and-drop functionality, these are bite-sized multilingual games that you can share and embed in your platforms as simple URLs and QR codes. But we're also revolutionizing how video games are used. On the use side, we're unleashing the power of video games for education, social impact, and marketing. So teachers and students, think about it. You can make your own bite-sized video games, whether it's English, math, science, even your own Wordle, your geography games. For social impact, you can have hundreds of video games, financial literacy games, health games, sustainable tourism games. And then for marketing, CPG brands and sports brands can unleash the power of these games, bite-sized branded for fan engagement. So if you have a soda company, you scan a little QR code on the soda bottle, you catch all of the flavors you're excited about, you get a score of 100, you get 5% off. Think of it almost as the Canva for purposeful games. And this has unlocked 3 revenue streams for us. B2C, very much freemium. You can make your own free game for Brashna today, Brashna.io. But if you want to upload your own assets, you want to put in the Doha city skyline, you want to have your AI assets, $8 a month. B2B, we make the games for you as an organization, and then we charge you per play if your games blow up. B2G, we actually empower youth to be able to make their own social impact games using Brashna licenses. Now, we've been at this for around 4 years, and we've had explosive user growth. 180,000 registered game makers, 2.5 million game plays, partnerships with Jamaica, Barbados, Pakistan, organizations like Walmart and Doritos, and also upcoming Classera, which is the largest edtech in MENA, PSG Labs, which we're very grateful for, and inshallah forthcoming Ooredoo Qatar. We've also raised $2.9 million from investors including Paris Hilton, Randy Zuckerberg, who's Mark Zuckerberg's sister, and as of yesterday, Qatar Development Bank. We're looking at profitability next quarter, and we're on this journey with all of the oomph and momentum. Now, while the journey for Brashna might be a little bit new, our team has more than 2 decades of experience in edtech, gaming, social impact. And this includes the 15 years I spent at the World Bank working across 22 different countries. For this work, we've been recognized by Forbes, TEDx, the Clinton Foundation, and also won at the Entrepreneur Elevator Pitch Show. But my favorite victory was 2 years ago on this stage, the inaugural Web Summit Pitch 2024 pitch competition. So this moment, guys, truly feels like a full circle moment to me. And this is so special because Web Summit was the first domino. Startup Qatar is the force multiplier for us. We've been gaining momentum, and what we truly believe is that we have alignment with the National Vision 2030. We're looking at economic development through content creation. We're looking at social development, unleashing the power of games for social impact, and we're looking at youth empowerment. Qatar truly offers us something that's a very unique combination of 3 things: intention, investment, and impact. And that gives us a pathway to build a global content creation platform, one that is built to democratize game creation, one that is built in the Gulf, and one that is built for the world. We're on a mission to empowering the next 100 million people so they can tell their stories through video games. And I have one question for you, Qatar. Are you game? Thank you very much.
All right, thank you, Miriam. That was great. All right, as we wrap up today's showcase, I want to take a moment to reflect on what we've witnessed. The startups on this stage are powerful proof of how Qatar has rapidly emerged as a global hub, attracting founders, innovators, and visionaries from around the world to develop, scale, and globalize their ideas right here in Doha. The diversity and ambition of the teams you met today highlight how Qatar is enabling startups from around the world to test, refine, and accelerate their solutions alongside a supportive and rapidly evolving business ecosystem. Whether starting in Qatar or newly relocated to call Qatar home, each of today's presenters demonstrates the ambition, creativity, and diversity that define the nation's evolving innovation landscape. All right, so a reminder before you leave to scan the QR code, and this will allow you to directly connect with the startups that presented today and access more information about the Startup Qatar Investment Program, which offers up to $1.1 million for seed stage startups and up to $5.5 million for growth stage companies. Thank you once again for joining us. Let's see you later. Thank you.
What an amazing example of the success that can be found in Qatar. Thanks to all of those wonderful founders for speaking. Our next speaker is a pioneer in the generative AI space. Higgsfield are working to put the power of creativity in your hands. Joining us, fresh off the back of raising $80 million just last month, please welcome to the stage the co-founder and CEO, Alex Masharabov.
As a kid, my dream was to become a director. Make great films. Create like a free artist. But to do it in the scale I want, you need expensive gear, big crews, and the most valuable time, or at least that's how it used to be.
Oh, perfect. Hi, everyone. My name is Alex Masharabov, and I'm here to tell about Higgsfield and our mission. So the video which you just have seen, it would typically cost close to $500,000 with traditional production methods. And today, it's exciting that platforms like Higgsfield democratize content production, and now it can be done in just under a cost of $30. In the past, I built Snap face filters, which was arguably the most used media gen AI product in the world. This was a very helpful product for consumers, helping them with self-expression. Today, technology improves so much. Next generation video models can fully understand and generate the world, and they allow to tell completely new stories. And this is what's propelling Higgsfield growth to be the fastest Gen AI company in history. And I'm here to tell you a very important observation, as historically, people didn't have, creatives, they didn't have actually tools, and they didn't have distribution. Creative tools were not affordable, and cost of production was measured in tens of thousands of dollars. In the same time, the media was controlled as well, and it was difficult to get people attention. Now both parts become democratized. And we do believe that this empowers strong platform shift, which is probably going to be even more powerful than the internet. Historically, every 10, 15 years, new technology is created, and it changes the way how media is created and how it's consumed. And video is the most interesting and is the most complicated domain for video generative, in generative AI. On average, human can read just 200 words. In the same time, 1 minute of video equals to 60,000 words. Video is the most complicated domain, and this year, we are going to see a major adoption of video AI to professional productions and across social media marketing and advertising. Over time, we see a very strong trend that social media becomes the main media in the world. Most of the traffic in the world actually comes from social media and from videos. And we have a very wild, bold bet that very likely by the end of this decade, most of the content on social media is going to be generated with AI. That's why I think it's very important today to embrace this technology, which shortens the time from idea to final video. I think one of the questions, I mean, maybe the most polarizing question which exists today is AI replacing creativity. AI clearly drastically changes the creative jobs, although we strongly believe that a good taste and having a strong idea actually matter the most, more than ever. And this is not exactly how the world used to work historically. In the past, there were several media companies across the world, maybe up to 100 companies, and they were defining which videos go live, when, and so on. Now it's being completely changed with social media. We clearly see that there is a lot of collaboration, but also there is a lot of pushback. The history of innovation tells us that it is always more beneficial and more productive to embrace new technology. And we recently have seen how company like Canva completely democratized graphic design. Similar is going to happen. Similar transformation is already happening with AI-generated videos on social media. And I think there are several structural changes in the industry which we can expect, which I would love to specifically cover today. First, in 2025, we have seen that video AI went worldwide. So top Fortune 500 companies, top Fortune 500 brands actually already publish AI-generated ads. We also have seen many high-profile music videos leveraging generative AI technology. So the moments of cultural acceptance of AI-generated video has already happened. There are multiple researchers which show that On average, consumers on social media, they prefer watching AI-generated videos than non-AI-generated videos. And most of the people, they don't even distinguish if that's AI-generated or if it's not AI-generated. And I think that's where we see a very strong motion that strong organic content creation can actually make distribution. So there is no way to go, so there is no need to go and pay for someone to promote the content. Generative AI unlocks completely new genres which were never possible, which never existed on social media. Like when we think about content in Hollywood or TV, the diversity is way higher compared to social media. And now this diversity comes to social media as well. And that creates new opportunities to win distribution. Today, social media has already, today on the social media, we already have seen creators and creative agencies actually making videos end-to-end with generative AI. So the need in incumbent tooling is gone. This is a new era. And this makes creativity finally accessible. So, for example, there are so many people who want to talk, who want to visualize documentaries, who want to tell stories about the place where they were born, about certain time in history, and so on. And there is just no way to get it done today under a cost of $1,000 rather than generative AI.
Everything you see here is about to change. So now you know. Wow.
So switching gears to specifically Higgsfield. Higgsfield is focused specifically on social media marketing use case. In this video, we showcase technology which actually allows to control every element in the video. And that's all done right on the platform without a need to switch to incumbent tooling. This is a major opportunity. This is a major opportunity for us. And very often we are being asked if Higgsfield is disrupting Adobe. As I spent all my career, last 10 years, working in video AI and social media, I can tell that on average, there were no tooling for creators to make content for social media. A lot of incumbent tooling really designed for long-form content. And we have seen companies like Canva and ByteDance with CapCut democratizing access to video editing. And we are entering now the era where both video editing and video creation can be done with generative AI. So to wrap up, I wanted to share this main belief which we have, is that the world is shifting so that by the end of this decade, AI will create most of the content on the social media is going to be created with generative AI. I'm not alone in this belief. Jensen Huang, CEO of NVIDIA, shares the same belief. And we do believe, and we hope that Higgsfield can emerge the platform to empower a new wave of creators and marketers, so that ultimately every second video will be generated on Higgsfield. Thank you so much.
Just to remind our audience, live audio translation is available through the Web Summit app. Just click on the link in the talk description or scan the QR code on the screen to access it. Now, AI is transforming how we work. Here to explore how, and to make sure that people lead AI rather than compete with it, sitting down with Nikita Ostrovsky from Time. Please put your hands together for the Chief Impact Officer of IBM, Justina Nixon-Saintil.
That was close.
Yep. Justina, yesterday you and I were chatting about Dario Amodei, the CEO of Anthropic's prediction that in the next 5 years, 50% of entry-level white-collar jobs will be disrupted by AI. As the person at IBM in charge of making sure that your company has a positive impact on the world, how do you think about that prediction?
Yeah, I'm not a proponent of the apocalyptic view of AI jobs going away. I mean, when you think about it, as any new technology evolves, and I know this is moving at a very accelerated pace, we're going to see some job roles change, and we're going to see some jobs go away. And over time, we're going to see that there are new jobs created. And this happens all the time. So even when I think about where we are at IBM, we see maybe 5 to 10% of jobs that have gone away, but we've also increased job opportunities in more higher value roles at the company. So it's really a net, there's no real loss there for us. And I think this is going to happen at most companies.
I mean, Dario is at the cutting edge of AI development. What do you think you were seeing that he's missing, maybe?
Can you repeat that?
What are you seeing that he's missing?
Yeah, I think what's most missing is the emphasis on skills. We have been very focused on how we upskill our workforce, and not just our workforce, how we make sure our communities, our university partners, our nonprofit partners also have the skills that they need to be successful as AI continues to evolve. I do think that this is a responsibility that we should all have, including the private sector, the public sector. And once you really focus on upskilling, everything from AI fundamentals to how do you understand how to use AI for your role, and how do you also understand ethical AI or responsible tech use around AI, then I think there's going to be more opportunity for people to be successful in the workplace. So I think the focus on upskilling is something that everyone should really invest in. And we find that that's a big part of the national agenda of almost every country that we work with.
Yeah. I mean, there have been, 16,000 layoffs from Amazon in the last month. IBM laid off maybe a few thousand people at the end of last year. Are those AI-driven layoffs, do you think?
I don't think the majority of those are AI-driven layoffs. I think companies are continuing to rebalance their workforce, and definitely new technologies really force that issue at times, but I actually don't think those are all related to AI. I do think, again, that there are some roles that are being transformed, some roles that are going away, and then we'll see at a certain point that there are new roles that are going to be created, but I don't believe that those are all AI-driven.
You have 2 kids in college.
Yes.
What advice are you giving them right now to stay relevant?
The advice that I give my kids in college, first of all, I'm the mom, so I'm not sure they're listening to my advice. But the advice I give them is the same I give to college students all over the world. You really have to focus on how you understand the use of AI, not just how to be a consumer of AI, but how do you develop solutions around AI? And how do you also build up those other skills, right? Those power skills, collaboration, right? Decision-making. Judgment is going to be so critical in the age of AI. So I do emphasize to them that they should get an AI certificate, for example, through our IBM Skills Build program. And I know that they're connected. I know that they're signed on. But as a mom, again, I try not to bother them too much. But I do emphasize to them that they should get an AI credential, and that's going to enhance their resume and their opportunities for a job.
are IBM's programs at the colleges where your kids are studying?
Yeah, we work with universities all over the world. So I believe we have around, over 1,000 of universities that we work with, and we incorporate our skills build program not just for students, but we're also working on providing the right skills to professors. If you really think about it, the education system does not change very rapidly. And this is an age and stage where with AI evolving as it is, we really need to look at systemic changes at the university level. So IBM works with universities not just to provide the skills around AI and the learning pathways and the credentials, but also how can their students actually solution on AI, and how do they look at it from a productivity perspective. So yes, we work with universities, nonprofits, and governments as well.
Do your kids do your programs?
Yeah, so they are part of the Skills Build program. Again, try not to bother them around their progress, but they are taking advantage of the program.
That's cool.
Yes.
You mentioned both the technical skills about being involved in AI development, thinking about how to use AI properly, and then interpersonal skills, power skills, whatever you want to call those. Which are more important? I mean, the technology is moving very fast. Which do you think people should be prioritizing?
I think they both need to be prioritized. You're always going to need the tech skills, right? You're always going to need to understand AI fundamentals. And depending on your role, you may want to understand how to create a large language model, right? So it depends on how far you want to go around the AI skilling up opportunities. But I do believe those other higher level order skills are going to become even more critical. If AI is doing a lot of the research or analytics or some very basic rote or repetitive tasks for you, you have to start thinking about what is my decision-making opportunity here? What is my judgment, right? How do I make the right judgment call? How do I get everyone to buy in to what I'm trying to provide? And how do I use my influence? So I feel like those are the types of skill sets that people are going to have when AI can take over and do a lot of the basic rote tasks for them. So I think there's going to be a higher level of emphasis on those types of skill sets. And the understanding is that everyone will have AI fluency. I don't think that's going to be an option. So with everyone having AI fluency, what are those other skill sets that's going to make someone successful?
When you think about past technological transitions that you've seen, I don't know, maybe the internet, social media, how does AI compare in pace and scope?
Oh no, this is accelerating at a pace I think many of us probably did not realize. I went through the age where the internet became available. I was studying mechanical engineering at the time, and we had access to the internet, I remember during university. Now this was over 3 decades ago, so it was a long time ago. But I think you saw the change of internet access over time, and new companies, new solutions that were created because of it. I think this is happening at a much rapid pace, but I also think we are better prepared to take advantage of it, right? Digital skills have been increased and improved globally. A lot of people have taken advantage of STEM courses now, and there are more engineers and computer scientists than we've ever had. And no matter what your discipline, you understand how to use tech today. So given that AI is accelerating at a faster pace, I do think there's a readiness of everyone across the globe to really take advantage of it.
Yeah. It's obviously exciting for people, starting, transitioning, learning new skills, and you've said that for IBM there's been like sort of a stasis in the total headcount. But for people who are losing their jobs, I mean, that still sucks, right?
It does. I do think that if somebody, again, is in a job where it looks like AI will actually be able to do the task, it is an opportunity for you to look for the free skilling programs. And there are many available. IBM has a free skilling program called IBM Skills Build. Anyone can access it. Many other companies have very similar programs. And I think it's on to the individual to realize that I need to get upskilled. I need to figure out what are the new things that I need to understand so that I can take advantage of the new jobs that are opening up. So yes, again, I think there's a certain % of the population where their jobs will be taken over by AI, but I do still think it's a small %. the majority of jobs will go through a transition phase where people will need to be upskilled and understand how to use it for their current role. And I think people who are at risk of their jobs need to look at the new opportunities and need to really focus on upskilling themselves.
Can you give me a more concrete example of people or places where the upskilling program is running?
Yeah, we have so many examples of people who have taken advantage of our skilling programs, gotten an AI credential, used it to be able to get a new job. We have, for example, a young woman in Japan who moved on. She was working a very repetitive job, and she wanted to do something in AI in the medical field. And she was able to take advantage of our courses. She completed our learning pathways. She was able to get a credential, and then she moved into the medical field. And again, this is life-changing for her, and we have so many stories around that. We also have groups of students who have actually solutioned on our platform, WatsonX, and created really interesting solutions that are getting a lot of attention. We have a team in the UK that created an autonomous vehicle really leveraging AI. So again, these are opportunities to really figure out what are the skills that I need, where do I want to focus, and what role do I want to get into in the workplace, and where do I take advantage of these opportunities. And companies like IBM provide those partnerships with universities, we provide that with governments as well, and with nonprofits who are focused on adults who want to be upskilled and reskilled.
IBM has been around for quite a long time. How competitive do you think it is in the age of AI? Like, it's not, the first company that people think of when they think of AI, I don't think.
Yeah. Well, IBM has been around. I mean, I think over 113 years now, maybe more. And this is not the first time, of course, that we have focused on AI. We've been an AI company for quite some time. But we are one of the leading tech companies in AI. We are a beta enterprise business, so we work with large businesses to really help them transform and really understand how to use our WatsonX platform, our hybrid cloud platforms as well, and really understand how that supports them from a customer service perspective, product development, and workforce transformation perspective. Just a couple of years ago, we implemented within IBM this solution called Ask HR. And with Ask HR, we've been able to implement a method for all of our employees to actually engage with an AI agent that is able to answer our questions, to actually able to implement our prompts and our recommendations. And this has increased productivity significantly and helped us actually move some of our HR headcount to, again, more higher value opportunities across the business. So these are the types of things that we're doing that we are also demonstrating to clients as to how we can help them transform their workplace.
You've mentioned Skills Build. That's sort of an individual program, it sounds like, for people to skill themselves up. It seems like labor impacts from AI will be a society-scale program. Do you have thoughts about how communities and society as a whole can prepare itself better?
Yeah, I think that there are multiple things that communities and society can do. Number one, look for those opportunities around skilling, look for those partnerships that are available. One of the things that we are doing is we are working with organizations globally to partner with us to actually create AI solutions. We started this program called the IBM Impact Accelerator a few years ago, and we started by focusing on sustainable agriculture, AI solutions, and clean energy and water management and resilient cities. And we just last year launched a cohort that's focused on how do we improve our supply chain. And today we'll be announcing that we're going to focus on a new cohort that's really around how do we use AI to transform education and workforce development. So these types of opportunities where nonprofits, universities, and governments can work with us and actually create AI solutions that are making a difference in community, and these are scalable solutions, this is where we can really have an impact in community. Just over the last few years, we've benefited at least 5 million people with the different scalable solutions that we've created that leverage AI.
Can you tell me more about, this is the first time that you're announcing this new program?
Yeah, so this is the first time we're announcing the focus on education and workforce development. we noticed that with the accelerated pace of AI, we have a number of opportunities to really change education. I mean, I've been in this space for a long time, and I remember years ago talking about personalized learning. I think this is the real opportunity to have personalized learning, where you could meet students where they are, you could provide additional support through AI agents and through generative AI, and really help enhance students' learning. Or the opportunity to connect people with real jobs, because those jobs are changing and shifting all the time. How do we make sure we understand what are the skill sets of people and what are the right jobs that they need to take advantage of? So these are just examples of the types of solutions that we want to work with organizations to create and to really implement and scale.
Who are your partners in the new workforce program?
Yeah, so we look for any type of partners that are focused on education and workforce development. So we work with universities globally. We seek nonprofit organizations or NGOs who are focused in that area, and then also government partners. So those are the areas that we focus on, because this is really around social impact, and we want to make sure that we are making a difference in our communities and that anything that we implement is measurable, right? This is really about the impact that we want to have.
Is that open to people in the audience or here in Qatar?
Absolutely. We would love to have a solution from Qatar, but it is a competitive RFP, and we seek organizations globally to participate.
Can you give a concrete sense of what a good solution for this RFP might look like?
Oh, that would be, it's a good question. I think this is a new space for us, because this is the first time we're doing this type of a cohort focused on education. I could give you a really great example of one we just completed that's focused on water management, and it's actually around how do you predict floods in areas where you could actually save lives. How do you make sure that you have the right solutions, you have the right methods in place to alert people of a flood, and it's called Flood View. So this is one of the AI solutions that we recently implemented in partnership with the US Parks and with the University of Illinois, and this is something that is being used in the Appalachian area in the United States. On the education front, we are actually open. I don't want to give a specific example, because we want to see what organizations submit as part of their proposals. But it's a competitive process, and we want to look for examples that are really transformative, where AI can make a difference. And the organization will work with us over a course of 2 years. We will have experts across IBM that will partner with the organization, and they'll have free access to all of our tools, from watsonx to Granite to a hybrid cloud. So this is a great opportunity for an organization that has a solution that they would like to expand, or something that they would like to co-develop with us that could really transform education.
Is this Qatar specific, or is it a global
It's
thing?
global. Of course, we would love an opportunity to work with an organization in Qatar, but it is a global RFP.
What history does IBM have of working in Qatar, for example?
So Qatar is a great opportunity for IBM. I think we look at Qatar as not just a country that is focused on consuming AI technology, but really developers of AI solutions. So we're really excited to be working in Qatar, and we see great opportunity for the company here.
What do you think of, what are ways that you want to cultivate development here in Qatar specifically?
Yeah, in many different ways. Of course, we have a number of platforms and solutions that we would love to work with clients in the country to, again, help them transform, leveraging AI. We also will be working with the government around our AI skilling programs. This, again, is on the national agenda of every country, every government. So we do want to incorporate our IBM Skills Build program here and work with universities, work with the government, work with NGOs in the country, and really make a difference here.
You mentioned education. I've been reporting recently a little bit on the possibility that AI might widen educational disparity. So students in more developed countries or just like better schools might have more support in using AI to advance their learning, and conversely, students in underperforming schools might sort of cognitively offload to AI systems. Do you think that's a risk?
Yeah, I think that has always been the issue anytime you have new technology. I've now worked in this space for quite some time, and I remember working on bringing broadband access to schools, especially schools in low-income districts. And this was an opportunity to make sure that students have the same opportunities as higher income individuals, right, or higher income families. I think this has to be a responsibility of business. And this is not something just one company can do. This needs to be something that businesses do globally, also governments focus on. How do we make sure there's not this disparity? In the end, by lifting everyone up, you support society as a whole, right? You increase GDP, you provide job opportunities to everyone if they have the right access to technology and the right access to opportunity. So I do believe that by working across different school systems, by working with NGOs that focus on people who may be at risk of losing their jobs, this is where we want to invest, and this is where I focus a lot of my time in my role at IBM.
It's a hectic period for you, presumably, with all of this change. What do you do to stay grounded or relax?
What do I do to stay grounded? First of all, I really enjoy traveling and meeting with our partners on the ground and really understanding the stories of impact. That actually is a great way for me to see the work that we're doing, and it really actually makes me very happy to do that. So when I travel, when I see that we're changing lives, that keeps me grounded. The other thing, I just find moments to relax. I mean, we all look at the streaming shows, and I have around probably 5 books that I'm in the process of reading. So I do find opportunities to bring it down a notch. But this is so important and it's so critical. So anytime I have the opportunity to meet with a partner, understand community needs, look at opportunities to bring up programs, that really is what gets me excited.
Justina, thank you.
Thank you.
That was great.
Before we turn to the pitch competition final that I'm sure you're all extremely excited for, we are joined by 2 of the most fabulous global leaders in fintech. Here to discuss how to take fintech into new markets with Susan Lee from Fox Business are the co-founder and CEO of Yuno, Juan Pablo Ortega, and the chairman of Transfero Group, Marlison Silva. Welcome.
Hello. Thank you so much for joining us on the final day of Web Summit Qatar. I've had such a great time in my first travel here to Doha, and thank you all for the hospitality. And I'll see you again probably next year and around the world at other Web Summit events. Now, for this panel, I think I'm very lucky to speak to individuals, innovators, entrepreneurs in the financial tech space, Fintech as we call it. And given that we've seen a global sell-off with Bitcoin at its lowest before Donald Trump took office. So I'll be asking Marlison about this at Transfero Group. And then, of course, I got to talk to Juan Pablo, who you know very well. He's a unicorn founder and set to be a second-time unicorn founder. So I'm excited to hear more about what you're doing and how you were able to build it. But yes, let's talk about Bitcoin. I have to talk about Bitcoin. $75,000 worse in the past year. So is this the crypto winter that we've been talking about?
I like to say that we have a promotion time you can buy right now, because when it back to 100,000 or more, you say, okay, it's expensive enough to buy right
It's
now.
$75,000. That's not cheap, Marlison. That's more than
Black
a car.
Friday. Bitcoin Black Friday.
Well, you might have the money, Juan Pablo, but I think I can buy a little share of a Bitcoin at 25% discount, is what you're saying.
But you think that if I buy $1 and it runs to $150,000, you have now $2. So it's one asset that you can double your investment in, I don't know, 1 year, 2 years. I don't know. But maybe it's valuable to be tested. So.
But can I get even cheaper than $75,000? Because as you know, in crypto winters, the stock or the coins usually drop by 75%. So could I get it for $25,000?
Could, but maybe not.
Yes or no? What's your view?
No, I buy every day. So every day that I have a little bit money,
okay,
I'm buying.
He's a buyer. Fine.
Yeah.
So you're bullish long term.
Yeah.
You might get it cheaper. Who knows? But that's a deal for you. So what about you, Juan Pablo? Given that stocks are falling around the world, yes, a bit of recovery, but gold at $5,000 shows that people are scared right now.
Look, I'm building the future of payments. I actually don't worry about the stock market, the price of gold. I'm just too busy figuring out how to increase approval rates, how to help global companies expand. Maybe in a few years, when I retire, I can worry about those kind of things.
Yes, but you're in the transfer business, and when there's less, people have less money in their stock portfolios, in their Bitcoin accounts, or their crypto wallets, they don't spend as much, so you have less business in processing payments.
Look, to be super honest, I think we help different companies accept payments around the world, and people may look at Yuno and think, okay, this is a great company because it's going to help people buy a computer or buy a hamburger. We actually help people get to work. With companies like InDrive, we're helping people in Indonesia, Africa, Latin America be able to top up their account to be able to go and get work done. So, and these normally, like the people that are making this research into their accounts to go work are not worried about their stock market, all these things. They're worried on how can I make this payment as easy as possible, how can I make sure my transaction gets approved, because that's the way for them to be able to work.
So no impact is what you're saying. You haven't seen any declines. Business is as usual, correct? For both of you right now.
It is. Yeah. For us, we don't see any like, I think it's just news. But when you look around the world and the people that we serve, we process payments in over 200 countries. The people in Colombia, Rwanda, Indonesia, Vietnam, they're trying to make a living, trying to find a way to be able to pay easier, be able to connect to the internet, be able to pay for the new AI thing so they can learn a new language. I think that's what we're seeing, and that keeps happening.
Well, there is a lot of competition when it comes to processing payments. I can do it in crypto, I can do it in cash, I can do it using Stripe or maybe even Yuno, but I'm just saying that there is a lot of competition out there, Marlison. So what sets a company like you apart?
A little bit different from Yuno. Transfero has not only the payment infrastructure, not only the license to be payment institution fully regulated by the central bank, but we issue stablecoin as well. So we help company as Yuno to send money to other country, convert fiat zone, fiat off. So to me, what is happening right now is everyone is learning a little bit more about stablecoins, blockchain, and payments, and they started to use this in a daily basis. For example, I'm here using stablecoins, using my credit card every day in Qatar. But in Qatar, we never touch in crypto because here the merchants are receiving in Qatar Real, but I'm using Brazilian reais in my card. What happens between Brazil and Qatar can be USDC, BRZ, Bitcoin, or other crypto.
But doesn't that depend on regulation, is what I'm saying? So a government has to say you're allowed to use crypto, you're allowed to transfer payments from Latin America to Qatar and around the rest of the world.
But I think this is a really interesting point. People are always saying that stable coins are going to kill Visa and MasterCard. The reality is that today, if when we look at the payments volume going through stable coins, they end up in a credit card or debit card. People today, and millions of people today are using, like you say, your Visa or MasterCard to actually use their stable coins. And we see the same thing in Yuno. We're seeing transactions around the world happening with stable coins, but people are not using their wallets.
Okay, but is
people
it easier to transfer money, is what I'm saying? For instance, do you feel regulation is opening more, or do you think it's closing more between governments and borders?
100% is opening more. And I think you have to look at it two ways. I think you have the established rails. You have, Visa and MasterCard who work globally, and that's the way people are able to use their stablecoins everywhere. Now, in terms of regulation is a good thing, and you can see it in the US. The Genius Act was just approved, and it's giving guidance, it's giving more clarity on how stablecoin companies are going to be regulated. And when you have regulation, you have clarity, then you have access to banking system. You have access to a more fair ecosystem. So we're seeing this around the world. We're seeing it in Brazil. We're seeing it in Colombia. All over the place, crypto is getting regulated. And this is a good thing for the ecosystem.
Well, Marlison, I'm going to bring it back because under Trump, as you know, crypto has more access. You have the Genius Act, which means stable coins are now accepted currency with obviously some regulations, which is understandable since you should have the money in the account to back the stable coin. But is that good for you? Because now you work with Jeremy Allaire and Circle, USDC.
Yeah, what the regulation allows fintechs does. We can do more. For example, Circle, they have the USDC stablecoin pegged by the USD dollar, okay? So Circle create this CPN, Circle Payment Network. We are part of this network. So every time that a company tries to send money to Brazil via the CPN, my system receives a request. Hey guys, you can pay this transaction right now in Brazil? And I say yes. So Circle sends us USDC, we convert to BRZ, and make the withdrawal in Brazil. So this works 24/7.
But is it better, is what I'm saying, because of the Genius Act, because of the Trump administration acceptance?
We have the clarity of what we can do, what we never can do, and how taxes we need to pay. The accountant have a clear vision about our companies.
Okay.
We are fully regulated in both sides, so we can have the license to operate under the financial system.
Okay.
So it's easier.
But I just want to say something because it's really important. I think obviously the US came in late into the game and they were being in a way forced. I think Trump is obviously a lot pro crypto, but they came in a little bit late, and I think they were forced because they saw USDT and other outside non-US stablecoins growing so much that they either regulate or they were going to get behind like in other places.
Okay, so it sounds positive to me. But both of you have built companies that originally were from Latin America. So we're talking about going from local to global and across borders. Because I knew Juan Pablo when you were still at Rappi, which is was a $5 billion super delivery, super app that started in Colombia. And now
9 different countries.
I'm sorry?
9 different countries.
Okay. And now you're building Yuno. You were successful at Rappi. I don't know why you left to build your own thing. It makes no sense. But anyway, so we're building Yuno now with payments. But I'm just wondering, is it easier to build a second unicorn once you already have started one unicorn?
It's much easier. And look, I think I could have just said, I'm going to retire, I'm not going to do anything else, I'm going to become an investor. But the reality is that we live in a global world, and the impact that Rappi had is great, and it's helping millions of people in Latin America. But I wanted to build a technology that went beyond that. I wanted to build a technology that was helping people not only in Latin America, but around the world. I wanted to build a unicorn, and I wanted to build the future of payments from Latin America, but a technology that could compete with US companies, with European companies, because it's always, people always believe that if you're going to buy a software, if you want to use a company, you have to go to Silicon Valley, you have to go to Amsterdam or somewhere in Europe. No one looks into Latin America for that, and we're proving everyone wrong, showing how today we're winning RFPs.
But you could possibly do that here in the Middle East as well.
100%, and this is why
that's the lesson we're trying to take away.
100%.
You don't have to just stay here. You can go
100%.
outbound.
Our global headquarters, our regional headquarters is actually here in Doha. We're building a big office here in Doha. We're seeing so much potential from just growing the capacity that we have from Latin America into Middle Eastern countries. And what is going to happen here is that we're going to build the future technology that is going to help Qatari companies expand international. We're doing this with some of the biggest airlines. We're doing this with some of the biggest banks. And it's happening not only from Latin America, it's happening from here in Doha.
Yeah. Do you need a banking license, though? I assume
no, we
you
don't.
do.
So we are basically the operating system for payments. We are only a technology layer. So think of us as like the AWS of payments. So we're not regulated. We connect and we help the regulated entities span, improve their technology, and improve how they're doing things.
I still think you need a banking license for
a
lot of processing.
You're going to get me in trouble with my legal team.
That's a long-term plan for you, I'm sure. Marlison.
He's a unicorn. He knows everyone.
Well, so back to Transfero Group, and I just wanted to ask also about going global, because for you, do you think staying local might be an asset? I know you process payments in Brazil and Latin America, also Europe as well, but what is your focus? Is it global, or is it more local where you can have more access?
I think that everyone starts local, but we need to start to think in a global way. So in 2015, when I started the project, it was not a company. My main goal was to have 10 people working with me to serve Rio de Janeiro. And I'm a total failure with my business plan because I have more than 160 people serving more than 5 countries. And I was forced to go outside Brazil because our technology was so innovative comparing with the timing of the market. Because the central bank didn't know about blockchain, Bitcoin, or even stablecoin. We don't have this on that time. So we went to Switzerland, incorporated a company there, and we started to grow very, very fast in Europe. Because we started to buy the operation in Brazil and expanding in Latin America.
Well, now you process $2 billion in payments each and every year.
Yeah.
So obviously that global plan is working.
Yeah.
I have to ask about fundraising, though. Maybe you personally don't need to fundraise right now, but you know, is it easier or harder in these times?
It's complicated.
So is that easier or harder in these times?
It's definitely harder. You're getting compared with AI companies that are growing at 1,000% year over year and are doing things that obviously are not possible for the rest of us regular companies. We're AI native. We use AI to do everything in the company, from operations to how we ship code. But at the end, we operate and we're growing really fast. But when you're being compared and where most of the focus is in these, AI companies and what is the next AI generator and X and Y, definitely doesn't help.
Right. Well, when $300 billion of venture capital money in the last 2 years has 95% gone into investing into AI, it's very hard to raise capital right now. Not impossible, but isn't that great for you? Because there might be a business opportunity, as you mentioned, data centers.
But every company, when they start to think that they need to raise money to work, they fail. They have this failure because they start to work to a presentation instead to work for the market. So, for example, Transfero has 10 years right now, and we had no investment. We had no VC, we have no fund helping us, because everyone that came to us to deliver money, we asked, okay, we accept your money, but what will be your ecosystem? What will be the really value that we will bring to our group? And the VC said, okay, no, I will put money and I will require to you, I don't know, 1 report for a week. And no, I will not work for you. You will work with me.
Right.
And they said, no,
okay.
So I don't need your money.
There
you go. The good news is that now I have agents that do the report for my investors, so I don't worry about that. Look, I have a different perspective. I think that if you want to build, it's not always the case. There are many amazing bootstrap companies, but if you actually look at some of the biggest companies today, they were all venture backed.
Well, do you need to raise more money, though? You've already raised $50 million. So what's the plan to raise more cash?
We're always talking to investors, and when there is an opportunity to get investment, more than the capital, venture capitals bring connections. They help us solve things. Now that we're expanding into Asia, we have people in Shanghai, we have people in Singapore. We're growing here in the Middle East, in Doha. having these local investors is super helpful. So we're definitely having conversations, seeing if there is an opportunity, and we're always welcoming new investors into a cap table, obviously if they can add value to our growth.
So yes, you are raising more cash.
We're having conversation with investors, and we're seeing if there are
Okay,
opportunities.
well, I guess if you want to, if a check comes your way, you're basically saying you wouldn't say no.
When the terms are the correct one, we will definitely accept some money.
Okay, sure. Now, I'm just wondering, in terms of policy, because I was just in Davos a few weeks ago, and in Davos, it was all about this new world order and what America is doing and shaking up relationships with Europe, for the Middle East, what America and Trump is doing for policy and its relationship with the Asia Pacific. I'm just wondering, since we're talking about global payments and going across borders and doing business in different countries, do you see that being more difficult for you, or has it had any impact so far?
For me, it was never so easy to make new partnerships because everyone needs what we have. We have this global infrastructure for payments. It's easy to be connected with another coin. And today we had in our booth a guy from Syria, I think, and he said, man, we need your technology there. You don't have technology? No, we are 20 years behind you. So it's the same in Latin America, but we have companies as Yuno filling these gaps, and we are connected with the Web3 and blockchain ecosystem. So it's cheaper, faster, and we can explain better to the Gen Z how to use this technology. The Gen Z will never go to a bank to open up a new bank account.
No, right, exactly. And they're on TikTok and other, which I'm sure is very understandable for the boomer crowd. So last few questions for you, since we're running out of time, but do you plan an exit anytime soon? Because I'll tell you this, in America and in Silicon Valley, this year, it's all about AI, but it's also all about IPOs and whether or not companies want to go to market because it's opportune to raise cash. Is that something that you plan to do, maybe in the next 2 to 5 years?
So the thing about an exit, we're not really focused on an exit. I want to build the biggest global payment infrastructure company. I want to work with all the biggest brands. We're doing that. We're closing some of the biggest logos in the US, in the Middle East, in Asia. Again, I've been so busy with that, traveling around the world, closing the deals in different parts.
Okay, well, is it better to stay private longer then?
100%. I think, look, the market needs to be right, the company needs to be right to do an IPO. We're going through that in other companies that I know. But I don't close myself to, if the market is ready, doing an IPO. I also don't close myself that if an M&A opportunity comes and I can find a partner that can take Yuno to the next level, I'm not going to say no. But at the moment, I need to keep closing deals. I need to keep building the next generation technology for payments.
We got to rush you along because we're out of time. But final questions here, since we're talking to an innovative entrepreneurial audience, and since you two have built successful companies on your own, do you have any advice for those that want to build the next generation of technology and the next unicorns? Marlison?
Think simple, be bold, try, and don't give up. That's it. And I don't think about exit yet. I have a lot of ideas and things that I could do, but I need to plan how to do and where to do. But it's funny when we start to know new people, new culture, and find new solutions to deliver to the people. This is amazing. So.
And there's no work-life balance. It's just work. Because I feel like Juan Pablo just works. So go ahead.
I sleep sometimes. Look, dream big.
Go clubbing? Do you go clubbing once in a while?
Yeah.
Yes.
Sometimes when I have time. Look, I think my advice is to dream big. Dream beyond a country, a region. The world is so big, and there's going to be possibilities beyond the world in a few years. And keep it simple. I love the simplicity is super important. Obsess about your product. Obsess about your product, and obsess about your customers. I think if you do that, you will create unicorn, decacorn, beyond what you can imagine.
All right. Well, that is valuable advice, and that's a very good sentiment to leave it on. Very positive, Juan Pablo. Marlison, thank you so much, and thank you all for welcoming and hosting us this year at Web Summit Qatar.
Thank you.
Today, we see something remarkable, a vision realized, ambition surpassed, and the future unfolding before our eyes. Here in Qatar, we are creating a platform where innovation meets opportunity.
All right. Okay, is everybody ready? I hope so. All right, who is going to be crowned the 2026 champion of pitch, sponsored by Jasur? We're going to find out. Our finalists will pitch on this stage one last time for a chance to take home our pitch trophy. So to give you some background, over the past 2 days, 35 of the most exciting startups at Web Summit Qatar have pitched their hearts out. First on our pitch stage, and then here on center stage in our semifinals yesterday. And now there are only 3 left. So each startup will pitch for 3 minutes, followed by a 3-minute Q&A with our judging panel, and the winner will be announced here at 3 p.m. Most importantly, playing a huge role in deciding who the winner will be is our panel of top-level judges. Let's welcome them out. All right, look at these cool judges here. I'm going to let them introduce themselves, starting with the lady to my left.
Hello, my name is Yalda Okar. I'm the founder and managing partner of Bracket Capital. We're a growth and late-stage private investor based out of Los Angeles. We also have offices in London and here in Doha.
Great.
Hi, I'm Eric Martineau Fortin. I'm founder and managing partner of White Star Capital. We invest at the seed stage and early stage. We have 4 strategies. 1.5 billion under management. We invest in North America, Europe, MENA, and Southeast Asia. And very excited to be here. Thank you very much.
Betty?
Hi, everyone. Beji Yang, managing partner at 500 Global. We do seed stage, also across other stages, started in Silicon Valley. And I'm particularly focused in all emerging markets and very deep in the MENA region. We have over 200 deals here. So quite excited to be here today.
Great. Amin?
Hi, everyone. My name is Amin Matni, and I'm the advisor to the CEO at Jasur. We are the execution arm or special residencies under the Ministry of Labor that the PM announced a couple of days ago, the entrepreneur and the executive residency. And also, we have employment solutions to facilitate movement of people, talented people for Qatar from overseas to the local market.
And Amin, we did it together, first year here in Qatar, right? Awesome. Okay. There's another judge today. We have 4 right here on stage, and the other one will be you, the audience. You guys here will be our 5th judge, which means you can vote for your favorite startup via the Web Summit Qatar mobile app using Slido. And your votes will count for 20% of the total voting. There we go. Here's a picture of it, so you know exactly where to find it. After the 3 pitches, a banner will show up on top of your home screen. You just need to tap to access the poll. Voting will be open right after the last pitcher leaves the stage and will remain open for 15 minutes. If you want to have your say on who's going to be the winner, please cast your vote. All right, now that you know the rules, we're ready to kick this final off. First up, the company's called Plantform, and they're developing smart indoor gardens that use fog technology to grow plants. All the way from Canada, please welcome Alberto to the stage.
The GCC imports over 90% of its fresh food, making households vulnerable to rising food costs and supply shocks. Hi, everyone. My name's Alberto, and I'm the co-founder and the CEO at Plantform. And we make households part of the solution to food security. The way we grow food is completely broken. It's grown in depleted soil, packed with pesticides, and shipped thousands of miles just to lose most of its freshness and nutrients by the time it reaches our plates. And the worst part is more than 50% of that actually ends up in waste. The opportunity is massive as people want control over the food now. But fresh, pesticide-free food is either costly, inconsistent in quality, or just tastes bland. So we made it our mission to become pioneers in aquaponics, the most water-efficient technology and fastest plant-growing technology in agriculture, initially developed by NASA. The way it works is we turn water into a nutrient-rich mist directly delivered to the roots, which allows the plants to use 98% less water than traditional farming, as well as growing plants up to 40% faster. And just last year, we got our patent approved. With this technology, we created a consumer product, the Plantform Smart Indoor Garden, essentially the gardening appliance for your holistic health, bringing you better nutrition and bringing you harvest every single day throughout the year without the need for any gardening experience. Picture Nespresso, but for your fresh greens, cherry tomatoes, or herbs. Choose your favorite plant pot, add them to the machine, add some water, at the push of a button, you got your green oasis year-round. And since we use aquaponics, you only have to add water once every 3 weeks. And people loved it. We sold thousands of this across North America through retailers like Costco. Last year, we went to CES, the largest consumer electronics show in the world, going head-to-head against LG and Samsung. But we took home the Best of Innovation award. Followed that, we got a $400,000 deal on Dragon's Den. But now, we're here in the GCC expanding very quickly through our distribution agreement with Jumbo Group to launch at Virgin Megastore, Sharab DG, and Jumbo Electronics, have partnered with one of the largest developers in the UAE, and have already closed 87 school boards across the GCC. We're tackling a $19 billion market as the demand for fresh food is growing. We're tackling health-conscious families and individuals, but we have also a B2B segment as we tackle education, hospitality, as well as real estate developers. And here's how we make money. We sell you the machine for $750, followed by a subscription of plant pots of $150 a year. With a customer acquisition cost of $200, we get an LTV valued at $1,350. Lastly, with our contract at Jumbo and Costco, we're actually well on track to cross the $16 million in annual revenue by the end of the year. Now here's the dream team. I've been a 3X founder with one exit. My 2 partners have scaled tech startups to 100 million in ARR, and Dr. Aftab was the head of R&D at the second largest vertical farming company in the world. We have a very strong board of advisors who are also investors, bringing expertise from BlackBerry all the way to Nespresso, and being the Nespresso of gardening, that's very crucial. People loved it. We're here to scale the product, and we're raising $1.5 million as a bridge fund to scale this company and to bring this NASA technology back to the moon. Thank you very much.
Woo! All right, judges, any questions? We have 3 minutes.
I love the energy that you brought to the stage. It should be an entertainer.
It's 3 coffees today already.
Espresso of gardening, hence the espresso. So I have a question for you. I like to understand the personality of founders. So can you tell me a couple of assumptions that you had at the start of launching your business that proved to be wrong and just surprised you as a founder?
Well, essentially, it's a lot about the passion that came behind it, right? I grew up in a farm in Spain, so coming up with challenges of hardware, agri-tech, it comes really rooted from my own passion in agriculture. And moving here to the GCC 10 years ago, before moving to Canada, I really saw this challenge when it came to food security. The most essential part of humanity is to be able to have fresh food and healthy food. And that's something that we've completely deviated ourselves from. So I'm trying to bring that back to the home and essentially making households directly part of the solution to the problem.
So man, a couple of questions. Can you tell me a bit, you said that the technology emerged from the NASA. Can you tell me a bit more about patents and how you are able to protect this, not only in North America, but maybe across the world? And second point is on payback. I mean, what's the cost of a facility or manufacturing plant? And how many months or how many crops do you need before you get to profitability on the average size?
So firstly, NASA did an open paper about aquaponics to be able to grow plants in space. They abandoned it in 2012. We took over all the paperwork in 2019 and partnered up with the Canadian government to develop this IP for the last 4 or 5 years. We patented it last year, which is a utility patent on the aquaponics itself and how we use fluid dynamics to transport the fog. And essentially, the payback period for one of the indoor gardens, if you're growing the essential crops like herbs or essentially cherry tomatoes, is between 11 months to 13 months.
How do you see the B2B and the B2C segments contributing to your revenue, and how can you scale it with 1.5 million that you're raising?
How can you, sorry?
How can you scale your revenue with the 1.5 million that you're raising? On the B2B and B2C, how are you going to split it? What's your go-to-market plan?
Right now, it's actually 70% more toward the growth of the GCC, so supplementing the distribution channels. There's a lot of fees to be able to enter these retailers as well. But the offtake is all FOB. So luckily, we don't have to worry much about funding inventory up front since they're buying it directly from our manufacturing. But the challenge is to support the retailer channels. We have a lot of events to be able to be displays. And at the same time, of course, marketing as we're pushing the B2C market equally both here and in North America.
There were maybe 5-6 years ago, I think there are a few sort of similar solutions, of course, with different patent there. What do you think will make you particularly sort of successful? What do you think is like the trigger point for that inflection point?
It's all about simplicity and stickiness. Just because we give you the tool does not mean you're going to use it. So we made it extremely user-friendly, less maintenance. The other systems, you have to add water every 2 to 3 days. With us, it's once every 3 weeks. The application as well essentially acts as a companion app. It tells you when to harvest, what you can do with it, recipes. Makes it very fun for you to interact with the machine and making it more of a solution within your lifestyle without being a forceful solution to you to use. So the stickiness we're really focused on. We also spent the first 2 years interviewing most of the customers or our competitors to understand the pain points of what was the reason why churn was happening.
And quickly, how much money are you looking to raise? What's your ask? What are you asking for the crowd here?
1.5 million. We've already raised $500,000 last month. So 1 more million to close the round.
Why that low? Why not more?
Well, we're trying to preserve equity before we go into our big Series A. And right now, it's more of a bridge fund to be able to support this market, which really started exploding since CES happened.
Great. Round of applause for Alberto. Thank you. All right, great way to start off this finals. Our second finalist is called And Again, and they're creating a social-first platform for buying and selling pre-loved and slow fashion items. Let's hear it for Rowan.
Hello, hello, everyone. Do I have your attention? Before we get started, I want to ask you all a very quick question. Who has something in their closet that they haven't worn for a year or taxed it on, by show of hand? Yeah, we're all guilty of it. Now keep that in mind. Hi, I'm Rowan. I'm the founder of And Again, as in shop, wear, sell, again, again, and again. We know that fashion is the second most polluting industry in the world, but how does that translate to a local problem? Our consumer is hyper-connected, she shops online daily, and she's shopped pre-loved in the last 6 months. But decluttering is overwhelming. She has no time to do it, and there's nowhere cool to do it anyways. This is where we come in. We're And Again, the easy-peasy app for all your pre-loved and slow fashion shopping. Think ASOS meets TikTok, but sustainable. Competition? Not really. No one's cracked it. It's not really giving. No one's designing for the future of the marketplace. But is it worth it? You bet it is. The global playing field is proved. Mercari is at 7.4 billion, Vinted 5.4, but no one's cracked the region. This is exactly what we want to do. Now, when I say the future of fashion is pre-loved, I mean it. If you're going to remember one number today, is that 70% of Gen Z prefer buying pre-loved. 70%, it's huge. This is what we're building. And again, is social media meets shopping. You can explore and shop from the homepage just like a social media app. You can swipe to shop, think Tinder, but for fashion. You can sell in seconds with AI. You can search with AI, and you can try on with AI. And 3 months in, and it's working. Our organic traction is at 2,000 downloads. We have 186K in sales, 2,000 followers, and 14 influencer closets onboarded. And speaking about influencers, the community is growing. If the cool girls say it's cool, everybody's going to follow in suite. And being in the region, we have to think of vibe. Vibe means taboo. And we're really shifting that and executing to shift that. We really know how to build for the region, whether it's services, whether it's having relationship with the media, and understanding that digital is nothing without a strong physical presence. And of course, the magic wouldn't happen without a wonderful team, all experts in their field. Now, how we make money? It's a marketplace, but we took the best of e-com and the best of social media and put them together. We want to get to 2.5 million users by 2029, be profitable by year 2, and get to 15 million in net profit by year 5. We're really thinking long term. Right now, it's the normalization phase. But in 15 years, we want to build the infrastructure and make pre-loved the first choice. And that's why we're raising 1 million now across the 4 categories to build faster, stronger, and better. We invite you to do good, look good, and feel good with us. Thank you.
Questions from the judges?
Yeah, being in this region, tell me, how are you changing the narrative around thrifting to making it something cool? And also, obviously, you have much larger platforms and they're very well capitalized.
Yeah.
What are your barriers of entry when it comes to competition?
So with the region, it's all about execution. The way the brand is developed, the way you communicate, the way you tell the story of each item you want to sell or the story you tell to your consumers. And knowing how to execute perfectly for that is what makes a big difference. I personally lived in Saudi for most of my life. I was in Lebanon as well. I've been in Dubai for 12 years. So really understanding the different sub-niches is what makes a big difference for us. No one's cracked it yet, but we're here.
And barriers to entry?
Yeah. So the barriers that we can see is mostly about understanding the value of items or being comfortable with selling online, trusting what's happening as a narrative. That's why we're working from that from the beginning to really make people feel safe as consumers within the app and within the ecosystem.
Thank you for the energy.
Thank you.
Very great. We talked about competition, but I'm keen to understand why the other large platform, the Vestiaire Collective, Rebag, all those other platforms we see.
I didn't hear anything. I'm so sorry.
I said I'm just asking. How do you explain that foreign platform that exists in North America and in Europe have not tackled the market yet?
That's a great question because we are not Europe, we are not the West. You have to understand that our region is super pampered. You have to understand that we have an app for everything. You even have an app to order your gas to fill your car at the house. So understanding that behavior and that people are so comfortable with those services, this is how you have to build. For example, our very first sale was a $10 t-shirt and someone paid $20 for delivery because we just want that comfort. And you have to build for that exactly. If a Vinted were to come in with a product like theirs, it wouldn't work for the region. You have to adapt and build better.
Right.
Thank you.
Can you tell us a little bit more about, like, it's a sort of peer-to-peer, both side of marketplace. So I think I'll be interested to hear like the curation of the right liquidity between buyers and sellers. Like, do you first curate like the sellers, and then how do you ensure the style or things they're looking for get into the right liquidity between buyer and seller?
Okay. So I'm going to go back to talk about brand and execution. If I had built something that looked like a Vinted, it would attract that kind of seller with a more like bazaar, thrifting, searching for little things. But because the brand is executed in a way that's inspiring, beautiful, very geared to fashion, it's attracting that kind of seller and that kind of product. The only products that we hold and curate are the influencer closets, and we do them in drops to kind of work on that FOMO effect. And again, say if the cool girls are participating in this, and they're girls from everywhere, from all over the GCC, all over the region, then everybody's going to get excited and join in. Thank you.
Amazing pitch, great energy.
Thank you.
Everybody is asking about your social hack because it is a taboo in the region. There's no thrifting culture. There's no flea market culture.
You would be surprised.
So it's happening, but behind closed doors, friends to friends, family to family. On Facebook, we don't see we don't see people selling pre-used stuff. We see furniture and whatnot. Now, how are you going to hack anonymity in your platform to monetize? Because there's a cultural barrier, surely.
So first thing is you'd be surprised how big it actually is, and it's only growing. Once you start looking for all these things, it's there. But no one's consolidated it, no one's given it a voice, and this is what we want to try and do. A thrift shop could sell on my app. They don't necessarily have the means to build a platform, so we want to give that voice. So that's for the community of pre-loved. And then the barriers you're talking about, anonymity, the app can allow you to have that because there's no contact between people. If someone's not comfortable saying their name, it's completely fine because there's no meeting between seller and buyer. We provide the delivery service. We make it easy, seamless, inevitably easy. That's what we want to do for people.
Excellent. All right, round of applause for And Again. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
All right. Next up is a company called Gluxkind, a startup empowering parents with AI-powered smart strollers. Please put your hands together for our final pitcher of the day, Kevin.
Hello, I am Kevin Huang, co-founder dad of Gluxkind. We live in a world where AI can write essays, drive cars, even trade stocks. Yet, one of the most fundamentally physically taxing and emotionally challenging job, taking care of a newborn, still relies on caffeine, panic, and back pain. So we asked ourselves a very simple question. What if AI can help parents? Starting with mobility. As you may know, strollers can be quite heavy. They're pretty expensive for what they are, and they haven't really evolved in the last 10 years. So we would like to introduce AI-powered parenting platform, Rosa and Ella. At its core, it's power-assisted, so going uphill becomes effortless. Downhill automatic brakes and stops for you. It's there to rock and soothe your little one so that you can reclaim a moment of peace, of calm. And sometimes, if you need an extra hand, it can even go hands-free, so you can focus on your family instead of multitasking. We are building tools for parents who are parenting in 2026. Under the hood, our units run neural networks that run perception and control in real time. And with every walk, our users are feeding the data loop. They are feeding our simulations that, through millions of miles, improve the entire stack. And this transforms over time. That creates a better product with over-the-air updates. Our business model is pretty simple for now. We sell direct to customers starting at $2,400 with 45 to 65% margin. And over time, we also have software subscriptions that provide screenless entertainment that we're building, Family OS, to support their children throughout the years. We showed off our product at CES, and within 3 days, we got over $10 million of pre-orders. That demand surprised us. We're ranked #1 for smart strollers, and our average order value is over $3,000. With all this media coverage, my co-founder Ann and I built this for ourselves as parents. So if you're interested in building AI that helps empower the human connection, please let's have a chat. Because we're here to raise $10 million to expand in the GCC region as well as globally, as we're already in 7 different countries. Thank you.
All right, judges, questions?
Do you want to go first?
Let me go. You go first.
I'm a mom of 3. I've been through the bugaboos and the yo-yo zen and every single collection of prams. They're all parked outside the house, so this actually resonates quite well. But tell me, 10 million, that's a big ask. What's the run rate? What's the burn? How far will it get you? And how has the growth been year on year and projected growth as well?
That's a great question. So as you know, we're doing both hardware and software. So we are actually quite lean as a team. Our burn is about $30K a month. We have 18 months of runway. We're raising to scale. We've seen demand from many different countries, that including here, where customers are reaching out to us, hey, can you guys ship to Dubai? And we haven't been able to because we have a small team. And we're trying to ramp up production so that we can satisfy the demand that parents are looking actively for a smarter solution.
So for me, a bit more granular on the question. Can you tell me a bit more about unit economics? What's the average cost for a user? What's your cost of production? How do you get the cost of production low in terms of volume? I have a feeling it's going to require a lot more than 10 to get it to a price point that is appealing for consumer.
Great question. So right now it starts at $2,400 for retail. It costs us about $1,200 to make, and depending on where we ship it to. In terms of scale, our electronics cost scales down by 70% as soon as we hit 5,000 units. So it is very much one of our goals with this, is building a platform, a robotics platform at scale, so that we can provide lots of the benefits of robotics to the masses. That's kind of our long-term goal.
Okay. You mentioned, just one complementary question, you mentioned that you had pre-sale.
Yes. So how many have you pre-sold, and what's the average price you pre-sold these ones?
So the average price that we pre-sold was actually 2,800. So even with that, when the customers actually go to check out, they tend to add more accessories than that we later on actually added. And for most parts, our AOV is over 3,000, and that's indicative of pretty much they've added everything that we offered. Yeah.
Thank you.
What if, here, so parents also have two actually still small kids. What if the stroller like self-drive my kid away? And then what if like you're like on the road and then there's a lot of like bumps, ups and downs, because like let's say if you're thinking like a robot that cleans your floor, that's a limited type of floor that you're going through versus stroller. So I would love to buy, but I have so many questions, especially on like how safe it is for my kid to be there.
That is an excellent question. As a parent myself, we take this from safety at its core. We take it as the same way as Waymo does it, right? We do tons of simulated testing, and we take our technology from proven sensors from the automotive level. Whereas maybe a traditional stroller company might approach it from a consumer electronics level, we take it from a automotive. How can we bring this component and a smaller, lighter form factor and having the same level of certification at top down rather than the other way up?
Amin, quick question.
I've seen some companies trying to do the automation, so handless movement. What you added is interesting features for augmentation. I think the inclusion of the other parent is interesting to think about. We were joking in the backstage with Casey. It's like, what if the grandma going to use it later on for shopping and etc. So load, payload. It's interesting and important to understand utilization journey for the whole hardware because it's expensive. It's an asset.
Yes.
And if you fit many categories in integrating in the car, where you have still the camera and the other parent can see, can talk, etc., you will enrich the utilization. Hence, you can hack a new segment and category in that product line, which is premium and highly expensive. So I would concur that you need to define utilization, premium utilization for a premium price point.
Yes, to your point exactly. With the companion app, you can actually build your family, right? Including your care ecosystem, which is your nanny, right? Or grandparents. So the strollers have built-in GPS. So you can see, oh, the nanny actually went to the park, right? Or grandma is actually just around the corner from my office. I can hop down and meet them. So it's a completely modular system so that you can actually attach other things onto the stroller, whether it's a cart, whether even for some of our customers, I can show you videos later, where they're using it for golf. They're literally taking the frame, going to the golf course with it. So even though we're starting with baby strollers, at the end of the day, we're building a mobility platform at its core.
Great. Excellent. Round of applause for Kevin. Thanks, Kevin.
Thank you.
I've been introduced him many times. I can't pronounce the company's name. Gluxkind. All right. Center stage audience, let's give a round of applause for all three pitch superstars. Okay. Before I continue, I want to get a quick snapshot from the judges. Amin, what did you think of the three pitches? Did you have a favorite? Did you have something to say about how they pitched or what they were conveying to you?
First, it's a great quality improvement from last year.
Yes.
Interesting thing, there's two hardware.
Hardware,
We
yes.
never had hardware before.
Yep.
So this is a new change. Favorite, I mean, I would say Alberto has an edge in what he's doing.
Okay.
But promising for, I would say, for Alberto.
Great.
For Plantform.
Great. Betty?
Companies were very well prepared to pitch. I think that was like well done in a short period of time. I think they were all able to tell exactly what they're doing and then addressing the questions. I think partially also it's understanding part of like the novelty, the differentiation that they might have as they scale in the regions. I think those would be a lot of the questions I'll be thinking and judging later with my co-panelists.
Okay, great. Eric?
I think similarly, great companies, great founders, a lot of energy. That's really good. I think it all depends as investors what type of projects you're more
interested in, or the type of mandate you receive. I can see value for each of them, and they're at different stages as well.
Yep.
I have a short preference for Plantform on our end, which I think is probably closer to production and closer to profitability in light of what we do. But the rest can also work for a different type of strategies.
Great, thank you, Eric. Alda?
I thought the energy was phenomenal. Like
Great.
these founders, they did such a great job, and you could just see the passion transpire. It reminded me of a quote that Patty has on his Instagram, where he says that Web Summit is the Olympics of tech, and that really felt like an Olympics final right there. And for an investor, I feel like it's such a treat, and I think it's also representative of the broader ecosystem here, just the quality of founders and passion and excitement and scale and growth. And the fact that 2 out of 3 of these founders have chosen this region to start scaling their platform is just really representative of the centers, the hemispheres shifting more towards the Middle East, which I think is fantastic.
Did any one of them pop out at you that you're more excited about?
I'm not going to give on too much. Maybe we'll leave this for the deliberation in the back.
Okay.
But I have to say, when the last founder was describing his company, it made me think of when Elon Musk said, "I'm not building a car that has a computer, but a computer that is a car." Are we really, developing into a world where computers have become strollers?
Yeah.
Interesting world we live in.
It is, exactly. All right. So now everybody in the audience, remember that now it's time to have your say on who you think should be crowned the next pitch champion. The polls are open now and will remain open for 15 more minutes, so make sure to cast your votes. The judges' scores will now be collected and counted, as will the audience Slido vote. The winner of pitch, sponsored by Jasur, will be announced here on center stage at 3 p.m. So be sure to stick around for the final reveal. Thank you very much. Thank you, judges, and we'll see you after lunch. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Before we get started with our incredible program of speakers,
The future isn't waiting. It's being written by every decision we make today.
Technology is the pen. Humanity is the author. The story is still ours to write. And that story can be a positive one of a brighter future.
Small actions at scale don't just change industries, they change history.
We don't inherit the future. We co-create it with courage, code, and compassion.
Every startup, every breakthrough, every bold idea is a vote for the world we want to live in.
The greatest disruption of this century won't be in technology. It will be in how we choose to treat each other.
Hello, everyone. My name is Casey Lau, and I'm here to bring you the finale of Web Summit Qatar 2026. The numbers are in for this year's event, and this year we have welcomed a record-breaking 30,274 attendees, 1,673 startups, and 931 investors from over 127 countries this year. Just incredible growth and excitement for Qatar and the GCC. I'm just going to clap because I'm just amazed how much we've grown. All right, this year you can feel the immensity of interest in the region by the number of incredible speakers we've had on center stage and the high quality of startups attending. I'm excited to see what 2027 will bring to Qatar. To close day 3 here on center stage, we have some incredible speakers that will bring you talks about AI in healthcare, the future of news, robots, quantum computing, Sir Mo Farah, and of course, which of the 3 startups that pitched earlier will be crowned the winner of Pitch 2026. So let's get on with the first talk of the afternoon. AI has the potential to unlock our full potential, but only if harnessed correctly. Our next panel is here to discuss what it takes to get the most out of the powerful new tool. In conversation with Marine Khan from The Times, please welcome to the stage the co-founder of GenSpark AI, Wen Sang, the co-founder of Squirrel AI, Jolene Liang, and the CEO of Stability, Alprem Aka Raju.
Good one, good one.
Well done. All right. We are in our seats. Well done, everyone.
He nailed it.
Thanks, everyone, for being here. I'm incredibly biased, but I think this is probably the most important thing you're going to be hearing at Web Summit, because the 3 of you guys are going to be explaining to us about why AI is not here to replace us, but to make us better. But before we get started, I think most of you guys are doing your maiden Doha Web Summit. Is it the first one for everyone in Doha? My first Doha. Okay, so what do we make of it? What are your first impressions?
I love it. I feel like I stepped into the future.
Excellent.
So Web Summit in Doha feels like we're like 30 years ahead
Brilliant.
of the rest of the world.
So here's to many more.
Yeah.
Okay, let's get into it. Wen, I'm going to start with you. We're going to be talking a lot about this phrase, Agentic AI. Most of us here use LLMs. They've become a normal part of our life work. But tell me, what is the difference between your LLM, where you send it prompts and it gives you stuff back, it spits stuff back at you, and the future, which is Agentic AI, which is what a lot of you guys are already deploying in your businesses. So tell us what it is.
100%. Thank you for the question, Marine, and appreciate everybody for being here. So essentially, we see a lot of new models coming out every day these days. But when it comes to LLMs, they're really like brains. They're extremely intelligent, but they do not necessarily do real work for you right away. There is a gap between intelligence and real-world work output. So what we do at GenSpark is we translate the capabilities of the LLMs into the real-world work. And that process is an agentic process. How we do it is we orchestrate 70+ state-of-the-art models, from OpenAI models to Anthropic models to Google models to all the open source models. Why? Because they're all good at different things. And we take advantage of their strength. We command the perfect model at the right time to do the right thing so that you can get the whole task completed timely and with quality. Now, on top of the models, we also built 150+ in-house tools, because those are the arms and legs for the brains, right? At the end of the day, we built AI agents for the 1 billion+ knowledge workers. I myself, as a knowledge worker, I don't remember doing any Olympia-level math problem in the last 10 years for once. So intelligence is a start point, but it's not the end point.
Right.
And what we optimize at GenSpark is high quality, usable, accurate, reliable results, output. And that is what gave us the growth in a way that we launched in April 2025. We just broke $155 million of ARR in 10 months. Because people care about the results.
Sure. So there's a complementarity between the LLM and the agentic or agents. They're not fighting against each other. You're not there to replace LLMs. You're building on top of the kind of engine
100%.
with this sort of stack.
Yes, exactly. So the LLMs are the engines for us, and we build the car. And for us, we built Lamborghinis for everyone.
Lamborghinis? Only
everyone.
Lamborghinis. And maybe, inshallah,
$25 a month.
Inshallah, there'll be Bugattis very soon. We're going to talk about what the arms and legs look like, because I'm always struggling conceptually to think of an agent as something digital and not something I can physically see. So we'll get back to that.
Sounds good.
But Jolene, I want to get to you, because you are using this agentic model in schools, in learning. Tell us what Squirrel is about.
Okay, so in education industry, agentic AI is not really just general LLM. So we can consider each student or each learner should have an AI virtual tutor next to them. However, the AI virtual tutor should be like a 20, 30 years experiences, a superior teacher who understands the student, have been teaching the student for 2 to 3 years, understand the student. Then that's the AI virtual tutor. So what we have been building in Squirrel AI for 11 years is called AI large adaptive model. So it's the integration of AI adaptive learning plus multimodality of large model. So in that case, the AI understands the student, diagnose, do the personalized, accurate recommendation, and then practices to make sure the students master and then gain the results, outcomes, and improve.
So so you call it a large adaptive model. So from LLMs to LAMs.
Yep.
Okay, I'll dig into a bit later about what it looks like, both physically and digitally. Prem, same question to you. What does agentic mean in the world that you're in at Stability?
So what we do is primarily digital media and entertainment. And so the shift from non-agentic, let's say, to agentic is really going from a linear pipeline to a living ecosystem. Really a living entity rather than really kind of trial and error on a linear basis. You're trying to, when you're making games, video games, you're making film and TV, or even music, you're trying one thing and then you try another and you try another. It's a very iterative process. So this type of iterative process where you're trying to end up with a determined target is perfect for agentic workflow, because the human or the artist who's leading the process can be the storyteller or the creative direction, but you want all these iterative processes to happen autonomously. When those processes could be as rudimentary as rotoscope or color matching, where someone normally would just sit there and say, does this color match this thing? And they kind of keep iterating and iterating and make sure everything is consistent. That is like the perfect example of how we're using agentic AI to create professional content.
So right now, if we're doing a text-to-image-based prompts, I'm constantly telling it, wrong shape, wrong size, no, I want it in a different landscape, no, the proportions are wrong. So I'm constantly doing the iterative stuff.
Yeah.
So in this world of agentic AI, the AI itself has some degree of editorial or creative autonomy.
Yes.
Where does it get it from? Does it get it from me prompting it, or how is it being generated?
It's getting it from what you're basically going to be referring the model to, and it's saying, I really want it to end up in this kind of direction or this type of theme.
A comparator somewhere.
Exactly. Okay. So we give it a lot of reference, like color matching is one of those things. It needs to kind of always deviate to a certain color scheme, so the entire film or the entire series can look uniform. And so that is one perfect form of where it has a reference photo, or essentially a reference image that maybe a lot of times would just shoot with principal photography or plate photography. So that could be where you have like a real life physical example that's then bridging off into an agentic workflow. So they're still connected, but that would be a reference point or a text. But what's really interesting in the creative process is a lot of times creative intent is very, very difficult many times to express in words. And so what we do is we have different forms of the input or the prompt. That prompt could be a video or an image. It can actually be, for our music model, our agentic music model, you can actually just hum it out with your mouth. A lot of times when you go into a film studio where they're recording for the film track, or in a recording studio, you see people just do it with their mouth. And so
you drop a beat and then you sort of jam.
I wanted the drums to sound like this, and they actually just hum it out. We'd have a style transfer model that just takes that and puts it into any instrument whatsoever, and then you can kind of iterate after that. So we try to adhere to the creative process on how they want to prompt the model differently than just text.
Got it. I mean, when you used the word autonomy, we've heard autonomy a bit more in this chat. It can be quite a scary word. What does autonomy mean in the context of when we're talking about agents?
So there's a comparison, right? In the past, we lived in a world with a lot of software. The way software works is you have input, you have output. In the middle, the workflow is pretty much deterministic, right? So that is software. Now, autonomy really means that middle is, to a certain extent, autonomous. It's built based off the LLM's capabilities to reason and to think. It's no longer just one set of input and one set of output. Now, what that gives us is new possibilities. I'll give you a couple of examples. One new possibility is, because this process is very similar to how human beings solve problems, if this input for some reason is a weird input, traditional software may not work. You may get something completely weird. But for agentic AI, what you give the agent is your business objective, your objective. Once you give that objective, the agent, for example, JanSpark Super Agent, it would try to figure it out in so many different ways until it gets to the end. That is the autonomous or the agentic capability that we're talking about.
Got it. So, but if I say to my agentic AI, we need to cut costs, they'll just fire people and find ways to, make the overheads lower. That's not necessary. I mean, it's the most rudimentary thing to do because it achieves the objective. So, but there has to be some kind of toing and froing and monitoring about what kind of decisions are going to be taken, right?
100%. And to that example, cut costs may be one way of getting the business to a better stage. To a lot of our surprises, the JanSpark Super Agent has to give you different options, different paths. It could think like, it's almost like you have a fleet of Goldman Sachs analysts in your pocket. They give you different options, A, B, and C. While cut cost is, well, one way of doing it, maybe there are other ways to increase demand. Maybe there are other ways to accomplish the same task with less time. Maybe there are other ways to coordinate. They give us the answers that we may not even anticipate. That is the beautiful part about being agentic.
There might be some worried-looking strategy consultants in the room. There also might be some worried teachers and some worried tutors from what you explained, Jalene, about Squirrel AI. So the replacement fear is a big fear. I mean, I write about it a lot in my work, that there will be jobs that disappear. Can you give us any reassurance that actually this is about augmenting and making us more productive, not actually wiping away huge spheres of industry and skill?
Yeah. There is a rumor that AI will replace teachers. I have to say the job loss in education should not happen. Why is that? Because we need to unpack the potentials of human educators. However, the teaching knowledge roles and this kind of responsibilities should be 100% replaced by AI. That's what we have been doing in Squirrel AI learning. Like in our self-study centers, in China we have over 3,000. There's no teacher teaching knowledge in the center, but we have human instructors to guide the student, talking to the student, emotional communication, interaction, encouraging, and more important role is to do the data analysis. So we need to read the report and see the learning behavior data of the students' learning, and then talk to them and maybe talk to the parents. So in that case, we need more human educators, instructors, instead of teaching knowledge. So I wouldn't say job loss, but there could be a scenario of the job loss if the teachers, educators, do not work with AI. I have to say, probably from now, 5 years later, it's going to be job loss.
So embrace it. Can you explain to us also the study centers? Because when you describe to me students having a virtual agentic tutor, I'm like, they're at home, they're with a device. But you actually want them to go to something that looks like a school, where the teachers are not in human form, but they're around other children. So what's that based on?
Okay, so why we are here in this Qatar, Doha, we have to meet in person, we have to see each other, right? So for education, no matter for kids or adults, we learn from online, we learn by AI, that's fine. But we still need interactions, like some problem-based, project-based learning. We learn from each other. Maybe I'm a poor performance student, but you are good. I like to learn, I get encouragement, motivation from you. So kids love to get together. So that's why we have to have the physical self-study centers. However, I would say 70 to 80% students and parents, they prefer the kids to be in the center, and another 20 to 30, they stay at home. That's fine, no worries. Like my daughter was in China before, and she loved going to the centers. Now she's in Melbourne, she has no choice, she has to stay. But I can see the performance effectiveness is a little bit lower.
So it serves like an after-school center or a weekend study area?
Yes.
Something that you're doing on top of your
The
normal
centers
school
we
hours.
have now are supplementary, but we do work with public schools and private schools. They purchase our tablet and software, and they put it in the classroom, in the real classroom, and they retrain their teachers to use the AI tool and to learn these abilities.
Interesting. I'm going to go to you, Prem, because I mean, there's a lot of questions, but let's go into the reassurance phase. So obviously, AI slop is a thing. We all see it everywhere. It's proliferated over every social media platform we use. Your family, auntie, uncles, WhatsApp groups is full of AI slop. Reassure us that we're not just entering into a world of slop.
So there is a lot of slop out there. It's funny because people ask me all the time, it's like we're helping with the script. And right now, AI is really good at creating mediocre scripts. And if there's one thing Hollywood does not need is more mediocre scripts. And so there is a ton of AI slop. But what we're seeing really is consumer products. And consumer products is really creating a lot of that slop. What we're doing is fine-tuning a lot of our own. We created Stable Diffusion, of course, but we use a lot of other open source models to actually create enterprise-grade tools for professional content creators. So there's still an artist in the control seat and able to have the fine-tuned creative controls that artist needs to create that end content. So we're more of enabling the artist. Our ultimate person we're serving is the human. I love what you were saying about getting together, look at it all here. And so because of that, we're trying to, not that humans won't make slop, they will.
We've been doing slop. I think we probably were the original progenitors of slop.
Yeah, so. I mean, we are exactly. And so, but we do have to remember that the end customer for everything we create is a human. And humans, I think, are really good at determining whether it's slop, which is very disposable, but that the content that has the right duration and durability, I think, was made from a human. I was just talking about this in the meeting I just had right now. We could talk about movies that were made 20 years ago, 30 years ago. And I think that the throughput was really the human telling a story about humans, about character-based dramas, and is connecting with that end human. If it's all the AI that's creating that, I think it's going to have a really hard time with that durability. And the job loss is also a very big thing in Hollywood as well. But what you do see, what you kind of see is that there's some short-term turbulence, but you almost always see that technology interjected into a production process that makes it more efficient. It's almost always that there's more jobs in the end because you just create more product. And so I do think that that's what's going to happen here. I think there's going to be far more jobs than ever before in professional content creation because of AI.
When I'm going to give you the last word, maybe some more reassurance, but also that thing that I mentioned at the beginning, which is what is an agent if it's just sitting at the end of a mobile phone or a desktop? Often people just think it has to come in some humanoid or robotic form for something to truly do stuff for you. Am I completely on the wrong track? Have I completely confused a lot of other things? So can you tell me about whether this needs to take, what do the arms and legs of this stuff look like?
Absolutely. So when we look at the world, we look through the lens of the knowledge workers and knowledge work.
Sure.
Because we cater to 1 billion plus knowledge workers. And what we see is today, many of us are knowledge workers, right? How we spend time is possibly 80% of the time is on the busy work. You fix the logo on a slide, you fix that formula in that cell on a spreadsheet, or crafting document word by word. That's what we spend time on. But what we really want to achieve is the business objectives, is the goal, is the deals we wanted to get done, is the applications we wanted to build, is the money we want to make. So with Agentic AI, our view is we have an opportunity. We have an opportunity to push all of these busy work to the agents, to the Agentic AI, and so that we human beings gets unleashed, our potential gets unleashed to tackle the high level, highly valuable and creative strategic tasks. That's what we want. I mean, if you look at the history, nobody does their laundry by hands today, right? You would laugh at it, but 1,000 years ago, unless you were a feudal lord, you have to, right? You have to. So that is when civilization progresses, when technology show up, yes, the types of jobs change. But today we produce a lot more, aggregated. We produce a lot more, and average human being's life is way better than 1,000 years ago. That is the future we're fighting for, and that is what we wanted to put Agentic AI to work to get us.
Sure, so it's the digital version of not washing your clothes by hand. I think that is a fantastic way to end the session. I hope you all got something from it. Thank you for achieving the mandate, which is to make us feel a little bit less scared. And my final task is to let you enjoy the rest of Web Summit. Thanks so much, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, healthcare is entering a new era where generative AI isn't just about replacing clinicians, but radically expanding what care can look like. As the cost of expertise approaches zero, AI agents are making continuous monitoring, deeply personalized guidance, and proactive preventive interventions possible at a scale we've never seen before. This shift has the potential to move healthcare from reactive treatment to truly lifelong care. To explore how generative AI agents are transforming healthcare in practice, we're joined by leaders working at the cutting edge of medicine, biotechnology, and technology reporting. In conversation with Rebecca Bellin, the senior reporter at TechCrunch, please welcome Alex Alliper, the president of Insilico Medicine, and Tian Zhu, CEO of Generative Bio.
Hello, welcome to Web Summit Qatar. I want to set the stage before we begin. So within the last month, for those in our audience who don't already know this, Alex's Insilico joined the Hong Kong public markets. Tian's Generative Bio got the FDA green light to begin trials of CRISPR therapy for corneal dystrophy. Anyone want to clap for that? This is a pretty big deal in terms of biotech world. Yeah. So Alex, you also published a paper outlining your roadmap to what you call pharmaceutical superintelligence. Can you explain to us what that means?
Sure. Insilico is a biotechnology company, so we are 12 years old now, and we've developed an AI platform to discover drugs more efficiently and cheaply. Currently, we have the fastest development timeline from 0 to clinical candidate. Instead of 5 years it takes traditionally, we're able to make it in 1 or 1.5 years. And so we can get more clinical candidates rapidly. With that platform, we're able to generate a pipeline of over 30 therapeutical programs. 11 of them are in clinical trials. So what we describe in this paper, in this concept of pharmaceutical superintelligence, it's a very capable model, multimodal, multitask model that is capable of solving many different drug discovery tasks simultaneously and achieving superhuman accuracy in achieving those tasks. We really need this technology to increase the productivity of our pharmaceutical industry and tackle the shortage of labor and talent in that space, because there are still thousands of diseases without a cure, without any treatment option, and there are thousands of rare disorders that are neglected. Okay. So we need more intelligent systems to tackle that problem.
So you're saying it's a labor issue trying to solve for all of this?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So, are you imagining a world in which this is the end of the human scientist?
No, I think humans will become more powerful, more capable, more creative. There is no shortage of problems to solve with that technology, and humans will be able to focus and guide these platforms to be more efficient, to discover solutions and therapeutics that are beyond standard definition of a disease, that can be personalized. So every individual patient will get a personalized treatment, which is amazing.
That's the dream, but what are you seeing today? Like, what have we talked backstage about possibly finding, repurposing drugs that currently exist on the shelves today for different cures. Has AI helped you with that?
Yeah, so we have a few case studies on repurposing. One case study we published together with Harvard, Mayo Clinic, Tsinghua University, and Hopkins Hospital is around ALS. It's amyotrophic lateral sclerosis. It's a neurological disorder. So we used our platform to identify therapeutic targets and repurposing candidates for that disease.
Wow.
And then we validated those hypotheses by the platform, targets nominated by the platform, in the lab. And we showed potency of some of the repurposing candidates. And then we started, together with our collaborator, Dr. Lu Bai from 4B Technologies, a phase 2 clinical study. So he actually started the clinical study and enrolled 64 patients. So this study has just been completed, so we're waiting for the results of it.
That's incredible. So Tian, you have said that we have the scissors for gene editing, aka CRISPR, but we lack the envelopes. How does your AI designed protein vehicle solve the delivery bottleneck?
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, my name is Tian.
delivery is really the key, not only equally important in vivo genome editing therapeutics development, but I would say even more importantly. So we have developed a proprietary PDV, so-called. It's actually protein delivery vehicle, and it's a virus-like particle. So we learn from the nature and use AI machine learning methods to mining the nature resources and to find like which kind of virus having their affinity to certain types of tissues. And we can also engineer the virus-like particle outside to conjugate some antibody, use AlphaFold or some other methods in our drug protein engineering. We also combine our high school screening wet lab to generate a lot of data and iterate with the AI model and to make our delivery vehicle more powerful, more specific, and also highly efficient. Yeah.
Incredible. So if Alex's AI is able to find the gene for longevity tomorrow, can your tech deliver it to every cell in the body?
That's possible, we think. Yeah. But it needs to be like personalized or precisely. Yeah.
Amazing. Okay, so talking a little bit about capital. So we're seeing a bit of a shift in capital for biotech, right? So Alex, you listed in Hong Kong. Tian, you're here bridge building in the Gulf. Is the Boston, San Francisco dominance in biotech dead? Either of you can answer.
Well, I think that we have a big paradigm shift in terms of how we discover drugs. Currently, I can open my laptop, access our AI platform to generate real molecules and real target hypotheses for any given disease, and do it from here, from the Middle East.
Wow.
I don't have to be in Boston, San Francisco, Paris, London to do that. So pharmaceutical industry is no longer an oligopoly of a few cities, a few centers. You can do it from anywhere and then outsource. It's like the Apple model, designed in California, made in China. So similar thing is happening in the pharmaceutical world.
Yeah, we actually operate globally. So we do have office in Boston, and we operate in Hong Kong, Beijing. And what really attracted me here is that I found that the infrastructure of the genomics is actually quite amazing here. So we can leverage some of the data here and combining with our platform-based approach to identify therapies for like prevalent genetic diseases orders here. Yeah.
Okay, interesting. Another thing, Alex and you and I talked about this backstage, but we were talking about longevity movement in, it seems like in the US it's kind of a billionaire's hobby. I suppose there's plenty of billionaires in the Gulf as well. So are you noticing that a lot of the sovereign wealth funds are investing in longevity in a similar way to how they have done for, say, climate tech?
I would say currently there is even more interest in longevity and health span extending technologies globally. And in this region, longevity has, I think, gained momentum in terms of the level of interest for investors, sovereign wealth funds, and also individual scientists. So we see more and more scientists looking into the field of agent research. And we're co-hosting the largest agent research conference in Copenhagen called ARDDs every year. And we see more and more people from various geographies coming over and presenting their work in agent research. So I think it's becoming more trendy. And now with the advent of GLP-1 medicines like Mounjaro, Ozempic, which are already considered longevity therapeutics by their manufacturers, we will see more and more of those solutions coming out on the market and coming out into the R&D cycle.
Tian, gene therapies can cost millions. How do you ensure that AI-driven cures don't become a luxury good for genetically enhanced upper class?
Yeah, so we focus on in vivo genome editing. Actually, it's shift from ex vivo approach, which is like a cell therapy to extract like such as blood from the human and editing going back. So that will actually cost a very long time, such as 6 months for sickle cell diseases. But if we shift from ex vivo to in vivo, which requires what you already asked, the delivery vehicle to be very efficient and specific to the body, then we will control actually the cost of goods very low. And the process is also quite standardized. It's like off-the-shelf drug and one for multiple patients, so which will make the drugs more affordable and accessible to patients globally. Yeah.
Okay. How do you prove to a regulator that your AI isn't hallucinating something that could cause cancer in, say, 5 years?
Yeah, so we pay a great attention to the safety side. So we will monitor the off-target, like after the gene editing, there's on-target, but there potentially might be some off-target could cause some other severe problems such as cancer. So in our current clinical trial, we actually will monitor our patients for a longer time, longer than 5 years, to see if there's anything happen. But also in our development, we always want to make it very specific to certain cells and make our scissors degrade just after the DNA surgery. So they will degrade. So it's very transient. So we think the off-target detection risk is very low, and we will monitor longer time. Yeah, thank you.
This could be a question for both of you, but I'm curious. I imagine a lot of both of your work involves simulation. Human biology is really messy. Do we have enough data already to handle all of the edge cases?
We don't. We need more data. Right, even with the advent of generative AI and how it is capable on tasks like zero-shot, one-shot tasks, transferring to new domains, we still need more ground truth data coming from patients. That's why efforts, like local efforts on biobanking, multiomics, profiling, imaging profiling, deep phenotyping of patient samples, is extremely important, because currently the data is still biased. The corpus of data is heavily biased towards the Western world, where it is generated. I think we need to have more efforts locally to have more balanced set of original data, ground truth data, so that our models will also be more capable of dealing with it.
Right. And is that why part of your business model is so you do a lot of the R&D yourself, but you also have, you sell your AI services to others. Does that kind of contribute to a broader pool of biotech data?
Yeah, so we have 3 business models. One is we're selling our software to big pharma industry, academia, biotech industry. Second is we are licensing our internal molecules that we're developing to a pharmaceutical industry, and pharma companies develop them further. And third model is partnerships, so where we partner with pharma players and help them discover drugs more efficiently. And in each individual track there, we have a rich data generation process with our automated lab that we have established, which is fully automated, no humans allowed inside, and which is working 24/7 to generate multiomics, deep phenotyping data coming from relevant disease samples.
I think the greater data is actually already existing in our body, because through very long-term evolution of human, actually like more than 99% of the DNA is actually non-coding, which means like the dark material in our body, but it captures a lot of information. So right now, I saw some exciting news about alpha genome, which can predict some regulation and the function between like the non-coding DNA to the function level. And we also found interesting, like there's some genomic data available in this region or in some other places. So we can mine from the nature and in our body self. And in our company, we also use high super screening a lot. So we generate massive structured data, could be gold for AI system. We use it internally, but we can also collaborate. Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. Alex, what part of the drug design can AI still not predict?
Well, I think there is still, like you mentioned it yourself, like the intrinsic complexity of biology, disease biology, is still a huge mystery why certain diseases happen,
right.
why they progress, so it's unsolved. Even the disease that we are tackling, idiopathic pulmonary fibrosis, it has kind of a mystery in its name, so it's unknown origin. So we will still need to spend some time solving the biology problem. On chemistry, I think we're getting pretty good at simulation, physics-based processes, but there is still a way to go. And I think the advent of quantum computing will help with tackling some of the chemical simulations on a more precise level. And there is ultimately the test of clinical trials, which is really hard to model and predict. There are efforts of building digital twins of humans to run virtual clinical trials, but it's still, I would say, in its nascency, the entire tech around that problem.
Yeah. Okay, so then what do you think? 20 years, will we go to the doctor for a cure, or will we have AI agents prevent the disease before we even have it?
My hope is that first we'll get more drugs approved every year. So currently we're still kind of on the plateau of around 50 drugs approved by the FDA every year, annually. We need to see growth. We need to see more therapeutics developed, more safer, better options. There is a rise in chronic disorders because we're aging as a population, as a global population. We have more disease now, disease burden, so we need more therapeutics. So my hope is that we'll see the rise in available therapeutics, and down the road, in 10, 20 years, we'll have more therapeutic options for personalized treatment of patients, for individual patients, what will be profiled in a multi-omics, phenotypically, and will be prescribed the perfect combination of available therapeutics.
Sounds like a dream. What do you think, Tian?
I think maybe less than 20 years, we can see the shift actually from treatment to like later stage diseases to prevention model. So there's actually like for Alzheimer's diseases or some cardiovascular diseases, there's actually known genetic factors, and those genetic factors is actually one of the driver, such as for AD, there's like certain types of gene with some mutation, and the risk is pretty high. So we are working on some of the targets, try to be like to prevent before the disease is getting progressed.
Okay.
From gene editing level, yeah.
Okay. What keeps you up at night when you're doing your job? Either of you can answer.
When I'm not jet lagged, the current problems we have, like tasks related to making large language models more capable, because right now, if you see the trend that LLM vendors, all the large designers of large language models, they're looking into science and looking for ways how to make those models more capable in science. So we actually launched a product called Multimodal AI Gym, MMA AI Gym, to help train those models and boost drug discovery intelligence of those models dramatically to the state-of-the-art performance. So this is what kind of keeps me up at night. How do we contribute to this movement of boosting LLMs and large language models in drug discovery and making them more capable?
Tian?
Yeah, so our vision is try to provide DNA surgery to more genetic diseases and beyond. Yes, that's for patients also our vision. Yeah, always.
Yeah. Okay. Well, that's just about all the time we have. Thank you both for joining me, and thank you to you all.
Thank you.
Okay. Gone are the days of sitting down with a newspaper and a cup of coffee to catch up on the world. Today, news follows us everywhere, from our phones to our feeds, from long-form interviews to short clips, from breaking alerts to on-the-ground reporting in real time. Audiences haven't just changed how they consume news, they've changed where, when, and why they engage with it. This session brings together people who don't just report or distribute the news, they understand how to meet audiences exactly where they are. Please welcome Ahmed Said, CEO of Dose of Society, Ramin Baheshti, the co-founder and CEO of Caliber, Ayman Moyeldin, the anchor at MSNBC, in conversation with Barbara Seller from Sky News.
Almost got it.
There's arrows on the floor.
Hello, everyone. It's great to be here. As we were hearing, the way that people consume news content or information is obviously changing, and what we'll be discussing today is how news organizations or content creators can meet the demand and how they've changed their ways. We're going to look at how, again, news organizations and content creators kind of try to approach users, viewers, listeners in different ways, how that changes the content itself, if it does, and also we're going to talk about money, because with the changes come a change in business model, which obviously is affecting all of us. It's great to have the panelists that we have, because they represent different parts of the information ecosystem, so all of them will explain their different points of view and experience. Ayman, if I can start with you, long career in what we could call traditional media, Al Jazeera, when we met a long time ago, MSNBC, NBC, now you're MS Now. You do the traditional TV news program. How have things been changing? How have you adapted your way of relating to the audience?
Yeah, I mean, it's such an important question because the technology has been a fundamental catalyst in that change, and more importantly, so has social media and the technology allowing your content and your own show to live on beyond the hours that you actually air. So, for example, my show that I host, Weekend Primetime, it airs Saturday and Sunday nights from 6 to 9 p.m., but the reality of it is you think of the show now as a 360, 7 days a week, 24/7 type of show. And so you physically tape it and it's live on linear TV in that window, but then you kind of harvest various interviews and clips of it and you put that out on social media, on YouTube, on various other platforms so that it lives throughout the course of the week. In addition to writing for the website, doing short videos for social media. And so the job has changed. Linear is still the main source of viewership for the network, but the network now encourages and almost mandates that all of the shows live beyond just the linear world of television.
Okay, and how do you judge the success of that? So when you look, we used to look at ratings, didn't we? And judge the success of a program on that. Now, do you look at likes, interactions, shares on the various platforms as well?
Absolutely, I mean, engagement, I think is the word that they look for. How does a segment that you post or something that you write, for example, on digital, what's the engagement that it gets? And that incorporates views, likes, shares, comments, and then sometimes you even go a little bit deeper to see how long people stay on the clip to watch it. A lot of the technology now, the platforms allow you to see insight that is very important to being able to determine whether this was an important clip or whether it was just something superficial or something cosmetic.
Okay, we'll go back to how it's changed content if it has, but I'd like to go to Ramin now, because Ramin, one of the things that you oversee is the news movement, which was created specifically for a distinctly younger audience. I think it's late teen and early 20s. So you're sort of like a new product in the middle of this period of change. So how do you reach out to your viewers or users, and how do you tailor it?
Yeah, I mean, we started this business because we realized that young audiences are not consuming news in the way that we all did growing up. Maybe not Ahmed, because he's a bit younger. So we started that business with that in mind. So all of our news is created primarily for social media. So TikTok, Instagram, we've demonstrated we now reach 150 million people a month. 70% of them are under 30, and it's still doing the same news that MSN Now would do, that Sky would do. It's just telling it in a socially native way first. So it's looking at what else is trending, what music is working, how do you tell that story in a way that as someone scrolls through, they're likely to connect with it in the same way they would with a funny video or an amusing clip somewhere else.
How do you judge success then?
Not in a totally different way to MSN Now. We look at engagement a lot. One of the things that we're really proud of is that the content we produce on social performs way above what typical news content or information content performs. So typically we get a lot of shares, comments, likes. We've also, kind of to go one step further, we've built some technology that you were referencing actually that helps you understand what true engagement looks like, because that is how we really measure the success of the content.
Okay, and your platforms tend to be the social platforms, so you'd be on your Instagrams, TikToks. And
yeah, Instagram, TikTok, YouTube are the kind of three primary ones.
Okay. Ahmed, over to you, and then we'll sort of link all of these things together, because with Dose of Society, I've been talking about news and information, but then looking at your profiles, it's not really what you do, or you do it in a slightly tangential way. So talk us through what Dose of Society is and what the remit is.
For sure. So our main ethos is how can we help humanize humans again? So we really want to understand what people's stories are. As I mentioned before, previously, like once upon a time, we were kind of more into the news field, but we started to realize people starting to share their opinions led to good engagement, but it wasn't the right engagement we wanted to build for our community. So once we started to introduce a format where people shared their stories, again, it was very hard for people to share debate people's stories. So we've been fortunate enough to, been traveling around the world and share amazing stories from in refugee camps, in the streets of New York, London, and really build a community of people who are, keen to share their truth.
Okay. Question to all of you, and again, I'm going to start with you, Eamon, because you're like, the more traditional. I'm just wondering how the nature of your content is shaped by the platforms and the way that you interact with your audience. I'm thinking in traditional news, we have a kind of running order of the stories that we think, I guess the way to put it is that people should know, right? But we know that some will get more interaction on social and some will get less. So how has, if it has, the fact that you now have an impact on social media and are catering to that audience, how does that change your choice of stories? Because what Ahmed has just told us, for example, is that you specifically go for stories, the human aspect, the human element, but perhaps not the main stories. And then obviously, Ramin, from you as well, how it changes your choice. But I'm wondering from you, Eamon, first.
It's a really good question, and it's an important one. I think for when we're preparing for the linear show, which is the TV traditional show, we're thinking of that exclusively for TV. I think there are elements within the show that we think will do well on social media or are important to highlight on social media. And so sometimes we'll harvest or clip some of those from the show. Like if we have a good Q&A with a guest or a senator or a politician that might get a little contentious, we may say that moment is important for social media or something that is an explainer. Sometimes we do these comprehensive explainers that are just under 3 minutes. They're kind of like bite-sized, but they have very good graphics. Sometimes people really like those and engage with that, and they're very digestible in the social media landscape. And so depending on which parts of the show can be kind of compartmentalized for social media, we will do that. I don't think we program the show for social media, but there are exclusive things that we do on social media that we say, this is just for social media, things that are a little bit more relaxed, sometimes things that are a little bit more informal, things that are more conversational. We tend to do those, and also like viewers are okay with us doing it. Like I can wear a sweatshirt and be in a t-shirt. It's just more relatable than being in a studio where you have to wear a jacket and a tie and a suit and things like that.
Because that's the other thing that, on social media or digital in general, people relate to people. So
Exactly.
It used to be on TV, you were with the big brands,
Right.
one of the big names. Now it's people. How much does that affect you?
I mean, it's been one of the biggest learnings. So we've got our own newsrooms in London and New York, and they will set the schedule. It isn't only about what's being talked about on social. We will not shy away, and we didn't last week, from some very difficult subjects like the ICE raids in Minneapolis. But for us, we tend to work a lot with news creators. So there are hundreds, if not thousands, of people in the US and the UK who have got really big audiences, and they are trying to do news from their bedrooms, pretty much. So we work a lot with them to partner to be able to tell stories that's interesting to their audiences and to ours. And that's a very different model to the one that I grew up with at the Wall Street Journal, for example.
Yeah, and I mean, the whole point of Dose of Society is actually the people almost speaking for themselves, as opposed to having the reporter-presenter
Exactly,
figure.
yeah. No, again, our newsroom is the streets. So again, people share their honest truth wherever they are in the world. And again, we made it specifically faceless. So there's no, you won't see the presenter's face. You might see a hand. But our main focus is the people and their stories. So take it away from the presenters for a second and just focus on what that person is saying. And yeah, we found success and something we haven't changed, and we do not look to change anytime soon.
Okay. A question to you, Ahmed. Oh, sorry, did you want to jump in?
I was going to say it's interesting because I think these are three different types of journalism. I mean, you use the word news creator, which is very interesting, and the way that you were describing people and their own truth, it's more of like a witness, like here's what people are witnessing and living through. And so I think, the reality is journalism has changed so much between people who are gathering information and people who are analyzing it and giving their opinions of it, and people who are living it and telling you, this is my experience. And we've seen that play out over the course of the last 2 years, where people in Gaza living through a genocide are documenting it for the entire world to see, and then people from miles away analyzing it, breaking down every aspect of it, talking about the importance of what is happening there in different industries and different parts. So I think it's the way that people are taking information in real time and being able to distill it, analyze it, and contextualize it from three different angles or platforms.
Yeah, it's like a fragmentation almost of the way you absorb it. I'm going to talk money, but I'm going to talk money mainly with you two, because I suppose, with the main broadcasters...
That's way above my pay grade. I don't know anything about that.
Mine too. So, Ramin, starting with you, the financial aspect of all of it, it's difficult sometimes to monetize all social media. So how do you guys do it?
Yeah, it has been really difficult. I think we started this business at the end of the social media gravy train, where Facebook were writing checks to Vice, BuzzFeed. We came in at the end of that. What we're finding increasingly, though, literally from day one, was that more and more brands want to reach their audiences directly. Social is an incredible way of doing that, to have a direct interaction with the brand and with the consumer. The challenge that they find is social is quite a scary place. You can get it wrong very quickly. You can work with the wrong creator. You can try and jump on a trend and get it wrong. We call it like the dad dancing at a disco. And so actually what we've been able to do is build an agency business that's alongside but kept separate in terms of employees, that works with some of the biggest brands in the world to help them create and manage their social content. That's been the primary way that we've monetized. And then to plug, we're about to launch a direct-to-consumer app that launches next month. And that will be creator content, so trusted creators, those ones who are closer to what we would look at as traditional journalists, all in one place without the noise of social media, so that consumers can get information from people that they trust in a single place. So they're the two ways that we make money.
Just following on from that, it's traditionally really difficult to make money from news, and especially big broadcasters usually will be like other departments that make news. But having that wall between how the money comes in and then maintaining your editorial independence is always a challenge, or can often be a challenge. How do you see it?
Yeah, look, I grew up in a world where some of that wall was illogical. There's a lot of good between the church and state model that you kind of respect. The fact that Eamon can't comment on the commercial is exactly right. But I think some of the rules that newsrooms have built up over time just don't make sense to brands. They don't make sense to the ethics around journalism. And so we have that. So our journalists don't appear on a commercial product. However, they're very aware of how the money comes into the organization. I don't want to protect the journalists from the business side.
Yeah. Ahmed?
So yeah, we've been fortunate enough to build a successful business. So we work with many brands around the world, from the Spotifys of the world to the H&Ms to the Netflix. And why they come to us is they want to feel a bit more human. So brands come to us when they want to feel, again, more human and tell interesting stories from their perspective. So we do that in different ways, utilizing obviously the Dose Society, the famous microphone, or also, we provide a white label service for brands where they'll have a flavor of Dose Society, but again, you won't know it's us, but it's our kind of painting on it, for example. And yeah, ad revenue, like I realized early on when starting in 2019, building something that has an audience, there's something to sell here, and brands would be interested in this. And yeah, we've been, we employ over 20 people around the world, and been super successful, being able to tell stories that we love, that people love, and also build a successful business out of it. So yeah.
We're almost at the end of the time. I suppose a word that often comes up when we talk about information and news, it's trust, right? People need to trust what you're saying. We do know that there's been a bit of a crisis of trust in what we could call mainstream news. Again, like how you all deal with it. I'm going to start the other way around now, because you guys, newer brands, have had to build the trust. You've had to have people, your users, your followers, believe in you. How did you do that, and how important is it, do you think?
For us, it was quite simple, right? Realize that humans trust humans, people trust people, and if we're able to tell stories that you may relate to or sympathize with, there's trust there. So from there, we'll be able to build a community of like-minded individuals who can relate to people's stories who may look like them, or even someone in a refugee camp. So how are we able to tell stories that people can empathize with or relate to, and from there it just builds trust. So yeah, we've been successful in doing that for a few years now.
Yeah, Ramin?
Yeah, it's really difficult. I don't know which is more difficult, as an established brand trying to back in and buy trust with or get trust with a new generation, or us who no one knew who we were and we built it from scratch. Similar, it's about personality led. It's also about being authentic. Like, one of the things that I think we've done that others don't do is kind of explain the how we did it, explain what we didn't necessarily get right, explain what we didn't know. Also being, like, publishing the story on social is only half of the content, like being in the comments, understanding what people don't understand, and then creating content off the back of that has proven to be really important. We reached 1 million TikTok followers just for T&M last week, and that's all been kind of organic. So we feel like we're building the trust of our kind of community.
Eamon, the point to you though, I just wonder whether you see that you're trusted in a different way when you're just reading the news, presenting on TV, or the stuff you do on your social platforms. And even that, is it your account, or are you working on the MS Now account? How does the trust thing work?
It's both. I think that, people generally do not trust corporations in any sense of the word. I think we're always kind of skeptical of corporations, but there's been interesting surveys in a lot of newsrooms where when you ask about a news organization, it may not rate very high in trust, but when you ask about specific individuals of that news organization, the same people will say, oh, I trust that person, or I think that's a good journalist. And so there's a bit of a contradiction there. There's no doubt that trust is at an all-time low for a variety of reasons, which we don't have time to get into. But the reality of it is, I think being authentic is extremely important. And I think ultimately, regardless of whether you're putting something on social media or on TV or on a different account or the show account, you want to be at the highest standards. The style may be different. A style may be a little bit more informal and more relatable and more accessible, but the standards of what you're saying have to be grounded in facts. The language that you use has to meet the highest levels of journalistic standards. That doesn't change, and that's something that I think, as a journalist and somebody who is a journalist at their core, it's very important for me to always maintain that degree of professionalism.
Yeah, I mean, it was interesting. Hassan Pike was on the stage yesterday. He was saying the same thing, that even as a content creator, if you make a mistake, you admit it, and you go with the truth. Guys, we could talk about it for much longer, but we don't have any time. Eamon, Ramin, Ahmed, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Today, we see something remarkable, a vision realized, ambition surpassed, and the future unfolding before our eyes. Here in Qatar, we are creating a platform where innovation meets opportunity.
Go now? Okay. Hello. This is an exciting time. Look at my genuine friends here together. All right. Who will be the winner of the greatest startup competition in the world and will be crowned 2026 Pitch Champion? Who do you think is going to win? Canada. Wow, that's an amazing, amazing choice. All right. Hello, everyone. We're back for the winner's announcement of Pitch, sponsored by Jasur. Say hello to one of our judges, Jasur advisor to the CEO, Amin Matni, who was earlier with us. Give him a round of applause. Yeah, he's awesome.
Hi, everybody.
And Jasur CEO, engineer Abdul Hadi Barakan. Before I continue, Jasur CEO will say a few words.
Hello, everyone. Thank you very much, my friend. I'd like to take this opportunity to thank every single individual who participated in this amazing event, and we hope to see you again and again in the state of Qatar for such event. And also regarding the winners, I can see everyone who participated in this event is a winner, but sometimes we need to select one among others. It means the other are okay and perfect too. It doesn't mean they are losers. No, we are not using this word. So again, thank you, and I'd like to thank Paddy for this successful event and wishing you all the best. Thank you.
Okay. All right. At Web Summit Qatar this year, we have welcomed more than 1,600 startups from all over the world. So now it's time to find out who is the best of the best. This year's pitch has been an absolute whirlwind of emotions. We started with 35 of the best early stage startups here at Web Summit Qatar, all selected from the group rounds phase on Monday. From those incredible pitches, we narrowed it down to our 10 stellar semifinalists who took the center stage yesterday. 3 of them emerged victorious and pitched earlier today in the grand final. So I'd like to thank all the judges who were involved and, of course, all the startups who gave their absolute best over the last 3 days pitching for us here in Qatar. Now, before we announce our winner, let's bring out the 3 finalists. Just stand there. No, nobody's won yet. You guys stand right there. All right. So before we find out who won, let's take a look at who you, the audience, voted for. Bring up the Slido slide. All right. So this is the audience vote from the app during the finals. 46% for Gluxkind, 35% for Plantform, and 19% for And Again. All right. Did you see the winner up there? Okay. People just checking pictures. All right. So our audience and judges don't always see eye to eye, so everything can still happen. Amin, as the representative of the judges this afternoon, what did you and the other judges think of? We'll go one by one. Plantform.
So Plantform, amazing pitch, good business model, commercialization roadmap is clear, B2B and B2C, IP in hand, that's a very good business, good traction, and amazing entrepreneur, great track record.
Okay, so good for them. How about And Again?
And Again, amazing personality, trying to hack the region with something that many couldn't hack. So that's an amazing and daring business model. So all the luck also to crack that region with, the flea market online, the thrifting online. The pre-loved fashion is quite a sizable industry.
Okay, great. And finally, Gluxkind.
Gluxkind, great innovation, new to market, so it's cool what they're bringing on board. I think it's, it won the heart of the audience. We had quite a haggle inside the room for who's going to take it. So it was quite a nice discussion between us judges.
Okay, who did you pick for? Who did you pick?
I said it on stage, so I was pretty honest from the beginning.
Okay, great. All right, now that we know who the public voted for, let's find out, based on all our judges' votes, who is the next pitch champion? Amin, if you will, drum roll.
Plantform.
Plantform.
Alberto is the winner of this challenge.
Congratulations. Congratulations. Congrats. Well done. Well done. All the best. All the best. Alberto, please, speech.
Moment of truth. Well, first of all, I would like to give a big shout out to the Canadian government for supporting our company from the ideation stage and bringing this NASA technology to reality. A big shout out to the Ministry of Environment, Water and Agriculture of Saudi Arabia and the Sumbula program for bringing us to the GCC. And a very big shout out to the Canadian Ambassador, His Excellency Karim, for bringing Canadian technology to Qatar as well, and to everyone in the crowd for being able to support us today and joining us here in the competition.
Excellent. Round of applause. All right, that's it for this edition of Pitch, sponsored by Jasor. Congratulations to our winner, and of course, the other finalists, and to all our judges, and to everyone who voted today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Just take the guys taking some more beer, just sleep a little. All right, let's everybody calm down after that. Very exciting. All right, here, let's go on to the next talk already. Imagine a world where any robot can perform any task powered by a single shared brain. That's the vision behind Skilled AI, which is building the world's first omni-bodied robotics foundation model, one that works across different robots, environments, and tasks. Instead of training intelligence one machine at a time, Skilled is creating a general-purpose brain that can scale across the physical world. In this talk, we'll explore how the Skilled brain, powered by a powerful data flywheel, is unlocking general-purpose robot intelligence at scale, and what that means for the future of work, automation, and everyday life. Please welcome to the stage Abhinav Gupta, co-founder and president of Skilled AI.
All right. We are all seeing a huge revolution around us in the field of AI. But if someone asked me, what is one reason for this revolution? I will say it's scale. The scale of data and the scale of compute. But what has worked for language and vision is exactly the bottleneck in robotics. Scale is really, really hard to achieve in the case of robotics. Why? Because first, there's no data on the internet that I can download and start training my robotics model. Not only there is no data, hardware is sometimes slow and super expensive. So it's really, really hard to collect data. And because there has never been any data, what I am going to argue is that there have not been even algorithms that can actually work on the data. We are not sure if the current algorithms will actually work if robotics data appeared magically. This is exactly where Skilled AI comes in. At Skilled AI, we are building the world's first scalable robotics foundation model. Our foundation model is 1,000 times bigger than any other competitive foundation model in robotics. But there are three main features that define our foundation model. First, it's multi-scenario. That means the same robot brain works, whether it is home, outdoor, indoor, office, grocery store. The same brain works everywhere. Second, it's multitask. That means the same brain works whether you are doing locomotion, navigation, or manipulation task. And last, but not the least, it's multi-hardware. That means the same robot brain would work whether you are talking about the standard robotics arm in factories or the ones that you like, the robot dogs or the humanoids themselves. Now, traditionally, robotics industry has been a very verticalized industry. So let's say if you're building a welding robot, you make your own hardware and software that is suited for that welding. Now, in the case of verticals, you can very easily reach the first 80% of the performance. But the last 20% of the performance is what you call edge cases, corner cases, where these robots would not work. Now, even today, there are a lot of these humanoid robotic companies that are claiming to be horizontal. But again, the hardware is horizontal. That means the humanoid hardware will work everywhere. But the AI platform is still vertical in nature, because this AI platform only works on the humanoid hardware they are training on. Now, when we talk of scale, we talk of not 100 million examples. We don't talk about billion examples, not even trillion examples. We need 30 to 100 trillion examples. There is no way you can collect 100 trillion examples without making millions of these robots. So at Skilled, we are building a truly horizontal approach for robotics. Our brain can take data from any robot hardware, from your robots in the factories to the robots, humanoids deployed at homes, or even the dogs doing inspection and so on. In fact, I would argue there's another reason why we need a horizontal approach. Like humans, death is a certainty. In machines, breaking of machines is a certainty. These are just machines. Gears will break down, limbs will break, motors will break, and then the robot hardware will change on the fly. In the case of Skilled Brain, even if the hardware changes on fly, the robot still continues to work because the platform is truly horizontal. So before continuing further, I would now like to show you what exactly Skilled Brain can do. So this is Skilled Brain working on many robots. Any robot, any task, one brain. Here the humanoid is walking in the forest. It's not walking on the plain flat surfaces. In forest, it's much harder because there is debris, there is log of wood, and it's still very, very robust. You can see the change of lighting conditions, or even very, very fine-grained object skills. Go forward, go backward, kick. You can kick these robots. They will still be very, very stable. They're very, very robust. This is my favorite part. They can not only climb, you can pull them while climbing. Even then, they continue to work. They're very, very robust policies. They can reason. For example, push a DVD and then pick up that DVD. This is the kind of reasoning that you would want in your robots. Climbing steep hills. This is a very, very steep hill in Pittsburgh. Even our videographer fell down while trying to shoot the video. Here, the person pushes, the robot is almost about to slip, yet it recovers. Again, very, very robust to changes in the conditions. You can keep disturbing the robot, it keeps doing its task. So Skilled makes one brain for any robot, any task. Now, let's try to understand how do we solve this problem? Because I still haven't talked about where do we get our data from. So when it comes to data, there are lots of choices in the case of robotics. For example, we have been working on trying different forms of data. The first example is collecting data on the hardware itself. So here, we are trying to collect data on the hardware. The robot goes and picks randomly, and the robot knows whether it is successful or not. Now, the benefit of hardware data, it's rich. It can measure forces and so on. No human is required. The hardware is automatically collecting data. However, as I said, physicality is really, really hard to scale. You cannot collect even million examples in this way. And finally, how do you even explore? Like for grasping, random picks will work. But for opening a door, random picks is not unlikely to work. Next approach, which a lot of people use in robotics today, is teleoperation. In teleoperation, you have a human that controls the robot and try to collect the data. So you can control it via VR, or you can control it via controlling that via the joystick. Now, the good thing about teleoperation is that success is easy to come because human is controlling the robot, so every task will be successful. It will be rich because you still are getting all the robot data, like forces, sensors, and so on. But the bad thing about teleoperation data, it's really, really hard to scale. When we are talking scale, we are talking trillions of examples. Even if the whole population of the Earth starts collecting teleoperation data, it will almost take a decade to reach hundreds of trillions of examples. And next, it's very, very hard to collect diverse examples because the robot has to be physically there trying to collect the data. The third approach is simulation. Now, this has been there for a long time, that you train your models in simulation, something like on the top, and then you test them in the real world. The good thing about simulation is that it's very, very easy to scale. You can collect trillions of examples in just a matter of a day. It's much faster than real time. But the bad part about simulation is that it's very, very hard to collect diverse examples. And there's always something we call sim to real gap. Simulation never matches the reality. Last but not the least, you can use videos to train the brain for robots. Here you can use any videos of humans doing the different tasks. For example, doing grocery shopping, cleaning, and so on. And the way you will use the videos is by training a visual representation or training world models that a lot of people are talking about nowadays. Now, the video is, again, very scalable form of data. We have billions of videos on YouTube already. It's very diverse because people are collecting video in India, China, Qatar, US, everywhere videos are being collected all the time. But the problem with video is that it's a very, very poor form of data. And there are no interactions in it. Like, you cannot decide maybe I can try something different. And so in video, you do not have this intervention, essentially. At scale, so in summary, videos and simulation are scalable form of data, but poor form of data, right? Because in simulation, there's sim to real gap, and in videos, there are no forces and so on. In teleop and deployment, you will get rich form of data, but it's completely not scalable. So at scale, what we do is we combine all the different forms of data. So we pre-train the models using large amounts of simulation and human videos. But when we post-train, before we put the robot on a task, we use the teleop data and the deployment data, the rich form of data. This is very similar to language, where poor form of data is used for pre-training, and the rich form of data is used for post-training. And with this recipe, you can now do very, very hard tasks. So for example, you can do hard tasks such as and so in this case, our model is learning by watching human videos, and all the examples that we are going to show use less than 1 hour of robot data. So mostly videos and simulation is being used here. It can do very, very hard tasks like opening doors, picking up cloth. And it's very, very robust again. In none of the videos on YouTube, you will see anyone interacting with these humanoid robots. Here, the person can come, push, pull, and still the robot will continue to do the task. It doesn't get irritated, whatever you do. And we don't not only test in one scenario, we are testing in different scenarios, different homes that have never been seen before. So this robot has never gone to these homes, yet it continues to work in these different unseen scenarios. As I said, skilled brain is omni-bodied. It doesn't only work on humanoid, it works on these AMR-style robots as well, where there's wheels and a humanoid body top. It can do dishwashers. Like, it's a very fine-grained task, putting these plates in the dishwashing rack. It can do these kind of AirPods in the AirPod cover. Now, these are very hard tasks because these are fake AirPod covers from Temu, like $5 or so. And so in this case, there's no magnet to take it in. Yet it is able to do such kind of fine-grained tasks, not just cloth folding and so on. This is the level of robustness you need when you are training these kind of humanoid robots. And here is my favorite one. These robots can do even delicate tasks like cooking eggs. Now, it picks an egg and breaks an egg. We all know how hard it is, how difficult it is to break eggs without creating a mess. And the robot is able to do that. It's able to whisk it, put salt, and even cook the whole scrambled eggs, essentially. And just to make sure this is a dish that someone can eat, we made the author who's working on it eat it as well, and he seems to really, really like it. Okay, so the next question that we want to answer is, should we train an end-to-end model or should we train a modular model? Classically in robotics, people have always trained modular models. By modular models, you mean there's one module for vision, there's another module for state estimation, motion and path planning, and the last module for controllers. At Skilled, we do not do this modular approach. We throw away the last 70 years of robotics literature, and we train a completely end-to-end model. In our case, pixels go as input, and out come motor commands. In between, there's just one neural network. Now, it's very, very critical. Our models work with pixels as input. I'm sure you are seeing a lot of fun videos on Twitter nowadays with different robots doing dancing or doing kung fus and so on. Now, these kind of tasks like dancing and kung fu, which seem very, very hard for humans, are actually very, very easy for robots. And this is called Moravec's paradox. Things that seem hard are easy for robots, and things that seem easy for humans, like manipulation, is extremely hard for robots. So here is a scenario where the robot can do dancing, but when it comes to doing stairs, the robot will fall. Because in the case of stairs, you need to know exactly the stair height. You need to know how high to keep your feet and make your decision about physics. Otherwise, you will fall down. And so that is why most of these approaches do not use any vision. They are just blindly doing these actions of kung fu and so on, whatever you are seeing of unitary examples and so on as well. At Skilled, we have built the first end-to-end visual locomotion system. This system uses the camera on the torso to do very, very hard tasks. So for example, it can go through these platforms one by one. You can see it will climb. This is a really hard task for a humanoid because it's making these decisions where to keep the legs so that it will not fall down. The next one is my favorite. It's a wheeled platform. It can even balance on these kind of wheeled platform very easily. Here, it continues to do these harder and hard tasks. In this case, we are forcing the robot to go through these debris to show the idea of this end-to-end locomotion system, that how effective and powerful it is. Not only it can do these kind of platforms, but it can do any stairs in the world. Again, you see a lot of these dancing robots, but you never see any robots climbing stairs, because stairs would need the balancing and vision. And that is why none of these humanoid robots that you see out there have any of these powers. But Skilled robot, the Skilled brain, actually works with vision, with the camera on the torso, and it's able to do all of these tasks, especially the stairs. It's very, very robust. It can carry objects while going up and down the stairs. Someone can come and push it. It's still very, very stable. This is, as I showed, here the robot is climbing the stairs and someone is pulling from the neck. Again, very, very hard to balance. But now in this case, the person will get up and push the robot while it's climbing down. There is no human even who can do that. Like when you are pushing the human, when you're getting down, you are definitely likely to fall. Then the robot can just keep climbing stairs. This is the largest stairs in the city of Pittsburgh, like the highest number of stairs. And it just keeps on going up and down the stairs for hours and hours. And it's very, very robust to all of these actions, essentially. Again, end-to-end model with vision as input. But that doesn't mean we cannot do fun. We can do parkour too. You can see these are really, really fun actually. These are much easier than climbing stairs. Again, this is more of X paradox, live at play. You all will be super impressed by these, but these are much easier than the stairs that we were just seeing. Okay, last, why are we making this omni-bodied brain? One brain that works on every body. As I was saying, robots are machines. And one thing I know about machines for sure, that machines break down. The motors will break, the limbs will break, and so on. And so if you are just using a brain that only works on one hardware, as soon as the hardware changes, you can see the robots are not able to work because they're only trained to walk on 4 legs. Now suddenly one leg has broken down. What can robot do? It has no idea, and it falls down. But this is not what we humans do. We humans adapt. When our ankle breaks down, we walk by limping. And this is exactly what skilled brain can do, adapt. So what we are introducing is in-context learning for the first time in robotics, where the brain notices that my body has changed, my legs are not working, and it automatically adapts on the fly. And this leads to this omni-bodied brain. And this is the fun video. Now you can have a robot cut its legs. It still continues to walk. This is like Walking Dead, zombies. Whatever you do, they still continue to do their task as long as it's physically possible. And these models are not even trained on any of these robots. They're trained on stick figures. Everything, the ability to control these robots is totally emergent. Knee break, no problem. It adapts. It starts walking on 3 legs. What if I don't let it use the 2 legs, front legs? No problem. It will adapt, and the dog will start walking like a humanoid. Because that's the same model that controls a humanoid and same model that controls a dog. You can add new parts. No problem. It continues to adapt and works with these new stilts as well. It can adapt to forces. It's walking like a humanoid. You put weight on it, still continues to walk. You can stop the legs like beans, and it walks like a dog completely after that. Someone asked us, can you break 2 knees? And if you break 2 knees, it still balances as long as it's physically possible. So this is the reason why you need to have omni-bodied. One brain for every body so that you can have safety and robots can adapt. All right, with that, I'm going to end my talk. And so skilled brain is, again, any robot, any task, just one brain. Thank you.
quantum computing has the potential to radically transform nearly every industry, from finance and materials science to healthcare, energy, and national security. What once felt purely theoretical is now rapidly moving toward real-world impact. In this session, we'll hear from two world-leading experts on what the future holds for this fascinating and fast-emerging technology and what it could mean for all of us sooner than we might expect. In conversation with Jennifer Strong, the executive producer of the Shift podcast, please welcome to the stage Rajiv Hazra, the CEO of Quantunium, Professor Saif Al-Khawari from HBKU.
Thank you, gentlemen, for joining us. You know, for the last 70 years, the story of human progress has been the story of the transistor, right? And shrinking it to the very limits of physics. Now, going forward, it's going to look a lot different, right? And we're going to have all kinds of architectures, potentially, some not yet even imagined. But we're going to talk about quantum now. And I think to start, gentlemen, if you could describe the state right now of the quantum industry. Where are we?
Sure. Yeah. So maybe the best way to start is from the title of this this talk, which is quantum is the future. We just need to be realistic that it is really the future. It is not now. It started now. We have very good evidence that it will happen, and we just need to be realistic with the hype. Hype is very good. It's get people excited, but we need to be a bit more patient when we talk about quantum. And when we talk about quantum, we need to realize the fact that quantum is not just computing. We'll be mostly exclusively talking about computing, but quantum is just a technology that's the basis of many things. It gives you communication, it gives you sensing, it gives you a lot of interesting and evolutionary things. It's happening very quickly, very fast, and we have very interesting, very promising early signs. And I think the future is a quantum, and the future is coming very soon.
So I agree with Dr. Saif. I mean, the only thing I'll note is the rate of progress in quantum is, at this stage, is stunning. If you just go back to about 2 years ago, people were talking about mastering science and the challenges and laws of physics to create qubits that could be usable, error correct them to create more reliable qubits, and that was all in the future. Well, in 2 years, we went from 0 to 50 or more than 50, and that's quite stunning at the rate. Yes, there's more maturity needed, but in my opinion, quantum has gone from an a science experiment waiting to be seen if you can tame quantum mechanics in the ways we need to for it to become a computer or a sensor or a network element, to maturing it now in an accelerated pace to get it a real commercial deployment.
True. I think because it helps make this more tangible, it helps to think about the problems that have quantum solutions potentially. So if one of you would like to help us think about that.
Yeah, so there are many interesting problems that we are facing. You need to think of quantum as a journey. Even if it's not going to happen next year, the journey should start now. Think of it as learning how to dive. Usually it takes you a month, a year to dive, but eventually, when you are able to dive, you have a car and then you will be diving. Quantum computing is like learning how to dive a rocket, a spaceship. We don't have the spaceship, but if you start learning about how to, pilot a spaceship, when the spaceship arrives, it's already too late. There are most of the problems that we're facing today are not in physics. So physics is kind of almost solved. because we already have prototypes, we have very good computers that are being, quantum computers that are being produced, and we have demonstrations. The problems that we have today is mostly engineering. And if we learned one thing from history, engineering problems eventually will be solved. It's just a matter of time and being prepared.
Rajiv, what about some of the applications, though?
Yeah, that's the exciting part is, whatever we say today is going to be proven wholly inadequate in terms of opportunity and value created in a few years. But I think it's important to realize why we were looking at, or why is the industry looking at quantum to begin with, right? Mm-hmm. Normally, we build faster and faster computers. Over 30 years, Moore's law trained us to say, hey, build chips with more transistors that can run faster at lower power, innovate on those transistors, and create CPUs, GPUs. Quantum isn't just about a faster processor. Quantum is about looking at a problem fundamentally differently and exploiting the high degree of parallelism in both data representation and compute. So you can do parallel things over 30 years. Again, we learned to go faster. It's not just increasing one thing to go faster, but using many things in parallel. So quantum brings us that. But also the most exciting part is quantum brings us the ability to model and understand a set of things that we could not have done before with a digital representation. Think about understanding how a molecule binds with another molecule. Now, you could say that's a theoretical problem. It's not. If you're doing carbon sequestration and you're creating synthetic materials to absorb carbon dioxide from the air, that is exactly what I just described. If you're trying to create new materials that take drugs into your body, take them safely to the place where it has to be released in a very precise kinematic manner, we're talking about quantum phenomena. So finally, we now understand that the laws of physics at certain scales of things that describe those things can now be computed natively with quantum computing. And that's really the beauty of it, is not only will it let you do things we do today faster in certain cases, but let us do things that we've never been able to do before.
Absolutely. Probably the biggest shift that I've witnessed in the 10 years that I've been covering this topic has been, we went from all this hype around quantum supremacy, right? And this idea that, there would be like a winner to this computing race, to more of a conversation around collaboration, enabling how these different, we're going to have GPUs, CPUs, QPUs, who knows what else is coming up next, right? All working together. And maybe that's something you could talk about too, the interplay now between quantum and AI.
Yeah, that's a great topic. If you allow me, can I go first? I mean, if you look at it, quantum isn't just replacing one layer. Like, if you look at classical again, software is there, all of those things exist. You're replacing the engine underneath it with some software abstraction, and you generally keep going, right?
Right.
Quantum requires a grounds-up new way of thinking, all the way from the hardware to how you even program it and how applications are written, changes the way you think of even algorithms to do standard things.
Right.
Requires collaboration, right? You don't get to birthing these new capabilities in an upstack manner, in a full stack manner, by only one company working, because none of us have the ability to have the world's best talent in everything.
Right.
Even as large as a company it may be. There's academia, there's a fundamental role for academia because we're bringing quantum mechanics into the engineering realm, as you just said. So there is a broad set of needs of people to put their heads together and work to create this grounds-up infrastructure for quantum. And I'm very happy to see it is, even as there is obviously recognition that quantum is a source of strategic advantage in economies and other places, there is a very healthy level of academic collaboration that's existed in fields of physics for years.
Absolutely. Well, absolutely. To that point, within space tech or, different types of mineral mining, there's a lot of things happening right now in this space of deep tech that require all hands on deck, as we like to say in the US. It's going to take everybody working together to really see some of these things over the line. And what about the state of play for quantum within the GCC, locally and beyond?
Yeah, I mean, if you asked me this question 5 years ago, then the answer would not be very optimistic. But since quantum supremacy, actually quantum supremacy is one of the things that has received a lot of criticism around the world, because it was basically just a demonstration of something that a quantum computer can do, no other classical computer can do. But that problem is itself completely useless. Everybody knows that. But if there's one thing that quantum supremacy did for the community of quantum computing, it was just getting people excited. So everybody, started listening, to quantum after the quantum supremacy, regardless of what the quantum supremacy is. And this is around the time where most of the countries around the region started to pay attention to quantum computing. And this is literally where we started in Qatar, becoming interested. And we're extremely lucky because our first quantum initiative was actually backed up by the government. So it was the government who actually believed in the potential of quantum computing. And then we took a more, a wider approach. So we said, okay, the quantum supremacy happened in computing, but why don't we just do quantum information? So why don't we invest in a quantum communication, quantum sensing? These are all the quantum technologies. And then we believe that this is going to be the way that will eventually lead us to a competitive advantage. We are in an early stage of this technology. If we don't invest in it now, we will not be among the nations that lead it in the future.
What do you think the field needs as a breakthrough to really propel this forward, to make it more practical and useful? Is there something, is it easy to pinpoint, or is it like a broader thing? What are you waiting for?
Well, I mean, I can answer that question on multiple levels. At the technology level, which is where we dweebs live all our lives, it's breakthrough technologies like quantum error correction or integrated optics, or other things that make these computers bigger and smaller at the same time, bigger in terms of performance, smaller in terms of footprint. But I think the biggest breakthrough comes when technology meets usage, right? So the biggest breakthrough, I mean, could we say in the next 5 years, before this decade is over, we'll see the first completely computer-generated drug that is a combination of AI, generative AI, and quantum computing? Yeah, possibly.
Seems
right. So it's that breakthrough that I think the collaboration between the use case and the technology, and not the technology looking for a problem to solve, or the use case trying its best not to use new technologies, that has to break through. But I think it's key, it's ChatGPT moment, and people ask me this question all the time, is not going to be like the consumer ChatGPT, but it'll be more like fundamentally and quietly changing the way discovery and creation of new products are done.
Sure. Well, it's the history of technology, right? You think of, we needed to get into a car and drive it to say, seatbelts would be a wonderful addition here, right? So you put something into the hands of people, they use it, and they find new ways to use it, and everything evolves. But it's interesting to me because with quantum, for the longest time, it was framed as, I don't want to say negatively, but quantum encryption, just wait, everything will be unraveled, and we won't have, more with supremacy, and then also with a slightly negative, and now we're coming around to like, well, maybe we'll discover new materials.
Yeah, quantum is a tool. Dr. Saif is very well versed with this. It's a tool, and it kind of got its public notoriety in the beginning as a, it's going to break encryption and bring everything down. But that same tool is also the solution, right? Being able to create post-quantum or PQC, post-quantum cryptography, using this powerful method is the other side of the coin. But to me, really, it is about very interesting use cases that, as you look today, brings the combination of AI and quantum. AI is, I've said this before, it's kind of like a gigantic autocorrect. It, based on what it kind of has seen and understands of language construction, it can finish. But as we get to using this amazingly powerful tool in ways that where we can do things we couldn't have done before with just speed and automation,
Sure.
quantum comes in. Like, what if an AI agent was actually trained to understand quantum mechanics and could actually predict how, either reaction pathways or chemical properties or other things that were not approximations.
Right.
Then now you have the power of AI being trained with the power of quantum to achieve something neither of them could achieve alone. And more importantly, couldn't have been done with classical compute alone.
Absolutely. It makes the whole thing feel bigger, doesn't it? So how do you see governments and companies preparing for this next era of quantum?
Yeah, I mean, so I think what we're really missing now is the kind of integration between all these technologies. The main problem I see is that everybody's talking about quantum and kind of forgetting about the other technologies. So personally, I think that the first big quantum computer, the quantum computer that will find the cure to cancer or solve some optimization problem, is not a single quantum computer. It's probably going to be many smaller quantum computers connected to each other and with computation distributed. You cannot do this with the quantum computing. You have to merge this with the quantum communication, because when you build different quantum computers, the way to connect them is distributed quantum computing, which basically uses the quantum communication. So what we really need to focus on is bringing all these quantum technologies together and let them work together. Only then we'll achieve the promises and the potential of quantum technologies.
All right, we're in our final 2 minutes. What's a prediction for the next 5 years from each of you?
Well, I kind of gave you my little
Sure, you
guess.
gave me a little sneak peek
it's
earlier.
probably in the area of materials or life sciences. We'll see self-healing systems. But I wanted to quickly cover something Dr. Saif said, right? I think what the world has learned through technology cycles, first came the cloud, then came AI, and now comes the quantum revolution. They all build on top of each other.
Sure.
And so it's important to both a strategic advantage, industrial advantage, and even national security to actually start that journey.
Right.
Fast following in this field is getting more and more expensive.
Right.
The second is actually to have what I call the Holy Trinity together, right? Which is use cases, infrastructure, and workforce. All being part of a holistic policy to build up a quantum frontier. And I completely agree with Dr. Saif, not as an isolated thing or competing with other technologies, but as a complement.
Sure.
So yeah, I think my prediction, and this is a very bold prediction, so don't hold me up for it. So I think somebody will be able to build a quantum computer, a fault-tolerant quantum computer, a big quantum computer. But I think that will not create the ChatGPT moment. The ChatGPT moment will be created when somebody gets access to that machine and starts playing with it and find an application that really revolutionizes everything. And that application might not be one of the applications we just talked about. It might be something else.
Absolutely. Gentlemen, this has been a wonderful conversation. Thank you both for your time, and thank you to all of you for being here this afternoon.
Thank you.
All right. Space is no longer just a destination for exploration. It's becoming critical infrastructure for life on Earth. From commercial space stations to new habitats in orbit, a new generation of companies is building the platforms that will define how humanity lives, works, and conducts research beyond our planet. The decisions being made today will shape the space economy for decades to come. In this session, we bring together leaders from two of the world's most ambitious space companies to discuss what the future of space infrastructure looks like and how close that future really is. Live audio translation for this talk is available through the Web Summit app. Click on the link in the talk description or scan the QR code on screen to access it. Now please welcome, in conversation with Cengiz Öztelkin, Communications Director for CMT at the Qatar Investment Authority, Jonathan Certain, CEO and President of Axiom Space, and Max Hout, CEO of VAST.
Good afternoon and welcome to our intriguing and exciting session. Today we're going to be talking about space that has been dominated by governments for a long time, but over the past decade or so, this domination has been shifted towards the commercial companies, and moving forward, we're going to be seeing that shift increasing and increasing over time. When we talk about a space market, which is very capital-intensive market, we talk about communications, navigation, national security, research and development, and many other functions. But underlying all these functions, there is one fact that will remain very true. That is keeping continuous human presence in low Earth orbit. And today, over the last 25+ years, International Space Station has done a magnificent job of keeping the humans in orbit, not only technically, but also geopolitically. However, the International Space Station was not built to last forever. And as we approach the end of this decade, by 2030, the International Space Station is going to retire. And for the first time in history, the responsibility of keeping human presence in orbit is going to be handed over to commercial companies from the governments, and it will be their responsibilities. So today, I'm extremely honored and pleased to have two of my friends, Max and Jonathan, on the stage with me to talk about the space stations, but also the market in general and the importance of human presence in low Earth orbit. Having said this, let me start with Jonathan. Please, Jonathan, can you tell us why it is so essential to have the human presence in low Earth orbit?
Well, so the International Space Station serves both as a research and development operation to try things in microgravity, but it's also the waypoint for humans to learn how to live and exist in space kind of long term. So there's the need and the interest in microgravity research, but if you're going to explore the moon, onto Mars, deeper into the solar system, you have to have a place where you can go practice. Low Earth orbit is a great place for doing that. In addition, the International Space Station taught us a lot of things about the benefits of microgravity for doing a variety of different R&D activities. So the continuation of that goes from strictly doing research to understand the fundamental physics of microgravity, but now we can commercialize a lot of the lessons learned from the space station. So that transition is going to go from R&D to R&D and M, manufacturing as well. So kind of a multi-use rationale for commercialization of low Earth orbit, but also human presence in that commercial existence.
And Max?
Yeah, I mean, you know, the International Space Station is an incredible symbol of international collaboration. You know, it really shows what we can do together when we get together. And I think we all have a responsibility as we are considering and expanding humanity in space to continue that. And so it will be a privilege for both of our companies or either of our companies to have the chance to replace the International Space Station. I think the collaboration has been shown, the microgravity potential has been shown. The piece that has not been done is finding a way to do it low cost. And I think that's the biggest challenge that we have to figure out on our side.
So maybe a follow-on question on this one. Can robots replace humans in low Earth orbit?
I don't believe that's going to happen soon, but I wouldn't say never. However, the difference, at least from my perspective, the difference between robotic missions and human-enabled missions right now is the innovation that a human can provide to something. that you can't get out of a robot. I'm not saying that at some point that doesn't change, but right now the sentience of humans is a differentiator in the way in which it can affect work.
I think from the long term of what we are trying to do is to enable humanity to be expanded and live and work in space. And so we're talking about humans, not just our AI or robotic form. And so we see that as a key driver to start developing these technologies to keep furthering humanity in space. I think humanoid general purpose robots such as Optimus and so on might come faster than we expect. And I think they would be incredible companions to astronauts for dangerous tasks or for advanced tasks, such as going to Mars. So we're very excited. Let's say that a humanoid robot could do exactly what an astronaut does. I think it opens up the research and the economy further, but I don't think it removes the need to send humans, because at the end we need to explore and we need to be multiplanetary as a species.
Great. So this is not a concept anymore. It's in full execution mode, what you guys are doing. And I had the honor to visit both companies on the ground, their facilities and factories, and I was thoroughly amazed. But the fact is that two companies follow a different design philosophy and approach to solving the same problem, which is building the next generation new space station. So tell us a bit about your philosophy, Jonathan, and axioms, and then we'll ask the same question to Max.
So I'm really interested to hear what Max is going to say. For Axiom, when originally started, wanted to follow a lot of the lessons learned from the International Space Station, and that included a lot of the manufacturing techniques that were developed to make the modules that are now on the International Space Station. And so those are capital-intensive lessons learned, and so we made the decision early in our existence to take specific types of technology and mature those, and collaborate with the supply chain that had already been developed to manufacture many of the different components that are on the International Space Station. So it was a kind of a bifurcated approach. Some things we were going to design, develop, and manufacture ourselves. Other things we were going to design, but then manufacture through others. And so that particular approach led us to specific investments to the types of technologies that we needed. In particular, like environmental control and life support systems. That is a type of technology that was never really completed for the ISS, and so we put a lot of money there, making big round objects that can sustain the environment in space. Less money invested there. So that was just a difference of approach. Be vertically integrated only in specific areas.
And for VEST, Max?
Yeah, I mean, from our point of view, we arrived to this competition to have the privilege to replace the ISS for NASA late. We arrived in 23. And so we developed a leapfrog strategy to kind of make our own space and add value that really looked at the concept of sustainability of the space station model. So it has to be lower cost, it has to be more rapid. And so the decision we made is to focus on mass production and vertical integration. And so we took a much bigger chunk of the vertical integration that I think our friends at Axiom did. And that puts us in a situation where we believe we'll be launching the world's first commercial space station in Q1 2027. But more importantly, we will be able to mass produce modules at maybe a rate of 3 modules per year using the same design base and the same facilities. So much more vertically integrated so that we can lower the cost and increase the speed. The other element is a stepping stone approach. So we launched our first spacecraft on orbit with no human element of it, but all the other technologies in November last year. It's right now in space. It's called Heaven Demo. And with that, we've de-risked a lot of the technologies such as avionics, propulsion, communication, mission control. So that was our first stepping stone. And then the next one will be the single module station, Heaven 1, in Q1 next year. And then after that, mass production of multiple modules. And in that way, we're similar to Axiom, that we both believe in a multi-module architecture to have the chance to sustain continuous presence on orbit.
So both of your companies are trying to solve a problem and build something that's going to last maybe for the next 3 decades, right, 30 years. And it's going to help this human presence. I can only imagine the scale of the complexities, right? Not only engineering-wise, but financial complexities, regulatory complexities, any other unforeseen complexities, right? I mean, give us a bit of a taste of what are the biggest problems you're dealing with day to day, trying to solve, so that you hit those milestones as you planned in the beginning.
So, I think, at least for Axiom, the management of the supply chain and getting all of the necessary components out of the supply chain that we need to assemble the various modules, I think that is a very complex component to the way in which we have to do work. The technologies are evolving about as fast as the delivery times for some of the components that we use on our vehicles. Solar arrays, as an example, they're becoming not a commodity, not yet at least, but the number of solar cells that are necessary to make these large arrays that we're using drives timelines. And the consequences of that have knock-off effects on when you can assemble, how you test, and the intricacies around how you bring all of these things together and then test them and prepare them for launch. I think the combination of supply chain and the time management necessary to bring all this together, it really is an art form still.
And for Vest?
Yeah, I mean, first, from a perspective, our first space station module, or Axiom first module, if you think about it, it launched on top of a single rocket. It's one module, but it will be, when it's in space, the third biggest object in space for the universe or the world. The bigger ones will be the ISS and will be Tiangong, the Chinese space station. So they are big system with big solar array, with big structures, and it's a real privilege to have the chance to build such a big system. The piece that's, for us, the biggest challenge the last 2.5 years has been finding the incredible engineers, safety mission assurance people, supply chain people, lawyers, regulators, building this amazing team was the biggest challenge, and at the same time, the facilities and the design. And now it's really, incredible to come to work every day and work with astronauts and incredible engineers and space agencies all around the world. And it's all about being on track and building our space station in a safe way, functional way, and obviously a great product that we will launch.
So given all these complexities and challenges, what actually happens if the space stations, the next generation space stations, are not operational when the ISS retires? Is there a scenario like this? And what actually is lost, right? Is it from a strategic, economic, or even political perspective?
Well, we've learned this lesson now twice, right? The Apollo program was canceled, and the consequence of that, it took us however long it's going to take us to get back to the moon. I mean, from the 1970s to now, we haven't been able to replicate that accomplishment. That was because we didn't maintain that program. The shuttle program, same situation, right? When they canceled the shuttle program, the ability to sustain the International Space Station took a dramatic turn for the worse. It became very difficult to maintain the space station. We had to rely on the Russians to put humans on the space station, and then it took until 2018 for SpaceX to come along with the Crew Dragon to replace that capability. So not maintaining the capability has very significant downsides to humanity's ability to continue space exploration, settling space, et cetera. So this continuous human presence isn't just a stunt for the sake of geopolitics. It really is a lesson learned from 75 years of human spaceflight. I'd say that's primarily it.
I mean, putting our American company and a hat on, for us, it's just not an option to cede low Earth orbit to China that is there, but more importantly, to stop the collaboration between Europe, Japan, Canada, and also the Middle East, all these countries that are centered on doing microgravity research on an American-led platform. And if we don't have it, a lot of these countries might build their own or might start gravitating towards other centers of power and capability. So it's not an option. I think if NASA moves quickly, right now we are all waiting eagerly for the procurement for the next phase to really get going. It's expected this year. The new administrator is due to make a decision soon. I think it's getting a little bit short, but if they make the decision quickly, I think there will be hopefully more than one company ready by 2030. We're very confident we will be, but we won't be if they wait another year or so to make a decision.
So a follow-on on this one. Obviously, NASA is going to be the anchor tenant on these next generation space stations. Is there a market beyond NASA? Is this a one station market or multiple stations or maybe some sort of a hybrid combination? You know, how do you underwrite your business model right beyond NASA?
So Axiom has flown 4 missions to the International Space Station to date. 12 paying customers. We're on 3 apiece on each of those missions, with Axiom having a commander astronaut for Axiom in each of those. We were oversubscribed in the number of astronauts that wanted to fly versus the number that we could actually fly. And a very important attribute after the first mission became, there's a very important attribute. Sovereign nations, not just NASA, but sovereign nations from across the globe are flying their astronauts on these missions. On the last mission, we flew a Hungarian, an Indian, and a Polish astronaut with one of our astronauts. There'll be a PAM-5 mission, a private astronaut mission number 5. We were awarded that. We announced that last week. That'll be sovereign nations that are sovereign nation astronauts that are flying on that. They'd want to go to space not just because of the geopolitics, but also because of the microgravity research that they get to do. We've done over 200 experiments to date with these sovereign astronauts. Our next one, our last one was 66 different experiments with those 3 astronauts. So there's already a demonstrated market for it. There's a cost basis for what it takes to take those astronauts to space, what the payload return on investment capital expectations are. So we actually have a burgeoning and emerging economy associated with the human spaceflight travel piece, the microgravity piece, and the other services that we can offer on these space stations.
Yeah, I mean, NASA, you mentioned as an anchor customer, you know, it will be a big customer, but it's a key to the U.S. government and them not to be the lion's share or for us to be fully dependent on them. So the market we can count on today is missions for sovereign nation, as Jonathan said, and it's an exciting market because more and more nations are getting involved in human spaceflight as companies such as SpaceX and us are lowering the barrier of entry. If you think back in the Cold War days, you could bankrupt the Soviet Union doing human spaceflight. Now it's within the reach of pretty much any nation if they want to do it, working with one of our companies. So the key is to have a low cost so that you're profitable on that growing market. Privates is a very small piece, maybe 10–15%. It exists, but we're not in the tourism era. And then whoever is a platform up there is doing science research will unlock the real upside, which is microgravity manufacturing at scale, whether pharmaceutical, which I'm most excited about, but it could be also semiconductors, fiber optic, and so on. And when we get there, our companies will be building factories in space, not sending government astronauts, but sending people to work in these factories. And then we'll be, hopefully one day, not dependent at all on governments.
Great. It's certainly super exciting. As I said, when I visited the factories, I wish I was a young engineer that I could come and work for you guys. So
it's not too late.
To our youngster audience, please watch this space out. It's super exciting, and we'll be watching you very closely and wish you all the success. And thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
Thank you
for listening.
For having us.
Thank you.
Okay. Culture has always moved technology forward, and now technology is reshaping how culture is created, shared, and owned. From redefining how artists connect with fans to building platforms to democratize creativity, few people understand this collision better than our next guest. A Grammy Award-winning producer, global hit maker, and visionary entrepreneur, he's helped shape the sound and the business of modern culture. In this session, Kasim Swizz Beatz Dean explores the intersection of culture and technology, from the viral impact of Versus to his vision for a future where innovation empowers artists and puts creative control back in their hands. In conversation with Abby Sam Thomas, the editor-in-chief of Inc. Arabia, please welcome Swizz Beatz.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for joining us here at Web Summit Qatar. It's lovely to see all of you. We have just got about 20 minutes, so I'm going to dive straight into the discussion, which is all about how tech is reshaping the business of culture. Now, when we talk about culture today, we are no longer just talking about music, fashion, or art. We are talking about platforms, we are talking about ownership, we are talking about data, and I would say we are talking also about power. Few people embody that shift better than this man right next to me, Swizz Beatz. He's an artist, he's an entrepreneur who has been consistently pushing culture forward, whether through music as a Grammy Award-winning producer, or through art, through founding the Dean Collection with your extraordinary wife, Alicia Keys, or technology-driven platforms like Versus, which he co-founded in 2020 during the COVID-19 pandemic, and has since been growing from strength to strength. Now, for the purposes of this session, Swizz, I would like to focus on this tech venture that you launched called Versus, which saw you move from being a creator within a system to building systems of your own through technology. Yes. So maybe just start things off. Can you talk about what did technology make possible for you within that the traditional industry didn't? And how did that change the way you think about, yes, operating in this space?
Yes. Yeah. First of all, how's everybody doing? Hello. I'd like to say hi to the people that we're speaking with first, instead of we get into it. So, good afternoon, and I'm happy to be here in Doha. So your question is how technology helped my platform. During COVID, me and my partner Timberland created a online live performance platform called Versus, and at the time the people needed to feel some good energy because the world was going, nobody knew what the options and the solution would be during COVID. Mm-hmm. And we said, instead of adding to the negativity and the fear and the doubt, let's add the good feeling through music. Mm-hmm. And then we use Instagram's platform to bring millions of people together with 2 artists going back to back with their hits. Today is still the #1 streaming platform for performing artists live. And since then, we're now with Apple Music. Yeah. So we're on Apple. We own the company. We bought the company back, so we own the company again. And technology played a big part because this idea was in 2006. But it took the technology in 2020, this happened so many years now, 2022, yeah, to make people really understand what the platform was. And the technology helped us tremendously.
So when we talk about, again, enabling culture through technology, this is something you've talked about quite a lot. You've said that culture is not something you can build, you can build, not just express. In a world of technology, in a digital world, what does it mean to treat culture like infrastructure as opposed to just content?
I mean, culture is something that you definitely can build. You have to create an ecosystem. Everyone that's doing something, I tell them, what's your ecosystem? What's your mission statement? How are you going to execute? Mm-hmm. Because there's a lot of ideas that people have, but the execution of that plan is key. It's important, and it's the reason why I went back to school in my late 30s, you know, because the world is changing every day, and we must always be students of our craft, and we must always be open for information. The day that you stop learning is the day that you stop living, right? And so build your team around you that have strength. You shouldn't be the smartest person on your team.
Never, yeah.
Right? Like you should always have people that can inspire you, people that have been through things, that can teach you the right way to help you get ahead. Sometimes the mistakes are good as well, because life is not perfect.
Yeah.
Right? And when things come so easy, you don't really respect them anymore. Right? So I always accept the hard parts, and I accept the celebrations also. But my team around me and my ecosystem, they help me also. And it's an even exchange. And I tell everyone, traveling has been the biggest thing, to learn other people's cultures, to learn what's going on outside of your world, because everyone likes to move in silos. But the way to do real business is to be open-minded, global-minded, and thoughtful of other people's cultures and how other people are doing business around the world. And so that was another part of my ecosystem as well.
So, you know, you spoke about learning about other cultures. I do want to bring about like where we are right now in Qatar and in the Middle East in general. You have been spending a lot of time here in our region, you know, speaking about just your projects like the Creative 100 project here with Qatar Airways. You've had a camel racing team called Saudi Bronx. You actually also built the world's first ever skating ring in the desert in Alula in Saudi Arabia. So my first question is, take me through your relationship with this region. What does it mean to you? What does it matter? And how do you see the region developing, rising based on what you've done here?
Well, I've been a fan of the region since my grandfather went to Mecca in '78.
Wow.
And I remember seeing the pictures of my grandfather who gave Muhammad Ali his Shahada. And I was like, man, this is a beautiful place. And I would always have Arabic music playing in the house. My grandfather, Imam Shamsuddin, he left us this year, but he lived a great life. You know, alhamdulillah, he lived a great life. But this place is very special. And I've been telling people this since '06, how special the region is and going to be in the future. And for me, I'm here as a student. You know, a lot of people come to the region trying to take something. I want to bring something, which is why I have my camel team, Saudi Bronx, which is why I have my Falcon team, which is why I put a skating ring in Alula that's free for everyone to go to. Because, you know, we have to change the way people think when they come to this side of the world. You know, people have to come here with good energy and also be a student.
Yeah.
You know, you can learn a lot from different places. You know, you can learn something different in Qatar than you can learn in Abu Dhabi. You can learn something in Saudi. You can learn something in Bahrain. Like, there's so many different opportunities, but you have to be open-minded to it, and you have to take the time and have the patience to understand what's happening.
Yeah.
And so I fell in love with it a long time ago. A lot of people used to be upset that I was coming to this part of the world because they was only paying attention to propaganda, but they wasn't paying attention to the real people, right? I got to be on ground, and I got to meet the real people, and that's what I fell in love with in the region. I fell in love with the real people.
I think we should give a round of applause just for that statement.
Yes, thank you.
Swizz, I want to take a step back again, going back to our session's topic and, you know, what you talked about, you know, keeping yourself open to whatever is around you. And again, I want to bring it back to technology, and we cannot speak about technology today without bringing up artificial intelligence. So AI is something that is, you know, affecting the world around us. It has definitely affected the world of creativity, the world of art. Can you talk about, like, again, what's your relationship with it, and how do you see it affecting how we go about, you know, work in the space?
I'm from the South Bronx. I'm not scared of too much.
Yeah.
You know, the AI conversation is a very interesting conversation. Depends on which side you're looking at the conversation of AI. For me, in music, I think that all artists should retain the rights of their songs. I think that all artists should be paid for anything that's used with their likeness across the board, not just music, but just creativity, period. The artist should be compensated for everything. And the Dean Collection and my family, we fight for this, and we believe in this. Anything can be misused. A car can be misused, right? Of course, AI can be misused, but it's the people that's driving the car has to be responsible. We, as the consumers, have to be responsible with these tools, right? And if you're not responsible, then bad things are going to happen. But all we can hope is that people do the right thing, because that's what the world is. You're either a good person or you're a bad person. That's it. And I feel that AI can help a lot of things if it's used the right way. And it can destroy a lot of things if it's used the wrong way. But that's not just AI.
It's anything, really.
It starts with us as people first, right? So the choice is up to us, actually, to do the right thing with AI or anything else in life, period. So that's how I feel about it.
How would you talk about AI with respect to creatives and artists specifically? Like, what is your take on the situation? Are they using it too much? Are they ignoring it too much? Where's your situation on that?
It's a new toy.
Yeah.
People are playing with it. It's just like when the cell phones came out. I remember somebody saying, everyone's going to have a cell phone in their pocket like a piece of paper. And at that time, I was like, Now, when the cell phone first came out, it was like people were scared of privacy. People were scared of this. People were scared. It didn't stop everybody. Everybody in here have a phone right now today. People like change, but it's hard to accept change. The world must move on, but it has to be driven by people that have the interests of the people. So we say by the artists, for the artists, with the people. And so that's our motto on how we move with things. And I think in the tech world, there has to be some responsibility that's being accountable. The thing is, like, they're putting these powerful weapons and leaving. So it's a different dynamic for sure.
So let's talk to the creatives in the room, I mean, many of them, I'm sure, look at you as someone whose career they would like to emulate. There's, who follow in your footsteps, so to speak. So maybe again, talking about how technology has enabled you to do new things, can you talk to that, to the creatives in the room? Like, what do you think they should be doing to build a career that makes sense, not just as a viral hit, but something that goes long term? We can think about it in the longevity aspect.
Are there any creatives in the room? Raise your hand if you're a creative in the room.
Let's see, raise hands.
Okay. Everybody's a creative.
Look, there are people waving from all over there.
No, but seriously, everybody is a creative. And so I feel that if you're a creative, which we're born to be creatives, we just have to find our power, we have to find our talent, and we have to find our passion. And I feel that the best thing you can do to get yourself out in the world in a serious way is to be original. It's easy to copy and paste something. But when you have that feeling of something that you've never seen before or you never heard before, it just hits different. And you want to be on that side of the fence when somebody discovers you, say, you know what, I need this immediately, or I need to meet this person immediately because they did something that I've never seen before. You never really hear people say, oh, this sounds like this. That's not the place you want to be. You want to be in the place of originality, and then you want to be in a place where you can own your IP. This is the key thing, to own your IP, because as creatives, the business people already know how to use the creatives. Now the creatives have to understand how to use the business people, right? And then you bring those worlds together. As an artist, it's the art business, the fashion business, the music business. But we always leave the business part out. The business part is the most important thing that we must understand as creatives in order to grow, in order to be respected, in order to move forward. And so I would tell every creative to know everything about your passion. Whatever your passion is, you should be able to answer that question Any question somebody asks you about your business, you should be able to give them the intelligent answer. Because when people ask you questions, they really want to know if they could take advantage of you or not sometimes. Right? They want to see how smart you are, because you might have a big record, you might have a great fashion line, you might have a great product, but the other side want to know how smart you really are on the business side, because then they can have 10 million for you or 100 million. That one conversation, if you don't answer it right, it can be 5 million. When they was prepared to give you 100 million. But they knew that you didn't know what you was talking about. They knew that you didn't invest your time and your education into the business. So you never even knew about the 100 million. You only, right? And so I think education is the key. Originality is the key. And being humble also, right? Because there's a lot of people that have great business that people will not do business with because they can't control themselves. You know, we have to be humble and stay hungry.
So again, I'm talking to the creators in the room, the people who are young out there. If there are like any do's and don'ts, you've already given some do's, I think. So yeah, maybe some don'ts for them. What would those be? Especially in the era we are living in right now, where everyone is looking for a shortcut to success, let's be honest. So yeah, curious to hear what your don'ts are.
So the don'ts.
Yep.
Okay. Let me pick some. There's a lot of don'ts, by the way. Don't give your creativity away for free. You know, and once again, this goes back to the educational part, because you're bigger than who you might think you are. Another person might see you as a super giant, and you might see yourself as a small person. You have to be equipped at all times, because if one of the big guys walked in this room right now and said, you know, I want to buy your company, you're already like, wow, this person is worth $500 billion or whatever the number is. You shouldn't be fazed by what the person is worth. You should know the strategy. If this person approached me with this, you know the evaluation of your company, you know the importance of your time, and you know why that person need what you have, right? And as creators, we're programmed just to go. Slow down sometimes. Tell someone, give me 24 hours or 48 hours. Because if that idea is good today, it should be good in 48 hours as well. Take 24 to 48 hours to digest the situation, to digest the plan. Then come back and tell that person, no matter how big they are, what you want that represents you. So you can go to sleep good at night and say, you know what? They said no, but I stood up for myself. You know, we can't let money change all of the hard work that you put in, change your character, because that's going to come and go. You have to keep your integrity, and you have to do good business, but you have to be equipped for it as well.
Can I quickly ask a follow-up question to that? It's like, how did you come to this realization for yourself? What were the lessons you learned, or how did you come to, realize this is something that you need to do? You need to be both creative and, commercial, if you want to say it. Yeah.
Well, I had my, I was blessed to be successful at 17. My family owned a record label called Rough Riders, where we had DMX and we had everybody. And I never did music for money. I never even knew I could make money in music. My first checks I thought were fake. Right? Like seriously, I thought they were fake checks. Because where I came from in the Bronx, they used to mail checks. Oh, you won $1 million, oh, you won this, publishing clearance. I thought these were fake checks. So I go to ASCAP, where they collect your royalties. It's a rainy day, 2 buses, 1 train. I go there, and the lady who never speaks to me says, oh, Swiss, how are you doing, man? How does it feel? I'm like, why she has this energy? She says, how does it feel to be rich? I was like, I'm not rich. I just took 2 trains, a busing, it's raining. What do you mean I'm rich? And she says, no, I'm the one that's sending you your checks. I said, those are real? She said, yes. So I had $700,000 in a shoebox for like 5 months.
That you did.
I'm eating ramen. I'm like, you know, like, and I just didn't understand that the business at that time because, you know, I wasn't equipped. So from there, you get the money, now you get new friends, new responsibilities, new headaches, new everything. They all come together. And so I went through so many things that at a young age that I'm so happy that I'm equipped to tell the world these particular stories. And the thing that I would say the most was standing up for yourself and having the confidence. The thing that I work hard, the hardest for, is to say no. The best thing you can do in life is work hard to say no. The power in the word no is serious. It's the most powerful word in the world, is no. Once I learned that, everybody started saying yes for some reason. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Swizz. I think that's the best lesson we can get from this session. Let's all learn to say no a little bit more and, you know, bring on to the yeses. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for joining us. And wish you a great rest of the event.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
All right. And so we come to the end of Web Summit Qatar for 2026. It's been incredible to see all of the connections being made all week long, and I hope to see you at our next events in Rio, Vancouver, and Lisbon before we return in 2027 to Doha for year 4 of Web Summit Qatar. Yeah, thank you. Yes, let's clap it up. It's very exciting. This has been a great week. I can't believe how big it is. It's grown so big. All right. For our final talk, we are truly crossing the finish line. We are joined by a true sporting legend to discuss how running has transformed our health, our cities, and how we live our lives. In conversation with Samantha Johnson from Al Jazeera Media Network, for the last time tonight, please give a warm welcome to 4-time Olympic and 6-time world champion, Sir Mo Farah.
Wow, look at this, all here for you.
Wow.
Hi, everybody. You know, it's times like this I realize how blessed I am because I get to share the stage with one of the greatest runners, one of the greatest athletes ever, Sir Mo Farah. Thank you so much for joining us today.
Thank you.
So, you're no stranger to Qatar and Doha because you now live here with your family. Tell me what that's like right now.
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. Yeah, it's nice to be here in Doha, Qatar. Can't quite believe it, as I said, we were just talking about. I've been here now a year, and I can't believe it's gone so fast.
Yeah.
And this is where I call home now.
And then you got your family's here as well. Are they all settled in?
Yeah, the kids are settling in and everyone's enjoying themselves. Why would you not? I think it's so important to be able to adapt to new environments. And when I first came up here, it was during the World Cup. So I went to come watch England play. Ended up staying for the semi-final.
That was it, yeah.
And then the final. And my kids were like, wow, Dad, why can we not move? So I made it happen.
Well, seeing as you are living here now, you would have noticed, I suppose, the wellness and fitness culture here. And one of the biggest, I suppose, sports out here right now is running. There's a huge running community. I mean, it's not just here as well. It's a global thing. So there's a big buzz around it. So what's behind that?
Yeah, no, it's really important for all of us, I think, to be active, where sometimes for adults, we know sometimes when things are not going quite well, where you give yourself a time to go and do something that makes you happy, something that you can let it out. as well as children, particularly. We can touch base, go back on it. But I realized there's a place for everybody where they can just go out there and be active and let it out. So really my idea was, I have so many people on my phone list, celebrities, people you met along your career, and to create a platform where I meet up with a friend of mine, a celebrity somewhere, and take them out for a run. It's called Run with Mo. And during the run, I really get to know them and why do they run, what does running do for them, what they've been up to. Because when you're a celebrity, it's so hard because people just see you as that person. But in reality, we're just all human beings, and we always go through ups, downs. But more we can show that, and more we be positive and about them, and just realize they're just a normal person. That's the goal, and just really get to know them. And my goal is to say, listen, I've been there and done it. Yeah, I've won medals, but if you're not willing to take that first step, how? And particularly as well with the younger generation now, it's so hard with AI, technology. So more kids just want to be on their phones and stuff. So really for me is then trying to challenge the government to say we need more physical education in school. We need more kids active. We need more people moving and just, again, then it means there's no, as I say, NHS in the UK is a massive waiting list. But we can prevent these things happening early on. And the more we can educate younger kids and adults themselves by just being a little bit more active, you can have a more healthy lifestyle.
Okay, so it comes down to education. But how do you get a non-runner to run? I mean, look, I will admit it, I'm not the best runner. Like, I can lift heavy weights, I love Pilates, but there's something about running that scares me. So if you can get me to do a marathon, then you know what, kudos to you. But how do you get someone to get involved? I mean, what can you tell people?
For me, the key thing is, as I said, like, if I tell you, you're going to run a marathon, you're like, oh my God, what? It's a long way. Which is normal, it is a long way. But if we break it down to each mile, each kilometer, and really just try and educate you, if you can just run a day, maybe 1K, the following 2 days time, 2K, and just slowly build, then you will be able to run a marathon. And then when you run a marathon, you actually enjoy it because you feel like, you're prepared. So for me, it's about being able to educate people generally. And also I have a YouRun app where I created the running app. Where
tell us more about the app and how that came out.
So the running app is really like what I've learned along my career, what it takes to be a champion, and really just all the skills, all the tools that I've learned along my career, having an app. And then, for example, if you wanted to do half marathon or marathon, to give you a program that it created for you as a coach, one-on-one, and really based on AI and a few other stuff, it really guides you and to make you feel, you're ready to go and give you proper training that can help you cross the line.
Wow, so you're an investor, you're an entrepreneur. I really like this pivot you've made from being, I mean, you're still an Olympian, don't get me wrong, but you're a former athlete, and now you're back in the field, so to speak, and you're doing so many things. And the things that you're doing, you just spoke about, was Run with Mo. Now, I've watched a couple of your interviews, and I really like the way people open up to you, like other celebrities, they open up to you. And it's a hard thing to do as well. There were two episodes that made me think, oh my gosh, this is absolutely brilliant to watch, because you're an Arsenal fan, a huge Arsenal fan, and you interviewed Thierry Henry and Arsene Wenger. And to see you so giddy, like, oh my gosh, I'm talking to Arsene Wenger. But on the other side, Arsene Wenger's getting giddy with you because he's looking up to you as well. He recognizes what you've done and what you've accomplished. I mean, greatness recognizes greatness. So what was that like? Like interviewing your idols for starters, but also getting into the field of storytelling.
No, honestly, as I said, as a young boy growing up, I'm a massive Arsenal fan. That's the team I supported. I used to collect stickers and put it on my room and posters. And then when you achieve things, then you get invited to a game, and then you get to meet, Arsene Wenger, Thierry Henry, and I'm like, oh my God, that's Thierry Henry. But we forget, you know what? They're just a normal people, just like you and I. And
hold on a sec. I mean,
no, but it's
let's be honest here. I've never won a medal in my life for anything athletic. So don't. And you're Sir Mo Farah. You can't say, oh yeah, I'm just like you. No, you're not.
Yeah,
Own that at least.
Honestly, for me, as I said, everybody's the same. I don't see somebody going, oh my God, yeah, you do get starstruck, but you got to treat them as just normal. And Arsene Wenger, I looked up to him, Thierry Henry, and for me, it was nice to actually get that interview with them, and then actually ask the questions. What was going through your mind? Did you go ups and downs? What was the most hardest things you challenged in your career? And you realize, you know what? They struggled. Share things that made us, shaped us in life.
There was a very good question that you gave to a few of your interviewees, and it's about mental health. And I think it's a really beautiful thing to see men open up about their struggles and mental health. So congratulations on creating such a safe space for them. But one of the questions was, and I'm going to ask you the same thing, if you could only do 3 things to protect your mental health, what would it be?
Yeah, honestly, exercise. For me, just being to go out for a run, to just be free. For me, that's what running does for me. It gives me that space where I can let it out. And then the other thing is, I didn't know how to talk to people before, where if I'm struggling, I felt like, as a sportsman, I can't show any struggles, but we can all talk about it. And thirdly, it's like, it's okay. Someone to say to you, it's okay. It's so important because we all forget sometimes to check on one another and to say, how's it going? Are you okay? Is there anything that, just your words means a lot.
Yeah, no, it's a beautiful phase that you're growing into right now. I mean, when I don't know, I speak to a lot of athletes and I come across them like in my job, once they finish their job as an athlete, they normally go into punditry, or that's it. They don't really think anything else after that. I mean, how have you found that pivot from being an athlete to now an entrepreneur, civilian life? How are you finding it?
No, honestly, I'm enjoying myself, but it took a little time to be able to actually make up my mind and know what I want. So after I retired, I was like, I've run so many miles in my career, I've done 120 miles week in, week out. I've won so many medals. I just want to sit back and actually enjoy. So I sat back, just not doing anything for about 6 months. I told my agent, cancel everything.
How long was your career? And you only sat back for 6 months?
6 months, and I'm going, this is not me. And all the skills, everything I've learned, for me was being able to go, you know what, I want to be able to give back to, the younger generation. I want to give back to business. I want to create something that exists for life. Then it is important for me then to start somewhere, something that you're passionate about. And you run with Mo, I'm so passionate about, as well as my running app, as well as trying to create in a tech world where we try and educate people what they can, what they can do to help themselves. Again, there's a lot out there, but it's important to go about it rather than just go, you know what, I could do this, I could do that. For me, I'm all in on it.
Yeah, that's great. I mean, when it comes to that pivot as well, because beforehand you were dedicated, you were strict, you had a day-to-day, you knew what you were doing, you woke up, you knew when you were going to train, you knew your diet. What do you do with that now as I keep on saying a normal person, but now that you're not an athlete, how do you get that dedication and that strictness into your normal life? What do you do?
Yeah, no, it's important for me. As I said, in life, if you don't have a goal, it's hard to be motivated. So once I stopped, I was like, I've always had a goal from a young age where I go, as a young boy, I want to run for England, I want to run for Great Britain, I want to improve on my time. So you always had a goal. And I think in life, if I didn't have a goal, it's hard. As I said, like when I had 6 months out, I was like, what's next? What's the next goal? And then having that goal was always important. So for now, I've got 4 beautiful kids, and most importantly is be there for my kids and make sure my kids are active and also just like, as I said, be present. Because a lot of time, our minds are somewhere else because we've been used to that having go, where try and like be there for them as mentally as well as, physically support them and keep
And how do you
encourage
support,
them.
I mean, how do you support your children?
Just run with
when
them.
it comes to, now when you're saying when you're present, I mean, it's, again, beforehand you were so dedicated to your prior career, but now you don't have that. How are you present with your family? Because they sacrificed as well,
Yeah, no, it's important for my kids to be, as I said, often when I was competing, 6 months of the year, I was away. That's a long time. Now I'm not away as much, very little.
Are they used to that? How do they feel about your dad being, oh, he's actually here, what's going on?
Yeah, well, now, like, my kids are quite active, so I'm just trying, like, support them in school, in sports, but also within, athletics, where they, I remember after athletics club, go down to the athletics club, run with them, encourage them, and then really just try and support them to be, to go out there and commit. For me, it's the most important, whether it's education or sports or whatever, as long as, you teach them values in life.
Okay. Also, since retiring, you've been incredibly active, especially when it comes to social media and your content. You've worked with the Olympics, the IOC, you worked with Arsenal and PSG. Why is collaboration such a powerful tool for you?
I think collaboration is so important for all of us, whether you're in tech, whether you're in business, other stuff, sports. I think we can all, when we come together, we're more powerful with what we've learned. So for me, being present here in Qatar, Doha, I'd love to be able to, the skills, the tools that I've learned to be able to give back to the younger generation and create something where, for me, I fall in love with this place because of sports. Yeah. It was never a plan to say, guys, I'm going to move to Qatar, Doha. It just naturally happened.
So how did that conversation happen then? So, okay, you came here for the World Cup, but how did you make the jump? Because it's not a small thing, like just moving to a different country, I'm just intrigued about the process, talking to your family and things like that.
For me, as I said, if the wife is happy, if your kids are happy, that's a big decision. Yeah. And when I brought my kids out, the kids absolutely love it. And they were like, wow, Dad, listen, they have so much facilities, there's so many things we could do, safety, everything. So for me, it was like, they wanted it more than, I was even thinking about. I was like, great, let's do it. And once I retire, I was like, I don't come first anymore. Wife, kids come first. So again, it's just supporting them. And honestly, this place is incredible. The facilities, the stuff that's out there is amazing. And
it is a huge sporting hub. I mean, what else are you doing here in the region? What other projects do you have coming up?
So the goal is for me, keep building Run with Mo. I just did Tim Cahill yesterday.
Nice.
And really get to know Tim, what he's done, and I'd love to have more, celebrities, more people in here in Doha and take out for a run somewhere iconic, somewhere special, but really share the stories.
Great. We've got a few minutes left, so I'm going to ask you one more question, and it's basically this. Medals define careers, but movements define legacies. What's going to be your legacy when, I don't know, 10 years, 20 years down the line? What is your legacy and what is your goal? What do you want people to remember you for, other than the medals and your achievements?
I think it's one of these things for me of, had an amazing career, and the questions you always get asked, what do you want to be remembered as? The Olympic champion, world champion? No, I want to be remembered that someone's always give back, because again, if I didn't have my teacher, people who believe in me, it would have been hard to achieve. So I want to show people with, perseverance, hard work, anything is possible. As a young boy who arrived in the UK, not knowing much, to giving that opportunity and then grabbing it with both hands, it shows, if you have opportunity, you can do it. And again, it's be able to give younger generation opportunity, a hope, a joy, and a somewhere where they can go. If you can do it, I can do it, and really just change the attitude of sports and get more kids. For me, I want to see more kids active. I want to see more people active. I want to see more movements.
Yeah. Okay, so I suppose this is the time where I say I might run a marathon. I don't know.
Set yourself a small goal. Your goal.
Tell me how to do it. Walk me through it.
So your goal is to compete at 5K, step by step, and then 10K, and then slowly. And then when you honestly enjoy it, you meet friends. Most importantly, whatever we go and do, you have to enjoy it. If you're not enjoying it, it's hard. Yeah, not all the time you're going to enjoy it, but you've got to enjoy it. And you have to be willing to adapt.
Okay, you're going to hold me to account, and I've got some friends in this audience as well. They're going to hold me accountable as well.
And then also, you've got to find, when you're running a marathon, why you want to run a marathon.
I'd love a challenge.
You want to prove yourself.
I love fitness and I love wellness, but I want another challenge. So that would be a big hurdle for me. But Sir Mo Farah, I said it before and I'll say it again, it's an honor to share the stage with you, a living legend, and thank you for all you do. Seriously, we really do appreciate you being here. So everybody, Sir Mo Farah, we are at the finishing line.
Cheers.